Welcome back, everyone, to the Death Knight Showmatch. It's day 2. I'm Garrett, here again with Slissa. How you feeling today? You ready for some more Death Knight action?
I am ready. I am pumped. It was great to get to see yesterday, getting to talk to a little bit of the competitors afterward to get their point of view on their runes and their deck lists. And I'm really excited to see how it all pans out today.
I want to see if Frost can keep the momentum that they had leaving day 1.
Yeah, or can Blood turn it around?
Yeah, we've got a great day 2 planned for you. And let's take a look. If you maybe didn't catch day 1 or you haven't heard about March of the Lich King, here is what Death Knight is bringing to Hearthstone. There's a new way to build your deck with Death Knight. They have 3 rune types, Blood, Frost, and Unholy, and that impacts deck building. They have 3 slots for any combination of runes, and you can combine multiple types for different types of versatility. And we saw a lot of that on display with yesterday's action. But we also have corpses now. Slissa, how do they work?
Yeah, corpses is a new resource you can use for your deck, and you can see on this left card here, Defrost. You can draw a card with Defrost, but if you have 2 corpses to spend, then you can draw an additional card, and you earn corpses whenever a minion dies.
Yes, and speaking of dying minions, undead minion type is coming to Hearthstone. You're going to see a lot of it today. We saw a lot of undead yesterday, but also if you're an old school, long time Hearthstone player, you may have seen cards, minions in the past that look undead. They're probably undead now. They're going to be retroactively updated.
Yeah, very exciting to see all these undead, especially with the Scourge.
Yeah. But let's take a look at what our format is going to look like. And we're also going to have a format change-up later. But here's what we're starting with. We're still continuing on with our round robin from yesterday. We have 3 teams with 4 players on each. Those 3 teams are based around those 3 rune types we just talked about: Blood, Unholy, and Frost. And we're still going through it, but how many total rounds do we have, Slissa?
So we have 12 total rounds of round robin for this stage 1. And it's a best of 2 matches. So if you 2-0 sweep, you're going to earn 3 points for your team. If you tie 1-1, you will earn 1 point for your team. And we had 8 rounds yesterday, 4 more rounds today, some bonus matches where you can change some points up a bit. We'll talk about that later. But yes, 4 more rounds. And then we have stage 2, which is very exciting.
Yeah, let's take a look at that format. Or actually, let's meet the team.
Yeah, let's meet the team first. I agree.
Meet the team. So here's our Blood, our Unholy, and our Frost teams. You can see the rosters there below, and we're going to get into it right now, meeting our Unholy team, comprised of Disguised Toast, Dog, Feno, and HunterAce. But that's not all, because we also have Team Frost. Who's on Team Frost, Slissa?
Yeah, we have Alliestraza, Meati, BunnyHoppor, and Regis Killbin on Team Frost. And last we have Team Blood with Thijs, Cantelope, Avelline, and No Hands Gamer.
Now, yesterday, it is worth mentioning we had a bit of a technical hiccup and some connection issues, which caused some of our players to need to play makeup games this morning. And one of those was Avelline versus HunterAce. I do believe we have a clip right here. Yes, we are going to be able to see this. We're seeing this for the first time now, but I do believe HunterAce ended up taking both wins against Avelline, and you can just see the force of all those ghouls on that deck. But it doesn't look like Avelline made it easy, because that's some serious board control happening right there, Slissa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so HunterAce had game 1, but I do believe game 2 he came back and took it here versus Avelline, giving Team Unholy 3 points.
Yeah, now I'm curious about standings. Wow,
ooh,
that is close. So yes. Team Frost kind of climbed on top like in the back half of yesterday's competition, and now you can see they still retain that lead. Listen, I'm, not a big math expert. That's only 1 point.
Yeah, I know you're not into math, but I can assure you that is only a 1 point difference.
Yeah, but what I am into is prizing, because our players, they're not just playing for bragging rights, although I'm sure that's a motivating factor. They're playing for some serious prizes. Can I dive into that, Chess? That would be wonderful. First place is going to take home $50,000. Second place is going to get $30,000, and our third place team, whether that is Frost, whether that is Unholy, whether that is Blood, still remains to be decided, will take home $20,000. Slissa, we talked to you yesterday. You've been in this position before. You've been in this winning position before. I'm curious. I'm getting that competitive itch. Do you think I have what it takes? Should I jump into Hearthstone competition?
I think you should make sure you have a good team surrounding you, and you should be on a team with like Meati and Regis Killbin. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say I should be on a team with me, which I agree with. I'm on a team with Alyssa. But let's take a look at how the format's going to change later on in today's broadcast. Because we're going to, as we move through day 2, we're going to keep those 3 teams, Blood, Unholy Frost, they're going to stay here. Same 4 players you've been watching the last 2 days. But when stage 1 continues, when we get out of round robin, we're going to move into stage 2, which is going to be a best of 1. And we move in to Death's Challenge. So listen, tell me how Death's Challenge works.
All right, so with Death Challenge, each team will have a Death Knight and a Challenger. And the Challenger will be facing other teams' Death Knight. So the Challenger will utilize points to challenge the Knights. So they are going to risk the points that they've accumulated in their bank, and they could get double points for whatever they risk. Or they could lose those points and forfeit them. So it is a big catch-up mechanic. Blood could make an epic comeback if they risk a lot of points, challenge those points, and get double. And some could lose them if their Death Knight doesn't win.
Yeah, and speaking of those points, let's take a look at our individual leaderboard, because these points are going to be important, because these are how they accumulated those points, which they're going to get to use. You can see now Dog is still on top. It was real close between Dog and Meati yesterday, Slissa. There's only 2 points between them, but Dog did end the day at the top of the charts.
Yes, and you can see just why Unholy and Frost are doing so well in the standings. Unholy have 3 players in the top 6, and also so does Frost. And Alliestraza is right underneath, like she is right in with those players. So they're just doing an excellent job. All 4 members of their team pulling their weight, doing excellent.
Yeah, it was such a good day 1. It was the way everything kind of progressed, and we saw players not only getting better with their own decks, but really learning and dialing in what they were going up against and how to play around key cards. We went on quite a journey, and it's going to continue here today. But let's look at today's first lobby as we move into round 9. We have Dog facing off against Avelline, Disguised Toast versus No Hands Gamer, Meati versus Thijs, Regis Killbin, or Chilbin should I say, versus Cantelope, BunnyHoppor versus Feno, and Alliestraza versus HunterAce. Any of these matchups really stand out to you, Slissa, that if you weren't here casting, maybe jump over in their stream right now and take a look?
Definitely would want to check out BunnyHoppor and Feno, both immaculate European players have played on EU-GM, and I think there's a lot of rivalry there, so that would be a great match to watch. Also, Regis Killbin and Cantelope, they're just outstanding members of the community. So funny, so great, excellent players too, so I think that would be a really entertaining game to watch.
Yeah, well, our first featured matchup of the day is going to be Meati versus Thijs, and you're going to want to watch this because Meati went on an absolute tear yesterday. Actually started the day pretty rough. Meati opened up going 0-4, but then went on a 7-game win streak with massive Frost combos, like what you're seeing right here with cards like Glacial Advance being comboed with none other than Xalatath, Naifu, as I like to call. And we also had a chance to hear from Meati himself about what he thought about yesterday.
I think, everyone, we got great chemistry in the team. Like, after each round, we're all, like, sharing our scores, and we're all, like, cheering for each other. And I think we're going to take it home. I think it's coming home for Team Frost. Thank you for the opportunity as well. Like, I was just thinking, like, this is definitely the coolest Hearthstone thing I've ever done. I freaking love Death Knights. I love Hearthstone, so I'm super grateful. Thank you.
Well, Meati kept riding that wave and tweeted at the end of yesterday saying Team Frost in the lead after day 1. So proud of everyone on our team. We worked hard, had fun, and stole a lot of Daddy D's. Let's take home that $50,000 tomorrow. They certainly did. Not just stole Daddy D's, but maybe through the help of Murloc, ate some. We saw a lot of Daddy D's going down.
Yeah, they ate him, and the new Blood Patchwork can destroy as well. So that was another way that Daddy D can be demolished.
And it looks like we're just about ready for our first game of the day as we continue on with round 9, Meati versus Thijs. It's the first mulligan. Here we go, Slissa.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this. The Meati deck looks wrong, so I'm curious. The Meati deck had a lot of blood in it. Oh, it looks like we're looking at two of the same deck, and our production will fix that in just a second, I'm
just
sure.
Just a little bit of hiccup. I'm sure that'll get ironed out. Yeah, we just have Thijs's hand currently on top at Meati's. That is not Meati's deck, as evident by the fact that Bonebreaker just got equipped.
I saw a triple blood in a Frost deck. I'm like, that doesn't.
Meati's just that good. Listen, runes aren't going to tell Meati what to play.
All right, so Thijs is on the triple blood deck, and Meati is on the triple Frost deck. Now, something to point out is this is a bonus match. They have already faced each other. They faced each other yesterday, and I believe Meati 2-0'd Thijs, meaning that he needs to beat him again to keep those points. If Thijs counter sweeps him and wins 2-0 versus Meati, then Thijs would steal the points that Meati originally earned.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and we saw that come into play once yesterday with Disguised Toast being a big part of the reason that Team Unholy is in the standing that they are in, because he won his bonus matchup, which gave Team Unholy many needed points.
Yeah, and took away points from Team Blood.
Yes. Yeah, also a bit responsible for where Team Blood is at the moment.
All right, so now we can check out Meati's hand and see what he is up to. Pretty heavy hand here to turn 4, a lot of 5, 6, 7 drops, but you can see he is playing a bit greedier of a deck on his triple Frost. But his deck is really exciting to watch because he does a lot of burst damage, especially once he gets his Queen Ashara out.
Yeah, seems to be going for Xal'atath every single time, which makes a lot of sense given the combo nature of how this triple Frost deck for Meati tends to want to play.
Yeah. We didn't see as many of his other teammates doing that, not as much combo pieces, but we saw maybe like Regis always going face with that Frost damage, face. So it felt like an aggro deck, but with spells.
Yeah, you want to take the initiative, you want to keep applying pressure. So now we're seeing some of the stuff that really makes Blood stand out from Thijs as that Vampiric Blood gets played. But let's take a look at our 6-boxed screen and see what's happening in some of the other games around. Looks like Feno already with quite a strong board against BunnyHoppor, as we see Face being the place in that bottom middle screen.
I'm very excited to see more of the players today, too. We get to see a few more faces that we didn't get to see yesterday.
Yeah,
so that is nice to
by the
see.
power of video cameras over the internet that sometimes work, we are able to see it.
All right, back to Thijs and Meati. We see that Meati was able to get down a Rhyme Sculptor,
which summons those 2/1 Rhyme Elementals that have a death rattle on them that deal 2 damage to a random enemy, which, as we can see now, enemy equals face sometimes. And it always equals face if there's no minions on board.
Yeah. But Thijs was able to blood boil them, getting some lifesteal and dealing 2 damage to each minion, so cleared off the board. Now, Meati has 4 corpses. He could play a Marrow Manipulator on a clear board. He's not going to get the full value of Marrow Manipulator. This card spends up to 5 corpses and deals 2 damage per, so misses out on 1. But it was a clear board to do it on. So a lot of the times you don't want to do it when you're facing off versus a bunch of tokens, because you want to go face. You want to go face, and this doesn't go face.
If you haven't seen Patchwork before, Patchwork is a star card of blood, but only a single blood rune, which means you can play Patchwork in other rune-dominant decks. So if you had, say, a double Frost and a single blood rune deck that you're putting together, you could still include Patchwork. Highly impactful legendary minion that destroys a random minion in your opponent's hand, deck, and battlefield. So cleared the board there for Thijs, but also took out the Vizier from Meati's hand, as well as an additional card from Meati's deck. Looks like it was Harbinger of Winter.
Yeah, the Nerubian Vizier is a very impactful card because it gets to discover a spell. And when you discover a spell as a Death Knight, you can discover spells from other runes. So even if you're playing a triple Unholy, you could get a triple Blood rune. So very impactful card. And same with this card here. Astalor is a card we are seeing across all decks. Doesn't matter which rune, but he is super powerful.
Indeed. Eventually 3 different versions of Astalor over the course of playing Astalor and showing off that new Mana Thirst keyword.
Yeah, Mana Thirst just allows you to get a little bit something extra if there is more mana to be spent, but you don't spend the mana. So,
No,
for
you just need
example,
to have it.
yeah, you just have to have the mana to get this extra ability. So his Astalor, the Flamebringer in hand, deals 8 damage randomly. If he has 10 mana, though, it's going to deal an extra 8 damage.
Like it so much, do it again.
Yeah, so he could tempo this out now and deal 8 damage, but if he
However,
waits 2 turns, yeah.
I would like to point out, it's the first appearance of your favorite minion.
Oh, hi, No Muncher.
No Muncher hitting the board, doing that end of turn effect where No Muncher attacks the lowest health enemy. Also worth pointing out, No Muncher has lifesteal, so that's why Thijs just got his heal on after No Muncher munched Astalor, the Protector. Says the No Muncher, doesn't discriminate, happy to munch whatever minions happen to be available.
Rhyme Sword coming down. This is going to reduce the cost of a spell in his hand. So Meati's playing this kind of combo deck where if he reduces, he'll reduce the cost of spells in his hand, and then he will get Lady Death Whisper, which has a death rattle to double up all the spells. You get a copy of them. So he gets a copy of his spells, frost spells in hand, but they are reduced in mana, so he can spend a ton at once. But right now he's looking down the barrel of some big minions. He has this Bone Guard Commander on the other side of the board, an 8/8 taunt, along with a bunch of mini little footmen of the 1/2 taunts.
Yeah, it could have been more had Thijs had more corpses, because Bone Guard Commander can potentially fill the board. It will raise up to 6 corpses if 6 corpses and enough board space is available. But we can see Thijs only had 4, so only got 4 of those footmen.
Yeah, it's interesting today. I feel like yesterday we were seeing a lot of people waiting to spend cards until they had enough corpses to really maximize.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that today.
Twice already.
Yeah, twice already.
From both players.
Yeah, from both players. We've seen them just say, it's enough. I'm not going to give the max value, but we'll do it here. And that's not something we saw as much yesterday. In the caster vision, we didn't see all the games, but from what we saw, a little bit different.
All right, an Infused Famished Fool. You are playing Hearthstone right now. You might be familiar with this card already. Drawn 3 cards for Thijs. Asphyxiate, a very cost-effective hard removal tool available to any Death Knights running at least 2 blood runes for their deck. That's another burst potential combo, piece of what we saw Meati's combo being yesterday coming off the top of his deck. Glacial Advance.
Yep, deal 4 damage. Your next spell this turn costs 2 less, but he is looking at this Theatar here, trying to see if there's something in Thijs' hand that he wants. Another Bone Guard Commander. That I could definitely see him taking Bone Guard Commander, because that's something that can really disrupt Meati.
Yes.
The large 8/8 doesn't have a lot to deal with it.
Spammy would remove the 8/1 and the 2/2, but would leave up his own damaged Theatar and Famished Fool, so not going for that Spammy, instead opting for.
Yeah, took the Bone Guard Commander and released his weapon, the Bone, what's it called? The Bone Breaker. Bone Breaker has been given to Thijs. And Meati has enough corpses to play this Bone Guard Commander once he has the mana to really get the full value out of it.
Yeah, he will get all 6 1/2 Risen Footmen. All right, so Thijs has quite a few options here, and multiple minions already at the ready. He's going to double draw, thanks to the Brand Bronzebeard coming down before Chillfallen Baron. Chillfallen Baron is a runeless Death Knight card, and we've seen it in a lot of the decks over these last 2 days, because Death Knight doesn't have access to that much draw, but Chillfallen Baron is accessible to all Death Knights, regardless of how they set up the runes for their decks.
I'm kind of surprised that Thijs is playing this brand so early. He must really be digging for something specific, because he is playing a greedy triple blood deck, and Meati is playing a greedy triple frost deck. So I thought he would use the brand towards something a bit greedier, like a Theatar or something like that. But he dug twice or 4 times for a minion. The Noxious Cadaver was pretty nice because it was an easy clear. But I wonder if he feels like there's something he needs quickly and now to be able to fend off Meati.
Certainly looks to be the case. Meati having a long think about what he wants to do here. And this is what we see from Frost Death Knights. They have to weigh the importance of holding on to tools like Glacial Advance. Should I hold on to it because this can go face? Will this help me end the game? Or do I need it now to gain board control back? And here we see that Meati is prioritizing dealing with the massive board that was before him.
Yeah, I have to clear off that brand. Oh!
Burns the Sire, Denathrius, bye-bye, Daddy D. That's our first Denathrius death of the day.
Oh my gosh, so this was what I was afraid of. Like Thijs was digging for something, dig, but he had to burn a card because the Baron had both Battlecry and Death Rattle draw a card, overdrew the Sire Denathrius.
Not looking super happy about that.
I don't think.
Yeah, I can only read faces. I can't tune into Thijs' stream right now.
Can you repeat for me Meati's tweet from earlier? Something about destroying Daddy D's?
I believe stole a lot of Daddy D's.
Stole a lot of Daddy D's.
You know, you don't need to steal it if it no longer exists.
You can just get rid of it, destroy it. Yeah, Daddy D demolished.
That's of all the cards that come off the top. All right, all the mana thirst you could ever want are activated because we are capped out at 10 mana.
I love this Thijs cam.
That's the face you make. That's the face you make when your Sire Denathrius gets burnt.
I think a lot of our viewers can feel his pain.
We've all been there.
No, I've never.
Oh, never. Oh.
My Sire Denathrius is always in my hand and never gets stolen or burned.
Or Mutinist.
No, never.
Or Theotard.
Never. It might have happened last night when I was playing, but.
oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, this feels like you're covering up some sort of deep
No,
personal...
I'm a little salty. I've been playing a lot of Taunt Druid, and people have been trying to steal my stuff.
Well, you deserve it.
What? Taunt Druid's so
Druid.
fun. Stop.
I'm a dirty Naga priest, so I have no leg to stand on. Rhyme Sculptor coming down again. I just love this card in Frost decks, but you don't need to fully commit to Frost to play Rhyme Sculptor because it's only one Frost rune, so you could put it in a double Blood or a double Unholy deck once you have a chance to start building your own Death Knight decks.
A good way for Thijs to swing the board to his favor is this Soul Stealer, 8 mana, 5/5. It destroys all the minions on board. It gains a corpse for every enemy minion death. And then you have a 5/5, so it's good turnaround for a control deck. And he was able to discover a minion as well.
Yeah, it's a major way to fuel your corpses. All right, options between Grave Strength, Army of the Dead, and Blood Tap. Meati going for that Army of the Dead, sitting on 13 corpses, so certainly more than enough considering Army of the Dead will only consume up to 5 of those corpses to raise them as 2 Troopers and Ghouls. But it's not looking like Meati, at least at the moment, is thinking about going with Army of the Dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Army of the Dead or this Thessarian, because Thessarian does play pretty nice and it go face.
Sends that damage face. I wonder if that's what Meati was hoping for, because otherwise, if both of these minions on Thijs' board sitting at 3 health, had it hit one of the 2 minions, it would have set him up for an easier clear via the Ghoul Charge hero power.
Yeah, and he could have used the Horn of Winter to get back out that Army of the Dead. So the fact that he's holding this Horn of Winter makes me think that he's really hoping to use it with Queen Ashara's weapon and to do the crazy power play of a million spells face.
Vicious Bloodworm, Sour Fang, and Blood Boil options for Thijs off of this Discover. Hovering over that Deathbringer Sour Fang. Don't blame him. We haven't
seen a lot of it played.
See Sour Fang yesterday.
No, I don't think we've seen it at all played.
Very cool legendary.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it played now. It has Taunt and Death Rattle. Return this to your hand. It costs health instead of mana, and we have certainly seen more than enough health for our Blood Death Knight players to play with.
Yeah, but I feel like versus the Frost Death Knight player, it's a bit scary.
It is. You can
especially with a caster vision of Queen Ashara in Meati's hand.
I've been in that position myself, doing get the test drive a Death Knight against another Death Knight. Have sat there with a Deathbringer Sarfang that cost me health, going, I don't have the health for this because I'm facing down a combo Frost Death Knight.
Empiric Blood, where are you?
Meati picked up the Queen Ashara, which means once, of course, he casts 3 spells while holding Queen Ashara, we could see Naifu come online.
It needs to be shiny. It's currently not. It needs to spend 3 spells. Has 3 in hand, but I feel like Army of the Dead will be a nice one to proc Queen Ashara, but the other 2 maybe wants to hold on to. But then it's really awkward to play Army of the Dead here because then you have to play Frostworm. You can't play Astalor, which is what he wants to play. So,
that 2 damage could have cleared either the Hematurge or the Deathbringer Saurfang, but it missed. But that's okay.
Astalor.
Because Astalor's coming down with that gorgeous spell animation that I know you're a big fan of, Lisa.
Oh, yes. One of my favorite animations. Hearthstone does such a great job with animations, and as long as they're not too long, but they're so beautiful.
Yeah, shout out to the effects team.
Yes.
There's some
Great
phenomenal
job.
work in the March of the Lich King set. We see the second Soul Stealer come down from Thijs, as you can see, once again making short work of the entire board. And there we see that effect of Deathbringer Saurfang being used, spending 5 of his own life instead of 5 mana.
Yeah, I think he's realizing he needs to just kill Meati because that's a lot of damage to take, especially when you've already lost your sire, Denathrius. He has Vampiric Blood in his deck. He has 2. He's dug for them. He can't find them. He only has 10 cards left.
Yeah, Denathrius isn't the only lifesteal that exists in multiple of our Death Knight decks, especially if they're running any blood at all, because then you have access to that Gnome Muncher. But it can be the single biggest piece of lifestealing, not to mention board control in the deck.
Yeah. I'm counting out the damage. He has 8 from hand. Is able to freeze. So we won't expect a weapon. And I like putting this taunt back into Thijs' hand, saying, okay, you can re-taunt if you want, but you're gonna have to take 5 more damage. And if you play it twice, you're dead.
That's absolutely correct. And we know Frostworm's Fury is in hand. That's at this point, 50% of Thijs' remaining health total.
You do know math. You were saying you don't know how to math.
I know easy math.
That was good. Percents are hard.
I expect a gold star at the end of the cast.
You get a gold star now.
Well, Soul Stealer gets a gold star at this exact moment for making wonderful, quick work of the board yet again while developing a 5/5. Oh, but we see Overseer Frigidara come off the top. If Meati wants to dig a little bit more, he can if he draws 2 spells and they're both frost. It's looking like Meati does.
Yeah, I mean, he can Horn of Winter to get the Frostworm out as well if he'd like to, or double Horn. Oh, this is an excellent Frost Strike as well because he can use it now to discover potential lethal.
You are absolutely correct. Frost Strike comes down, going to clear that off.
Death Chiller. You know what's interesting? I haven't seen a lot of Death Chiller be used. I thought Death Chiller would be an insta-pick card for these combo decks, and we haven't seen Meati use it at all.
You and I never talked about this, but I was in the exact same boat.
Yeah.
I looked at that card and I was like, okay, Frost won a combo. That seems like a very obvious combo piece.
Yeah, because it deals 2 damage every time you play a Frost spell. It's 1 damage twice.
Probably shows why I'm not playing on one of those teams, though, because I did not think of Queen Ashara and Xalatath.
Yes, this is a little bit more powerful, but look at all the health that Thijs just acquired with Vampiric Blood, with Death Strike Lifesteal.
But then used it to spend life again to develop yet another Deathbringer Saurfang. That Death Rattle is the gift that just keeps on giving, and now this Deathbringer Saurfang has a reborn applied to it, courtesy of Drakari Embalmer. Yo, I heard you like Deathbringer Saurfang.
But so the weapon that Queen Ashara plays, it deals how much damage per spell? It's 2.
And there's 5 charges.
5 charges, so that's 10 damage.
Across 5 spell casts.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of spells in hand. We have the double Horn of Winter, which is refreshing 2 mana, which allows to play more spells. The only issue is that Frostworm is a little bit beefy of a card. It is 6 mana, but it can go face, so that's also
It can go face and stall the board in the process, because it freezes all enemy minions.
True. Now we have Glacial Advance and Frost Strike. Glacial Advance does go face for 4 damage.
Frost Strike could potentially find more burn, but this is also a lot of spells that you got to be thinking, is it time to slam down Queen Ashara and get that Xalatath in play?
Yeah, I think it looks like he's waiting 1 more turn, just like getting his hand ready to go. Finds a Howling Blast or a Glacial Advance. Howling Blast does 3, Glacial Advance does 4, and reduces cost. So Glacial Advance is a better card for lethal, while Howling is a better card for kind of mid-game, early game when you're trying to stall, do some AoE with that 1 extra damage to all of their minions.
I have to imagine Meati's also just taking Thijs' current health total into play, because at 16, that's very low, especially with the Blood Death Knight games that we've seen the last 2 days.
And I think Thijs is cementing
going
his death
all
here.
in.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes what's on the other side, but
Yeah,
faster
Meati
vision.
doesn't. Yeah, Meati doesn't need to do anything fancy now. These 2 glacial advances.
Yeah, just go face.
You just send them face over the top of the taunt. Oh, yeah, that's right.
So
We
no
will have
muncher.
the no muncher heal at the end.
But yeah, with both of the Horns of Winter,
Xal'atath is going to be developed here, and here we are going to see Frost Death Knight do what Frost Death Knight want to do, which is combo spells with Horn of Winter, Xal'atath in play, and this should be enough for lethal, more than enough, as a matter of fact, because of those mana refreshes from Horn of Winter. Meati going to take the first win of day 2 of the Death Knight show match.
and this is a big deal because, as we said, this is a bonus match, and Meati and Thijs have already played each other, and if Thijs were to win, he would take back the points that Meati originally had won.
But now he can't. The best he can hope for now is a tie. We see Meati's deck on screen right now with some of those key cards. Didn't see Frostform's Fury get played that last game, but we did see Frigidara come out, help Meati dig deeper, find those combo pieces that eventually led to that very sound lethal that we saw close out the game. I think, Thijs, the Denathri's getting burned.
Not finding the Vampiric Bloods earlier.
Yeah,
there's a lot of things just weren't in his favor, and Thijs is going to do a very quick throwback of all of his cards. I think he's hyper looking for Vampiric Blood. He just needs to get health, get health, get health.
You just don't want a slow start either. Picks up the Mistress of Mixtures, just something to get the game going, get that curve started.
Meati has some nice initial curve with the Astrolor, with the Nerubian Vizier, and with your favorite Rhyme Sculptor. So very good start as well for Meati with an early game curve.
Are you saying Meati has nice curves?
Yes, I like Meati's curves.
Speaking of nice curves, on turn 2, down comes Hematurge.
Again, another Deathmare Sour Fang. Do you think he's going to go for it again, or is he going to get the lifesteal this time?
More Soul Stealers, while certainly not helpful now, they just put in so much work in the late game, but Deathstrike is just so flexible.
Yeah,
It's-
I think he needs the lifesteal. And the thing about the Soul Stealer, is that it works really well versus Unholy decks, the more token style deck. Meati isn't running as many minions. He has a lot of minions in hand, but it isn't that wide board minion thing that we see out of Unholy.
Yeah.
So I do like his pickup of,
Well,
oh, never mind.
Thijs
Bye card.
deciding I reject my current hand and I would like a new one.
Yeah, because he wanted no muncher.
Astalor off the very tip top. Sure seems like that's a nice way to use your
these
2
are-
mana.
Yeah, these are great cards. He has Hematurge, so he can discover a Blood Rune card, aka I can get more lifesteal. He's going to look for Vampiric Blood from it.
Yeah.
Gets his Death Strike back, gets no muncher, so a lot of lifesteal here, a lot of ways for him to sustain so that hopefully Meati can't pop off too early.
Yeah, Meati not having, Remorseless Winter would remove 2 of these minions, but it's also not that much damage, so Meati may be feeling like, I don't feel threatened, I'd rather discover a spell and start getting some discounts going.
Yeah, so here he's only offered 1 Frost spell, which has the most synergy with his deck. That Remorseless Winter, it has Draw. Blood Tap is pretty nice, actually. It's going to buff all the cards in his hand, and if he has 1 extra corpse, it would do it twice. He has quite a few minions, but he does go for that Remorseless Winter that we talked about, that Frost card, going to deal 2 damage, and draw a card.
Both are players opting for, I just want more options. Thijs developing yet another Baron, drawing some more, and then controlling the board with that Noxious Cadaver at the cost of a little damage to himself.
Yeah, I think it's important what Thijs is doing. Thijs is just trying to flood the board because he's trying to win early. He knows he might not get the sustain he needs, and Meati doesn't have a lot of control pieces. He does have the spammy, so he could if he could get a ghoul out, he could make the spammy work. Doesn't have the mana to do it here. Also, Remorseless Winter obviously is very good.
Yes.
Paladin's Cry.
Well, yes, I'm sure they would love to draw a card after consecrating, but you can't.
Yeah,
You gotta become a Death Knight.
Reduce the cost of Remorseless Winter as well.
I've said it forever. Arthas is cooler than Uther.
Okay, just don't let my husband hear you say that.
It's fine. I play a Paladin in World of Warcraft.
He's no longer going to be your friend. Oh, there's the vampiric blood go down.
Sir Finley's so proud to deal that 1 damage.
Yes,
to
I'm
Meati's
doing it,
face.
Mom.
I believe my parents are actually watching right now. So, hi, Mom.
My mom watched a little bit yesterday.
Heck yeah.
My dad just kept trying to call during the whole show.
Hearthstone parents rule.
Yes.
Shout out to all the Hearthstone parents out there, and shout out to Rhyme Sculptor coming down, which means we're going to get to see more of our buddies, those little 2/1 Rhyme Elementals that I don't know if they want to die.
Nah, they want to
But
be
they
good
sure-
sacrificial lamb.
They sure are effective when they do.
Yes. Yeah, and something we were talking about yesterday is I really like this Rhyme Sculptor played in Unholy decks, which they can do if they're running double Unholy Single Frost. Now, how powerful is double Unholy Single Frost? It's going to be hard to tell until the meta comes out on December 6th, and probably a bit later once the meta kind of starts to cement, because, you know, it might change. Do you want to play Unholy with a single Blood or a single Frost based on what all the other classes are doing? So we don't know yet what will be powerful. We're just kind of looking at the mirror matches right now.
Yeah. Well, there comes out the Blood Boil, which infects all enemy minions. At the end of the turn, they deal 2 damage. But Blood Boil also has that lifesteal attached to it. Lifesteal, big theme of Blood Death Knight play. Thijs getting a nice big fat heal off the back of that.
Meati has quite the full hand here.
Yeah, and managed to not burn his Sire Denathrius despite the size of his hand. One might call that a meaty hand.
Meati likes his meaty hand. Oh, well. Hopefully Thijs can steal this Sire Denathrius, and that way this game he can have double for losing his last.
I love just looking at Meati think. You can just see the look on his face. You know, he takes his time with his turns, really considers his options, and then decides, Mirror Manipulator.
Yeah, there's a lot to calculate with Frost decks, so if you love calculating math, calculating lethal, this is the deck for you.
Gnome Muncher ate another gnome!
That's 2.
I think if we had stats at the end of this, that #1 gnome eaten by Gnome Muncher would be Marrow Manipulator.
Yeah.
It is aptly named considering the Frost card. It counters quite well.
And it stays alive with 1 little health. 1 health in a dream.
Will Marrow Manipulator have their revenge, though? Another one in hand could deal some damage. Would only do 3 salvos, however, because Meati's only has 3 corpses. If you're watching at home, new to keeping an eye on Death Knight, definitely keep an eye underneath that mana count. That skull for Meati that says 3, that's the corpse counter.
Yep.
New resource for Death Knights.
You gain corpses every time a minion dies. And so once your minions die, you'll gain a corpse, and then you can spend them when you use particular cards.
Meati going back, assessing all of his options during Thijs' turn.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, but Frost has a lot of draw opportunity, and you can see that in his hand, how much draw he has with these double defrosts. And now he just picked up Lady Death Whisper. This is a triple Frost card, legendary, that has Death Rattle, copy all Frost spells in your hand. So if those Frost spells are reduced with this Rime Fang Sword on deck, he will get the reduction on all those cards copied. So a really powerful tool of a Frost combo deck.
Can really set up for those combos that we were talking about. And I'm so glad that you bring up the duplicating discount possibilities.
Yes, you could get a bunch of discounted cards. Just remind, never mind. Well, for some reason, Kmart came into my mind, like, discount shoppers, like on the intercom. Is that Kmart this is? Anyways.
I believe most retail stores.
Yeah. I don't go into stores anymore. Everything is done online.
Blood Mage Thalnos off the top for Thijs. Not Sure, that's what he was hoping for, but also not facing down a particularly threatening board.
No. The problem is he doesn't have any corpses. Like, he just spent quite a few on his previous Bone Guard commander.
Only 3 though, but he only had 3 to spend.
And he's not going to get more from them because they were risen cards, and risen cards don't give you more corpses.
Yeah.
So he needs to get minions down to start building his corpse counter for his new resource so that he can use like Bone Guard Commander and other cards.
What is Meati going to double up here? Looks like he was thinking about that. Astalor, the Protector, just wants the armor.
No, he wants the double Astalor, the Flamebringer in hand. He wants 2, because that is 16 damage twice. That's 32. That's 32 damage.
Over 2 turns.
Semantics, okay? Like, it's a lot of damage.
It's mana math. It's mana math, which I was told you're a fan of.
Mana math is Feno's game. Feno loves mana math.
All right, Thijs here assessing his options, says, I want more options. Decides to sack the Thanos, draw a card. But thanks to that Dracaria Embalmer again, Thanos comes back with, build your own reborn minion.
Gonna get some life still going.
Going up to 45 health.
Yeah, he already knows how much damage is in Meati's hand a bit because he knows about the double Astalor.
It looks like Meati is considering one of your favorites, Slissa, hovering over, one of his multiple Astalor options. Still considering it. And decides, yes, the time is right.
Let's see where these shots go.
Will it end in a full clear, or will it leave up that Talon? No, gets the Talon at the end there.
Yeah, so now here he can decide to draw 2 cards or to get another damage face with the Death Knight Hero Power Ghoul Charge. Ghoul Charge is summon a 1/1 ghoul with charge. It dies at end of turn, and something we talked about yesterday was how do you balance this? Charge is so powerful, but
Has a bit of history in the game of Hearthstone as
yeah,
well.
people hate charge. Poor Patches. Hating on my pirate card,
Excuse
but
me,
okay.
if you're talking about patches, it's charge.
Charge. But yeah, they make it die, which just has so much great flavor with the whole undead theme and the Death Knight theme. Excellent, excellent work from the developers who designed this.
Bone Guard Commander finally gonna bring all of the Bone Boys to the yard.
I was hoping you were gonna say that.
Thijs had the perfect number of corpses. That's a full board.
He brought the bones to the yard. He did, and he said they're better than my last one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're better than my last one. It was pretty sad. But we do have Meati does have a card that can handle all the 1/2 footmen, and that is his Remorseless Winter, deal 2 damage to all enemies, draw a card, not in his hand. So.
No, we've already seen one use this game. Could stall it out with the use of a Frostworm's Fury.
It's really, yeah, the thing about Frostworm's Fury is if he plays that, that makes it so Thijs can no longer play his Soul Stealer, right? You can't play Soul Stealer to clear the board. It makes it so all he can do is play spells. And if he doesn't have a spell deal, then he's kind of out of luck.
It goes both directions though, because also if he doesn't have room because of all of the Bone Boys, that's also a lot of taunt in the way of Meati, so does Thijs even really care if he can't clear the board?
Yeah, the only thing he can play right now is this Corrupted Ashbringer, because Corpse Explosion is a spell that detonates 1 damage at a time per corpse you have. He has 0 corpses. He literally isn't even allowed to use the card.
Yeah, but if you have enough corpses, it is a wonderful spell. It'll just keep going until everything is dead. Or you're out of corpses, whatever comes first.
So do we Frostworm's Fury again?
It would continue to work down that life total of Thijs while developing Meati's own board. Obliterate, Blood Tap, and Grave Strength are the options here. Not the most impactful options for what Meati's wanting to do. Though again, I'm looking at Meati's hand and thinking, I mean, you're looking okay there, buddy.
Obliterate is, I think, interesting because we know there's ways to deal with the footman with that Remorseless Winter when he draws it, but how do we deal with this taunt besides trading in our minions if we want to save our minions as a resource because they go face. So I could see Obliterate as an option. Grave Strength is very nice to gain more attack on your minions, but there's so much on the other side of the board that you can't really utilize it here.
Also, if you want the maximum out of it, you need 5 corpses, which he does not currently have.
Yep, so Obliterate is taken.
And also, if he wants to continue drawing, he's going to need to at least have 2 corpses in hand to get maximum value out of his Defrost that is chilling in his hand right now.
You gotta stop today.
We're just getting started.
You're hitting it all.
I refuse to thaw my frost puns.
So Thijs using his second charge of his Corrupted Ashbringer. That's, again, all he can do. And he has 9 cards in hand, so he's not going to burn a card. He has that going for him.
We are going to finally see an Obliterate in a casted game from the Death Knight Showmatch. Destroy a minion, your hero takes damage equal to its health. And in this case, it was discounted. Doesn't usually cost 0 mana, but it does this time.
Yeah, if that card looks familiar, it's probably because you played Lich King back in the day, our 8/8 taunt, because that is one of the cards that he did produce.
Yeah, back in the day of the Knights of the Frozen Throne. Yes. One of my favorite expansions of all time.
It's been really fun playing with it again.
But look at this, we are watching lethal happen yet again.
Yep, just finding a way to get through those taunts, keeping his minions healthy. That Obliterate was very powerful and allowed Meati to get a 2-0 sweep. So let's go check in on Regis and Cantelope. I was really excited to see this game. 2 great personalities of Hearthstone. And look at that, we have Regis up 1-0. We've seen both of these competitors do really well this week. Cantelope had a really good start yesterday. And Regis just so humble, saying, I don't really win these games, I'm just a fun player. But look at him winning all tournament long.
Really respectable show he put on yesterday.
Yeah, so Regis will get a bonus if he wins this, so it is very important to watch this game.
I'm gonna make sure I watch the game too, and not all that fabulous swag behind Regis's head. And that's it. Regis takes another 2-0 against Cantelope. Wow. Bombastic start to the day. Yesterday we saw some seriously long games, but that round went pretty quick.
Yeah, it does depend on the matchups, because there are some really control-style decks within the Blood and within the Frost. And so if they face off versus each other, it can be a long one. It could be a doozy. But yeah, we got to see a lot of fast, exciting games there.
Yeah, for sure. Really showing what Frost is capable of, at least in the 2 games we got to observe. But we have plenty more action for you, and we'll be right back with that action after the break. Welcome back, everybody. The action continues here at the Death Knight Showmatch. Swear someone's gonna have to tackle me. I'm gonna run with that sword as fast as I can. But we're back. Hi, I'm Garrett, here with Slissa again, as the rounds continue as we move forward almost to Death's Challenge. But let's take a look at some replays of the action that we just moved out of. We barely got to see a look of Regis versus Cantelope at the end there. Let's see how this went. So this is early in the matchup, Slissa. Still 0-0. Dog versus Avelline.
Avelline with a huge Denathrius here of 38. Huge swing for her, and that is how Dog runs out of cards.
HunterAce working on some trades here against Alliestraza. His own Denathrius play. That massive removal. And here we are with the results of round 9. Looks like Dog versus Avelline was a tie, as well as Disguised Toast versus No Hands Gamer. And BunnyHoppor versus Feno and Alliestraza versus HunterAce also ending in ties. But I see 2 2-0s up there, Slissa.
Yep, Regis Killbin, which we got to see the end of, and Meati, the game that we watched, was a 2-0 sweep for Meati. So very exciting games, lots of ties. Very important, because each team will earn 1 point with a tie. And now we can see that Team Frost has pulled ahead dramatically. Right before this round, Team Frost was only 1 point ahead of Team Unholy, and now they have a 15-point lead.
Those points are going to come in handy for them too later on when we get to Death's Challenge. Like, look at the spread now. It was 1 point off when we started the day. And that also has a major impact on our player standings. Look, Dog started the day in first place, now down in third with both Meati and Regis Killbin 1 point apart, both representing Team Frost in that 1 and 2 spot.
Regis Killbin is killing it. he is totally destroying along with his other teammates. And we also see here Avelline, Alliestraza, Disguised Toast with 10, 9, 8 points. Blood at the bottom with 7, 6, 4. They are really feeling the pain of these bonus matches where if they swept previously and lose the next, they lose those previous points. And Blood Team is feeling the wrath of this bonus match gameplay.
Yeah, maybe even the wrath of the Lich King.
Maybe.
One might say. I'm curious. I wonder what chatter's happening over on Team Blood because Avelline is quite a bit higher than her teammates. So I wonder if they're in chat right now. Like I almost want to dive in and just take a peek. Like
what are they up to? Yeah, it has to be the
tips.
Murloc package that she's running.
It could be. It certainly, especially for this tournament, its format, it seems to be really playing to the strengths of the Death Knight Showmatch.
Yeah, love it. Love to see it.
Yeah. So what are you hoping to see in the next round?
So for the next round, we did see Frost really pull away ahead of Unholy. I would like to see Unholy make a little bit of a comeback. I am kind of cheering for Team Frost. I might have a friend on that team, but I do love Unholy play style, so I'd like to see a bit more of that competition there.
Yesterday, you were talking some strong smack in favor of Unholy. Have you been coming over to the Frost side? Have you been converted?
Well, no, I'm still Team Unholy.
Okay, all right. I'm watching you.
But I'm silently cheering for Team Frost.
That's another thing. I actually legitimately would love to talk to some of our players about it because I want to see if their opinions on what they prefer has changed. But let's take a look at what round 10 is going to look like. We have Dog versus No Hands Gamer, Disguised Toast versus Avelline, Meati versus Cantelope, Regis Killbin facing off against Thijs. I bet Thijs is hungry for another chance to win. BunnyHoppor versus HunterAce, and Alliestraza facing off against Feno. Any games here that you're particularly interested in, Slissa?
Well, Meati and Cantelope are both very current high legend players, except for on different servers. So that would be a really interesting matchup because we could get them on the same server, right, to face off versus one another. They probably don't play each other very often, Meati being on the European server, Cantelope being on the Americas server. So that'd be a really cool game to watch. BunnyHoppor and HunterAce, of course, big rivalry there.
They're going to be our feature match.
Ooh, great. Well, perfect. Also, Alliestraza and Feno would be really fun to watch. Both great personalities of Hearthstone.
Both of them on camera today as well. I believe we got to see BunnyHoppor yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't get to see HunterAce either. I'm glad we got a camera for them. So this will be a very exciting game to watch. Both of them are incredible deck builders. I know they were instrumental on their teams for building the decks for their teammates and really helpful to their team. HunterAce worked really hard with Feno. BunnyHoppor and his whole team working side by side to really cement their deck list, playing them properly. How should we tech them to face what? I was talking to BunnyHoppor yesterday, and he was telling me, yeah, I really built my deck to beat out the Blood players because he thought that would be the biggest struggle. Now, unfortunately for him, a lot of his bonus matches were paired against Unholy players, which is opposite of what he was expecting. He didn't know what he'd be facing. So he built a greedier deck to beat the Blood. So you see this Malagos in hand. He built a Dragon Frost deck. Really cool. So I'm glad we get to see it today.
Extremely unique, and deck building is such a major skill to have for events like this when you're playing with an entire new class, especially one with as much deck building nuance as Death Knight. As we wrap up the mulligans.
And the mulligan that has us having a double Denathrius start, double Denathrius. They both have it starting in their hand.
Both players wanting to get their infuse on.
All right. So not a powerful start quite yet. We do have some early 2-drops, which will be nice. BunnyHoppor with this Harbinger of Winter in hand, which will allow him to start to draw his Frost spells. With Sire Denathrius, though, he's going to want to start getting out minions as quickly as possible to start scaling that Sire.
In Ghoul Charge, that new Death Knight hero power used, but that Ghoul will die at end of turn because that's how that hero power works. Harbinger of Winter coming down. Do get to draw a frost spell, but you need to wait for Harbinger to die first because it's built into the death rattle. We saw a bit of Battlefield Necromancer yesterday as well. And this is interesting because we didn't see a lot of Battlefield Necromancer on curve, but this is exactly how it can go. HunterAce now, that was his one and only corpse. If he wants to res another 1/2 next turn, something's going to have to die for him as BunnyHoppor chooses between Umbral Geist, Invincible, or Shatterskin Gargoyle.
Yep, Amalgam of the Deep getting a little bit spicier in this new set because Undead is now a new tag added to minions. So now Amalgam of the Deep can discover an Undead card. And that's going to be really spicy for those playing Undead-centric decks with, you know, Druids and Death Knights and more. Some Priest Undead.
Yeah. HunterAce going to have one more corpse to get more Necromancer value, courtesy of the Death Knight's hero power, and opting to grab a Bone Flinger off of that Amalgam.
I'm really excited to see this Malagos in BunnyHoppor's deck. For those who remember me from back in my Standard days, I was a connoisseur of Malagos, but this is, you know, the newer Malagos, more recently in the last couple of years, and it's really cool how it works with Death Knight. So excited to see him draw out all those spells and get the crazy bonus power with the Frost combos. Some Discover happening here between Rhyme Sculptor, Death Chiller, or Horn of Winter.
There's that Death Chiller that I thought we would see a lot more of, but we might get to see some of it very soon because that's what BunnyHoppor decided to keep from that Discover.
Yeah, so after you cast a spell, deal 1 damage to 2 random enemies. Kind of like a Flame Waker, but a little smaller, a little cheaper.
Yeah. I think Bone Flinger hit the board for some board control. And it's a great showcase of a common undead synergy because Bone Flinger is a battle cry. If a friendly undead died after your last turn, deal 2 damage. You're going to see if a friendly undead died after your last turn a lot with various effects afterwards. All right, finally some Death Chiller action.
Yeah.
Let's see this combo and the 1 damage to 2 random enemies juggle off of the Death Chiller.
Yep, and he's getting a lot of use out of it because of that Glacial Advance having the reduction in cost of the next spell, then able to defrost to draw 2 more spells, then has a Horn of Winter in hand just in case he drew a spell, then he could use it again. So a lot of opportunity there, but unfortunately did not draw any cheap spells to use with Horn of Winter. So HunterAce will be able to easily clear off this Death Chiller and refill his board with some menacing zombies.
Those are very sticky and a very tempo-defining minions because they do have that taunt attached to them as well. And of course, they've got that Reborn, which means you need to deal with that taunt twice. And then twice again, because it spawns 2 of those menacing zombies.
Yeah, Thessarian's a great way to deal with it, but this Thessarian was like, me go face. I don't care about taunt minions.
Thessarian, big Hunter fan.
Yeah, he could say taunt, cheat, me go face.
For School Teacher Day, we saw a lot of School Teacher yesterday. In fact, I bet if you're playing right now, you may recognize the card from your ladder games.
Yep, so Unholy Frenzy, Graveyard Shift, or Horn of Winter are all optioned. Unholy Frenzy is a really, really cool card where it allows you to shoot all your minions into a particular minion of your enemy. Choose an enemy minion, your minions all attack it, but then it resummons all that died. So a very good Sire Denathrius builder to get all that lifesteal damage really built up. He does decide to pick that Unholy Frenzy. It is a very popular card.
I really enjoyed the Unholy Frenzies that we saw yesterday. It is so impactful in the way it brings everything that died back to life at the end of turn. It fuels that corpse pile while still not sacking your own board presence.
Yep. Very powerful. Now we see over here on HunterAce's board, he has a Stitch Giant. It's currently 4 mana, 8/8. Now he could keep reducing it or he could get it out soon. We also see Amalgam of the Deep. He can use that on his Undead Menacing Zombie to discover more Undead, which looks like he's gonna do.
We ran into some interesting scenarios yesterday where Amalgams could have been played, but the only thing on board was a School Teacher, and these Death Knight players don't seem all that interested in discovering additional Naga.
Yeah.
But here we've got a choice between Umbregeist, Dracarian Balmer, and Abominable Lieutenant, who we haven't really seen any of so far this weekend. But it's an 8-mana 3/3 that at the end of your turn, eat a random enemy minion and gain its stats.
More Namen.
Has to be pretty good stats to, that's a lot of mana for a 3/5 otherwise. Amber Whelp coming down. I'm with you, Slissa. I'm so glad we're getting to see this Dragon Frost Death Knight build.
Yeah, but I'm looking at HunterAce's hand because I really like, he picked up an 8-mana card because he wants to lead into his 9-mana Scourge. And so this would help him kind of clear out the board of what he faces to get that clean curve. So I think that's why he picked it, and he really wants to get into that turn 9 Tempo Scourge play, and that will again fill his Sire Denathrius, is currently at 16 damage. 9 minions, or not 9, sorry, 7 minions will go on board with Scourge, maybe 9 if we get a couple Death Rattles with Invincible and more. Now we just see the power of that Frenzy card that they all attack the 8 mana and they all resummon, so now we have double Thessarian, we're stealing health.
One of those Thessarians still has Reborn at the ready.
Yeah, crazy play with this Frenzy. And now HunterAce has to decide.
Perfect time for a Blightfang off the top.
Yeah, I think he was going to Abominable Lieutenant, but it's not good here because of BunnyHoppor's more token style board. So he is going to opt to play just a few minions from hand that add up to 8 as opposed to playing his 8-drop.
Could get a second Blightfang, which I could see HunterAce considering if he thinks that BunnyHoppor is going to continue to go wide. Otherwise, Anti-Magic Shell being a really solid board-wide buff. Not that HunterAce can take advantage of it right now.
Definitely think it's Anti-Magic Shell over Blightfang. Oh, just kidding. I totally agree with HunterAce. It's double Blightfang because you don't need to buff up the minions. You just need to get the minions, and you could get them double.
And he already had his own Plague Strike in hand, which is going to set up for clearing 2 minions here because of the 2/2 Rampaging Zombie with Rush that comes, you know, packaged in. It's a package deal with Plague Strike.
I don't know, I just really liked Unholy, I liked the buff here because he does have another board fill in hand that he could use it on, but
it would combo well with the tokens that come off of Blightfang.
Yeah, but also at the same time, he just wants to Tempo Scourge, I believe. So here it comes.
Scourge was a big playmaker, but also a game loser at times, depending on what came out of it. We do not see Bone Lord Frostwhisper, a card that was very exciting in many of yesterday's matchups. But we also see something that a lot of players were trying to find with their Scourge yesterday, which was some gosh darn taunt.
Yep. You did get a taunt here, a nice healthy taunt. Now we see that BunnyHoppor does have a spammy Arcanist. Can he find a way to make it work in his favor to clear off all these minions? He's going to throw in his Thessarian and see where that damage lands. Oh, actually kills off a minion, so he has the 1, 2, 3, 4, missing a 5. He can spammy and then use a Ghoul Charge at the end.
Looks like we are in a bonus match as well, as BunnyHoppor and HunterAce have faced each other before.
Yeah, I believe HunterAce won that one. I could be wrong, but I just remember Bunny in our conversation saying that he didn't do too well to the Unholy. So I could be wrong about that. It's just a guess. Sire Denathrius coming down with 34 damage, which will be 1 off of lethal. Oh my god.
But we have a counter Denathrius?
Yeah, it's counter Denathrius has to be the only play here.
Listen, even though it's not doing as much damage as your opponent's Denathrius, if ever there was a time you want healing, I think it's when you're on the ropes at 1 health.
Yeah, 1 health seems low. But he is able to get an extra charge out before his Sire Denathrius because of his Horn of Winter, allowing him to refresh 2 mana crystals, getting 1 extra health, 23 health from his Sire. And look at this Abominable Lieutenant going to eat that Sire. What we talked about earlier, it's a card that you don't really play into tokens, you play into big chonky minions.
It's exactly the kind of minion that you're looking to counter, for sure.
Look at them slamming minions. I've never seen BunnyHoppor play so quickly. He is a rope machine. I think he learned from Rope Coach, but He knows what he wants to do here. And HunterAce now needs to figure out, what am I going to do with this Onyxia?
Getting confirmation, by the way, that it was a BunnyHoppor that 2-0'd HunterAce.
Oh, BunnyHoppor did 2-0 HunterAce.
Yes, that's right. So
Oh.
if HunterAce can get the 2 wins here against BunnyHoppor, that would be huge for Team Unholy.
All right, so some options from HunterAce. He does have a new Rubian Vizier if he wants to try and discover something to handle. He also has Invincible and Patchwork. He's going to 50-50 this Patchwork to hit the Onyxia.
It hits!
And he gets it. Oh, but he does whiff on the Malagos. That's something important to notice. He hits the Harbinger, misses the Malagos, but gets the Raid Boss Onyxia.
Sometimes you can't have it all.
Ah.
We saw some
True.
sniper patchworks yesterday, though, so it can certainly happen. This poor Onyxia, well, just being like, I'm trying. I'm out here. I'm just a 2-1.
I'm just here to protect my Onyxia.
Who's gone now?
What do I do? This trade is nice because it does allow a value trade out of Malagos in the next turn. So he's setting himself up for that. Or does he just want to push 2 face because every point of face damage matters?
Yeah, BunnyHoppor trying to decide if he wants to send this poor Onyxian whelp to Dragon Blight, decides, yeah, it's time for your final resting place. As Lorthamar Theron makes his first appearance of the day in our casted matches.
Yeah, Unholy has really relied on this card throughout all of their decks because it doubles the stats of all minions in their deck, and Unholy is a very minion-centric rune. Also, it works really well with Bran because it doubles and then it doubles again. It doubles the double.
Yeah, which we certainly have enough mana in play to make that happen in a single turn if our players have all of the pieces, which at the moment HunterAce is missing that key, Bran Bronzebeard part of the equation. The Invincible buff is so awesome.
It's quite meaty.
Meati's not here.
Oh, sorry.
Deathstrike coming down, setting up for a multi-card trade against this rather large patchwork.
Howling Blast or Defrost. Howling Blast would deal 3 damage, freeze an enemy, so a lot of opportunity there if you need the freeze or if you just want the damage. Defrost being a great draw spell, but goes with the Howling Blast here.
Yeah,
There's a lot of versatility.
Yeah, Acolyte of Death looking at Malagos being like, you're not undead. I'm not going to draw anything off of you. Deathstrike going to finish up the first half of Invincible, and there goes the second half.
Yeah, have to get that off board, otherwise the Death Rattle can be quite dirty. And the Lorthamar comes down, doubling the size of minions in deck, and the Rubian going to check out what he can get. Ooh, a Vampiric Blood, which he grabs quite quickly, is going to give him 5 health, and then an additional 5 health with the spending of 3 corpses. And we see HunterAce has 26 corpses, completely fine to use those 3.
Yeah, more than enough to spare.
BunnyHoppor goes for that double draw using his corpses, finds a school teacher.
What do you do here? Do you keep digging? You have Chillfallen Baron. You can discover an additional spell effect via the school teacher. Or are you, concerned because there's a 7/7 on board?
Now he can, well, he can't patchwork this turn. School teacher good, and then he has that 1 extra damage, so he can decide from there, do I want to use what I get from school teacher, this anti-magic shell or this unholy frenzy, or do I want to just use Noxious Cadaver? He decides to grab the unholy frenzy. He's going to send his minions into this 7/7 and re-res all of them.
It's a wonderful play. Also going to draw a card for his trouble off of the Chillfallen Baron's Death Rattle, and then get another Chillfallen Baron back, who, when that dies, will draw yet another card. And
Yeah.
that's one way to heal your Malagos.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that the Malagos was getting quite weak. He had been using it to value trade for numerous turns, and now it's back to full health. And our opponent over here having Asphyxiate, Obliterate, Blood Tap. I don't think he needs Blood Tap, so probably going to go with Asphyxiate, which is a really good removal. It does remove the highest attack minion on the opponent's board. So in this case, it would either pick Malagos or School Teacher.
Be 50-50 at the moment.
Blightfang coming down, which will allow him to get 4 2/2 taunts when BunnyHoppor's minions die.
Gonna roll it here. Where is this asphyxiate going? Ooh. Oh, it goes on the 4/4, not the 4/12. That Malagos is really awkward
HunterAce
to deal with otherwise.
He's shaking his head. He knows that 50-50 was a rough one to lose. That 4/12 has a lot of stats to deal with. And if you look at his hand, does he have anything to deal with 12 health? Well, the Grave card. The Grave Strength is pretty powerful.
Grave Strength could help, but now initiative is sent back over to BunnyHoppor, who has a hand full of answers.
Yeah, lots of answers, but he doesn't have a lot of finishers, though, you know? He just has stuff. He has stuff.
That is true, but, you know, Spammy would deal with a good portion of
but
the
it would also,
moment.
He doesn't want to quite hurt his Malagos, but he's going to. I think it does allow for a nice trade, especially with those taunts, and you know he could just trade in, but it would kill the Malagos.
And still, that Malagos Spellweaver is also plagued because of the Blight Fang, so if he decides to take this trade into the 8/4 School Teacher, not only will he be losing his Malagos, but also be giving his opponent that 2/2 token.
He got the combo off with Nerubian Vizier to save his Malagos. That Nerubian discovers a spell, but if a friendly undead died after your last turn, it'll cost 2 less. So he was able to squeeze that in because he had the discount.
Choice of Frostworm's Fury, Army of the Dead, or Dark Transformation here. Dark Transformation could be used on Nerubian Vizier, but I'm not sure why you would want to because it's already a 4/8.
Yeah, well, what he could do is trade into the 3/4, then transform his own minion and kill into the 2/4 and leave his opponent with a 4/8. But the other options are really good. Frostworm and Army of the Dead are great. He has the mana for both, so I don't see Dark Transformation quite being
sitting
the best
on
option.
More corpses than there are points for some teams currently in competition.
Ooh, this combo with the Grave Strength is quite spicy, is giving his minions 1 attack and then an additional 3 attack if spending corpses. And this is a permanent buff. It's not like Bloodlust where you get it for a turn. Permanent attack buff.
As evident by this Risen Ghoul just gonna stay on board flexing that massive additional attack. New Nerubian Vizier also looking nice with that 7 attack and 8 health to back it up.
He has a pretty nice clear with double Howling and Amber Whelp here. He could also just Howling with the Blood Mage Thalnos.
I don't think the Whelp is active. No, it is not.
Oh,
there is
right.
not another dragon in hand.
Right, I didn't read the card.
So the battle cry of dealing 3 damage is not active. It's
it has to be yellow and shiny. But the Blood Mage Thalnos works really well with this Howling Blast. So he would be able to clear in just 1 shot and then freeze the 7/4. So then he can wait to use that second Howling Blast next turn when he suspects HunterAce is going to put more minions on the board. So he's not going to be too greedy with, or he's going to be greedy with it. He's not going to get too tempo oriented. No Muncher on the board.
We didn't see a ton of Thalnos played for spell damage yesterday. I mean, maybe it was hopeful that Thalnos would live so that you could get more value out of it, but it just seemed like Thalnos was out there for the draw card with the potential upside of, hey, it happens to have spell damage.
Yeah, a lot of people are looking for pieces of combos, so they were just kind of using it more for draw.
Oh, we can see a Heart Strike. A very standard building block of the Blood Arsenal. Haven't seen a lot of it in play over the last 2 days.
So we can brand Patchwork here to clear board. It would not remove the minion from HunterAce's deck, which would tell Bunny that that card in HunterAce's hand is a spell because it only removes minions. So removing 2 minions from the deck and leaving the card in hand, therefore Bunny knows that's a spell in hand. It's not a minion.
Yeah, Body Bagger, not the most impactful in the world. And Nerubian Vizier, however, was rather buffed up thanks to Lorthamar. And also, we've just seen Vizier lead to so much value over the course of these Death Knight games. I wouldn't be super happy about losing that. But again, who knows where it was in the deck. There's still 16 cards in the deck. HunterAce may have never even drawn it this game.
Really good tempo with that draw from Chillfell and Baron. Gets the perfect double Astalor play. And both of them have their Mana Thirst online because BunnyHoppor is at 10 mana, so all Mana Thirst is online at this point. And HunterAce not getting any draw, deciding, I'm out. I'm done. I'm not even going to keep looking.
Just out of resources. It can happen. But let's take a look at BunnyHoppor, who just took a win against HunterAce. The oops moment makes me, I know you like your Murlocs, Slissa.
Picking wrong on Murloc Holmes, aw. But, unique skill, he has a PhD in computational chemistry.
More than one doctor across our rosters.
Yeah.
For the Death Knight show match.
I think actually Regis Killbin's really close to a doctorate. Like he just didn't do his thesis or something.
Well, let's take a look at the deck that BunnyHoppor just piloted to victory. We certainly saw Patchwork do some major work there. What we didn't see, and is really worth pointing out, is that Bone Lord Frost Whisper is in BunnyHoppor's deck list. This is a card that, outside of that, all day yesterday, if we saw Bone Lord Frost Whisper, it came off of a Scourge cast.
Yeah, we didn't get to see this one actually played, but it is quite an exciting card, and I would love to see it get played.
I'm imagining that it's part of getting discounted Frostworm Fury casts as part of a combo strategy for BunnyHoppor's Frost deck as we move into Game 2 and take a look at what their mulligans are. Hey, there's that Bone Lord Frost Whisper right there. Yeah, it's probably going to get sent back there as we see it there. School teacher coming in hand, much better for early game for BunnyHoppor. Going to watch our Death Knights get set to 40 health, and I bet we're going to see a Bone Bagger there, or Body Bagger from HunterAce there. And BunnyHoppor not having an easy turn one play unless he wants to use a coin. Of either of them, yeah. There's Mana Thirst is not online for Astalor yet, and there's nothing for Amalgam to Amalgam.
Right, but it is a 2-mana 2/3. Nice stats. So it's decide because it would trade into the body bagger quite well. A nice little value trade, but doesn't kill it. He could just potentially use the coin.
Yeah, look on BunnyHoppor's face, I think says it all. It's a bit of an awkward hand.
Ooh, this is beautiful. He's going to use the coin to get out this Amber Whelp, and then Horn of Winter his Amalgam of the Deep to discover another dragon. And that dragon's gonna be, ooh, a Ysera the Dreamer. Add one of each dream card to your hand.
Down comes the Necrotic Mortician. Snap pick of the Blightfang off of that Discover. Saying, I think my opponent here might be going wide, and I want a plan for when that happens. Bone Lord Frost Whisper making its way back into BunnyHoppor's hand, but here it is. That snap picked Blightfang infecting the 3 minion board of BunnyHoppor. Now, when these minions die, we're going to see those 2/2 zombies with taunt be summoned on the side of HunterAce because of Blightfang's infection.
But BunnyHoppor has the school teacher in hand, so can look for something to deal with those two for those taunts, but doesn't find anything to necessarily deal with the taunts. Finds an anti-magic shell, which he is going to grab, which would allow his minions to gain some stats, allow for some better value trades, and maybe hopefully they won't die for a while to give him the taunts.
Gonna have to wait to see that happen, however, because BunnyHoppor is out of mana, doesn't even have 1 to spare for the anti-magic shell to come off of that Nagaling. And I believe now he's just trying to consider, all right, I have 3 options. Where are all these minions going? Do I want to get rid of the Blightfang, and what order do I want to do it in so I can potentially deal with the tokens that come off via this infection?
I'm curious to see if BunnyHoppor wants to tempo this Bone Lord Frost Whisper. I really doubt he does. I think he needs to get to a bunch of pieces first. But let's check out this 4th screen here because we have a lot of games going on. We have Disguised Toast versus Avelline bottom left. Also, Regis Killbin facing off versus someone. I can't really tell.
Regis Killbin looks like that is, I'm actually having trouble seeing that one as well. But then we also, can we talk about the size of Feno's board?
It is a board.
Looks a little unfair. Oh, that's Thijs versus Regis Killbin.
Oh, hi Thijs.
All right, let's get back to HunterAce versus BunnyHoppor here.
Gets the anti-magic shell down. With 5 minions, one's gonna obviously die, but really good board development for him. But HunterAce gonna slam down that no muncher, start eating up these minions, gaining back some health, and a brand to hand for for the BunnyHoppor man. Are we delirious? It's been a long day.
Well played. No, that was fantastic alliteration.
Thank
Loved
you.
it.
I'm delirious.
I'm just thinking about all of the ways that he can abuse that brand with double battle cry.
Astalor.
He has Ysera the Dreamer in hand. He can get double dream cards.
Well, so he'd have to find a mana.
Yes.
The Horn of Winter would allow him to do that. Horn of Winter would allow him also to play. I like the Ysera play, but he'd have to clear his hand out a lot.
Yes.
He'd have to make a lot of space.
We have seen some pretty clear hands today, including in the last game with BunnyHoppor versus HunterAce. BunnyHoppor, however, playing Frost, has access to more draw.
Bunny's not picked Ysera, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
What card do you think he really wanted from there? Which dream card?
That I'm not sure. I was going to say that it seems like I bet Ysera really played dividends in his testing.
BunnyHoppor's not normally a snap picker, so there has to be something in there.
Something specific.
Something specific. If you think you know in the chat, make sure you shout it out.
Oh, I'm sure they're shouting it out right now.
Casters, you should know it's this card.
But our Bone Lord Frost Whisper, one of the wildest cards that we saw time and time again yesterday, is now on the board. If that dies, if HunterAce removes Bone Lord Frost Whisper, that means BunnyHoppor, for the rest of the game, the first card that BunnyHoppor plays is going to cost 0, but Frost Whisper also puts that player on a timer. BunnyHoppor will be on a timer where if he does not win the game in 3 turns, he will die.
Ooh. And now he is on the clock.
That's where the patchwork went.
Patchwork said, oh, I can't target these. Well, although
Also,
he can, but.
destroyed the Raid Boss Onyxia in the hand of BunnyHoppor.
A 0 mana Ysera is down. We are going to get the dream cards into hand.
Also playing Patchwork.
Destroying Chillfallen Baron from deck, and from hand he was able to grab the Bone Guard Commander, which is a huge pickup. That is the 8/8 taunt that summons a bunch of 1/2 taunts. That is now out of HunterAce's hand, and HunterAce probably not too thrilled about that. Leaning back in his chair like, are you kidding me? You kidding me right now? Is this a joke?
Getting some power on board, and even if, say, HunterAce was able to develop a major taunt to be in the way, now BunnyHoppor has access to Dream, could send a troublesome taunt back to hand. HunterAce is going to pick up the Astalor, the Flamebringer. Mana Thirst not quite active, though, because Astalor, the Flamebringer, does have that 10 mana Thirst.
I wonder what he throws down first here. Like, kind of sucks, but because Brand's only 3 mana. But you want to play it before Astalor.
It does, yeah. You want to play him before you Battle Cry.
Yeah, a lot of his
Because
cards.
next turn you could double Astalor, because the first one would be 0.
Yeah, so.
Although, actually, next turn Mana Thirst won't be active. It'll still be only on 9 mana.
True, true. So
But
he's
this
gonna
is turn
just
1. BunnyHoppor has 2 more turns. Could make it to turn 10 for the double Astalor play.
All right, getting out his Nightmare to gain some stats before it gets destroyed. Has to use it there. He can't target it onto his Chillfallen Baron or the Astalor Bloodthorn.
Yeah, courtesy of
Untargetable.
Anti-Magic Shell.
Yeah.
It protects,
to
but
himself.
a little too well sometimes.
Yes. Still has 8 mana to spend. Needs to figure out what's the best call. Gonna use Death Strike to clear off HunterAce's board. HunterAce doesn't have a lot of spells from hand to clear.
I'm doing a Dream instead.
Ooh.
And then finishing up the cleanup with the Noxious Cadaver.
Yeah.
I think BunnyHoppor's too beat up about taking 2 damage here.
Not at all. He's just really concerned about minions being on board, because minions are one of the few ways HunterAce has to trade minions. He is a very board-centric deck, but has nothing on the board. Except the Scourge is coming down.
Play.
Looking for taunts, looking for
the taunts, but we have seen taunt whiff many times with the Scourge, and we're gonna see it again. No taunt minions. Concede from HunterAce. BunnyHoppor 2-0s HunterAce again.
Wow. You just see the power of putting yourself on that 3-turn timer. But let's head on over to Disguised Toast and Avelline. We see Toast is up 1-0 with his Unholy deck. Avelline playing that Murloc style, or a little Murloc build of her blood deck.
You know, splashing. You know, it's a saltwater splash of Murloc
Saltwater.
into Avelline's. How do you do that in a place as cold as Northrend? I do not know.
She's making it work. She is leading her blood team currently with the most points for Team Blood.
We are in the late game here, though. Looks like we've been past 10 mana for some time. This guy's Toast now having a fairly wide board, but Avelline playing that Blood Death Knight has an easy answer in the form of Soul Stealer if she feels this is the turn for that.
Yeah, the problem with Soul Stealer is that Disguised Toast has so much Reborn, and they're just going to come back.
Yeah,
you know?
and that is invincible in play, which would mean that Death Rattle would juggle off and land on one of the 2 Reborn Menacing Zombies, making them significantly more menacing.
Yeah, she really wants something like Corpse Explosion to deal, or just throwing out more taunts like with the Bone Guard. But she doesn't, or she has enough corpses. She does have 6 corpses, so she could throw down that Bone Guard soon, which would help spike her Sire Denathrius to have way more.
Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. The double battle cry off of Lorthamar, Theron for Disguised Toast. We got to see it out of Toast yesterday, and it just means he gets the buffest, burliest minions.
Yeah, so they're doing double in size, and then that double size is going to double in size again.
Heard you like double in your size.
Double, double. That's always my order.
Had one when I got here. Didn't know they had him in Northrend. All right, let's see here. Deathstrike looking like going to come out and control that recently buffed menacing zombie. Perfect amount of damage to get rid of that. Cannot hazard leaving that brand up. Absolutely agree with the trade there. Getting rid of the invincible, which is perfectly fine because Lorthamar is not dead. Not an undead, doesn't get the buff, just stays a 7/7, which frankly is a threat.
Yep. And we see over here, Disguised Toast has Lord Marrowgar.
Is that the swollest Thessarian we've seen of the tournament? A 12/12.
A 4 mana 12/12, Reborn, Battlecry, Death Rattle. I can do everything, he says.
Vampiric Blood off the top. This is the main way we have been seeing Death Knights of the Blood Order just continue to send their health total skyrocketing, following it up with a Bone Guard commander taking Avelline down to only 1 corpse,
It
which
looks
means full
so
board.
sad watching Avelline draw a 4 mana 3/4. Then on the other side, we see Disguised Toast draw a 3 mana 8/16. An 8/16.
The brand Lorthamar play is insane in games where you are able to find it and have the time to play it.
So Disguised Toast has a Nagaling that has Asphyxiate linked to it, so able to kill off this Bone Guard. And then he just grabbed a Howling Blast, which will do 1 damage to all enemies. So gets close to clearing off the taunts, but not quite.
Gonna continue chipping away here. That did finish the infuse on Murlocula, continued to infuse the Sire Denathrius for Avelline, up to dealing 22 damage amongst enemies. You could, I would consider Soul Stealer here. The only thing you would need to worry about is the other half of the Thessarian.
Yeah, I feel like Soul Stealer is a little scary almost because she just knows how many bigger minions are coming.
That is true. And
they're on their way.
This is a big board already, though.
Yeah, she has 2 taunts. So if she has 2 taunts, only 1 minion can technically get through, assuming that he doesn't have clear, but he does. And he just drew a 3 mana 12/16.
Doesn't even need to worry about the Molecula right now because of the freeze of Howling Blast, meaning no more additional healing for Avelline. Her health total just dipping further and further.
Soul Stealer has to come down here. She ran out of taunts. She has no way to protect herself, so has to get that Soul Stealer down.
Good.
Is going to be able to clear with her hero power of a Ghoul Charge. And that final 2 damage will go face, putting Avelline down to 16. And here comes School Teacher. Checking out Horde of Winter or the cast Frost Strike. Frost Strike deals 3 damage and allows them to discover a Frost card.
What will the discover be? Rime, Defrost, or Howling Blast? Howling Blast been doing quite well for Disguised Toast so far this game. Maybe, though, he wants to dig a little deeper into his deck, although we are at that point where we need to start keeping an eye on that because Disguised Toast only has 3 cards left.
Yeah, he's running low, so he did pick up a Howling Blast because it can go face.
Yeah, deploys the Acolyte of Death, which will draw more cards if an undead dies, but at the moment, only Body Bagger is the lone undead on the board for Disguised Toast.
Now, we missed the beginning of this matchup, so we don't know if Theatar's been used yet. I want to say it has been because Disguised Toast is holding on to this Lord Marrowgar and is being cautious of it. So I think he's waiting to play it until Avelline has used her resources of Soul Stealers, which we just see one go down.
As you say it.
Yep. So he's probably more willing to use the Lord Marrowgar now. But I think he was able to hold on to it because he probably already saw Theatar. That's going to be my guess. So he's going to get one more buff for the Lord Marrowgar, and I believe that has to be the play here. It's insane. He has 27 corpses, and it's going to summon a bunch of rush minions, and then spend each corpse to buff all these rush minions. And now he has a billion 7/7s, a few 9/9s, and the massive 11/11.
The biggest Marrowgar we have seen in our 2 days of casting so far. It will use every corpse it possibly can, and as you can see, Disguised Toast had a ton of corpses to fuel that Marrowgar play.
Now she has a Sire Denathrius with 31 damage. She is going to play it. It will heal her to full health, question mark? Nope, because she has over 47 health. But leaves Toast with quite a bit. A lot
of damage still on board. Not quite enough for...
36.
Yeah. Still off. Some direct damage in hand via things like Howling Blast, but not enough to make up the difference.
Yeah, needs to find 11. So has 3 from hand.
Ooh, has an Infused Sylvanas, so can just decide, I want this Denathrius, and it's looking like that's what Disguised Toast is going to be doing.
Yeah, I wanted him to use the Necrotic Mortician first because it can discover an Unholy Rune card, and there is an Unholy Rune card, a triple, that buffs 4 attack on each minion. So that would have been lethal that he could have discovered, but decided just to play it safe and use that Sylvanas first.
Corpse Explosion, 16 corpses, yeah. As you mentioned, that's just going to be an easy clear. I love that spell effect. Gonna go fishing here with Finley, but only 2 cards in hand. It's like we only saw a few Brand plus Lorthamars, but when it happens in games like this, it has to. When you develop something like a 2/2, it just, you just have to be like, what? How do I compete? The stats, they're too big. Like this 32/32 Stitch Giant that Disguised Toast didn't even need to pay mana for.
Nope, it was free. Where's your asphyxiate now? He says. And he's going to use some taunts to try and protect it. There is a Patchwork in Avelline's hand. It's a 1 out of 5. No, she can make it a 1 out of 4. She can make it a 1 out of 4, but it still leaves an 8/12, so it's not going to work.
I'm just racking my brain, trying to think of outs for Avelline.
Yeah, she already searched by using Sir Finley. And that Patchwork is nice, but because there is both the 8 attack and the 32 attack, it's just not going to work in her favor.
Here comes Patchwork. Will Patchwork's aims be true? Takes out the 8 attack, and Avelline concedes. Disguised Toast winning 2-0, adding more points to the board for Team Unholy. That was a round. We saw Frost Whisper played on purpose as opposed to something that come out of Scourge, but we still saw Scourge plays.
Yes.
Another bombastic round, some 2-0s.
I really like seeing that dragon deck played today. I wasn't expecting dragons to synergize with these Death Knights, but BunnyHoppor found a way, and we got to see it utilized, and it was an excellent game to watch.
Yes, yeah, it was. And there's going to be more excellent games to watch as soon as we come back from break. And we're back with the Death Knight show match. Another round down, and some wild plays. A lot of 2-0s. I believe it was 0-8 for Blood team that last round.
Yes, 0-8 for Blood. It's not looking good during this round robin phase, but the second phase of today, when we are doing the Death Knight versus Challenger, they have the opportunity to turn it around. They're going to be able to pick their deck. They're going to have a little bit more opportunity, and they can risk it big. So they have a chance to come back.
A lot of potential points that could swing in a lot of, well, 3 different directions when we change formats later today. But let's take a look at some of the action we didn't get a chance to cast in the previous round. See Alliestraza here versus Feno, coming in at a point where she had a nice board. Here we have Meati versus Cantelope. And we know Frost had another solid round, so I have a feeling this is another successful combo courtesy of Zalatath equipped over there if you take a look at Meati's Death Knight.
Yep, he got another 2-0 versus Cantelope and gaining lots of points for Team Frost. You see him jamming. He's excited. He's trying to lead his team to victory.
Feeling good, giving us a little dance. Well, all right. Here's what happened. As we mentioned, there is that 0-8 for Blood. Dog 2-0ing No Hands Gamer. Disguised Toast 2-0 over Avelline. Meati 2-0 over Cantelope. Regis 2-0 over Thijs. But then we then we move out of the Blood matchups, Lissa.
Yeah, we can see that Frost 2-0'd, Meati 2-0'd, Regis 2-0'd, and BunnyHoppor 2-0'd, and Allie also got a win over Feno. So Frost just crushing it this round, Unholy crushing it this round. You know, it was a slaughter for these two teams.
They are marching on. So let's take a look at those team standings. Team Frost really solidifying their lead, sitting at 93 points over Team Unholy, sitting in second with 60, and Team Blood in third with 27 points. Player standings, Regis Killbin chilling like a Lich King villain, up in first place with 36 points. What a lead Regis has taken over his teammate Meati in second, Dog in third, BunnyHoppor in fourth. I see a lot of blue and green up in the top 6.
And even 7th and 8th, Disguised Toast and Alliestraza doing an excellent job helping their team out. And poor Blood at the bottom for Avelline leading the charge with those 10 points. Thijs right behind her, but they're just not getting there. They're having a hard time with those bonus matches where they won previously, and then if they lose the next time, the points swing. So what points they previously had, they might be losing. And so Blood is really bleeding. Yeah,
I have to imagine they're looking forward to that Death Challenge portion of today's event.
Yes.
Where there'll be more points up, and hope to challenge that and maybe life steal some points back.
Life stealing, yes, they will be risking big, I am sure. We see the match schedule for round 11 with Feno versus Thijs, HunterAce versus Cantelope, Dog versus BunnyHoppor, Disguised Toast versus Alliestraza, Meati and Avelline, and Regis Killbin versus No Hand Gamer.
There are chances for shutdowns here as well for both Avelline versus Meati and No Hands Gamer versus Regis Killbin. So Avelline, the current points leader for Team Blood, she can find more wins here, could shut down Meati, and No Hands Gamer might be looking for a major comeback here to shut down Regis Killbin.
Yeah, remember, if they shut them down, they earn points to their team because they're shutting down that win streak. And I'm so happy that this was the selected game. I wasn't sure, but I was hoping it was Disguised Toast versus Alliestraza. So much history here. I'm sure you guys are just as excited as I am. Let's check out the mulligan. Allie with the full throw. Disguised Toast taking his time, making his decisions.
Disguised Toast just thinking to himself, yeah, I really like School Teacher. I know I can't play it right now, but I think I may want to keep it.
Yeah, it's just a good tempo card. He's good, yes?
The School Teacher, is that the teacher of the music class? Because of the tempo.
Oh, it is definitely the band teacher.
Disguised Toast just deciding to open up with a hero power there on turn 2. Harbinger of Winter coming down. Again, can draw a card, but gotta wait for the death rattle first.
All right, so Toast is up. He has this Acolyte of Death, which after a friendly undead dies, draws a card. It's a good tempo piece, but it's really nice to play behind taunts, and he does have some taunt cards with Reborn because he is Unholy, which has a lot of token synergy. Decides to use his spell in order to clear while putting a minion on the board, and Alliestraza is looking at the Sunwell. The Sunwell fill your hand with random spells. Cost 1 less for each card in hand. Really cool card mechanic.
That everyone already has a chance to play with in Hearthstone right now. And that's what Alliestraza wants to play with right now. Well, not
Who wouldn't?
exactly right.
Pick up for Disguised Toast of Sire Denathrius. He is going to tempo out a school teacher and has decided to pick up a Plague Strike.
And I wouldn't expect to see the Sunwell anytime soon because Alliestraza is going to want space in her hand for all of the random spells that Sunwell will provide. She has a lot of board control. Frost Strike only can damage a minion. Spammy, we've seen clear boards this entire event. Remorseless Winter, 2 damage to all enemies while drawing a card.
Yep, she's going to be able to utilize her hero power so that the Frost Strike is enabled. Discovering a spell, a frost minion or spell. And there is that Death Chiller we've looked at, Acolyte of Death or Howling Blast. A lot of people loving Howling Blast this tournament.
It is I wonder, I want an infographic at the end. What spell do we see cast the most? Because I would put my bet on Howling Blast.
Yeah, because Howling Blast you can get from School Teacher and from just the Discover. But if we didn't include School Teacher, I wonder if it'd be the Scourge. Because you can't get the Scourge from School Teacher.
We could see a School Teacher play here. Plague Strike only deals 3 damage, so it is not an easy answer to Nerubian Vizier, but we could see Toast play another School Teacher, look for something off of the Noggling, but the Noggling could also just get that Plague Strike out, finish the trade with the Rampaging Zombie or the Death Knight hero power, but that would only leave 2 mana remaining. What? You know, you've got that Defrost. It's a way to use it all up. Have a Bone Digger Geist if you want a 3/4 because it will consume a corpse that Disguised Toast currently has to trigger that buff. Opting to start with the hero power plus the Plague Strike off of the Noggling for a nice clean trade right here.
Yeah, I was kind of looking ahead. Next turn he has a clean play of double 3 drops. So using these 2 drops and hero power here was a nice way to lead into double 3 drop next turn. If he decides to do so, there's a lot of draw within that. And getting more minions out is great for his Sire Denathrius to keep scaling, keep infusing for ultimate death later.
4 health on the Bone Digger Geist makes this not a clean board clear with spammy Arcanist.
Yeah, but with the Thalnos and the Growl, or Howl.
That's going to be 4 damage
Growl.
plus 2 to all other because that spell damage buffs both parts of the Howling Blast.
Yep. So now we're looking at either School Teacher or the double 3. He's going to opt for the School Teacher. Finds Blood Tap, which is interesting. He does have 4 cards in hand and plenty of corpses. Or he can look for more removal or Graveyard Shift, which offers him some stickier minions.
We know Disguised Toast likes buffing, but typically not his hand. He's more into buffing his deck.
Yes, definitely more of the deck, but that's not the option right here.
Maybe his hand's feeling a little left out. Like saying,
Yeah,
hey,
the Blood Tap's like,
Toast,
oh, since
we
you
get a little
missed
bit of that
out."
Blood Tap. You've got the corpses. You can do it. You have a bunch of minions in hand. I always tend to look at the Glacial Advance. Looks like Graveyard Shift, though.
Yeah, he likes the sticky minions. They have Reborn, they're 1/1s. They're going to offer 4 minions to Sire Denathrius, so...
And
I think
4
that's
minions
what
to the
he's
corpse count.
Yeah, so goes for that.
Theotar gets picked up while Denathrius is in hand for Disguised Toast.
Yeah, obviously Ollie doesn't have much read on that yet, but it is a decent opportunity to grab a Sire Denathrius. Now she is looking at a Vampiric Blood, which would offer her 10 health. Otherwise, she can find a Grave Strength, which would add a bunch of attack onto her minions, but she doesn't have minions, right? She's playing more of a spell deck currently.
And at the moment, does not even have the 5 corpses.
Right. And then the Plague Strike is an option. It's a nice little clear that leaves a minion behind. So I could definitely see her picking between Vampiric Blood or Plague Strike, depending on what she thinks she needs now.
Yeah, even if you're not that excited about the health gain, you get to draw a card.
I always forget there's an extra draw. It's just so much health.
It's an awesome spell.
Doesn't need the draw.
It's just wonderful.
She's going to use Defrost to draw.
Has the corpses, so if that's the way she goes, it will draw 2 cards. But no, deciding to go with that 0 mana discounted Vampiric Blood, gonna up that health total and draw more draw.
More draw. Draw into draw. And a brand is picked up for Disguised Toast. This will be the first piece of his combo to double buffing his deck. He will be able to do that on turn 10 once he finds his key piece. Not yet. He's looking. He's digging.
The hand's getting thicker as well, which is going to make finding the minions that Allie would want to steal with Theotar more difficult. There's the Graveyard Shift. Howling Blast picked up for Alliestraza. No longer has the spell damage on board from Feno, so not as impactful as it was the last time we saw it cast.
But she does have a nice way to play it with Remorseless Winter if she wanted to, or even, I mean, she could tempo Overseer for Jadara, but her hand is way too full. Decides to go into Spammy.
Is a nice setup for that. Anyone watching remembers Defile. You'll know how that mess shakes out.
I don't think people can forget Defile.
I certainly can. In Hearthstone or World of Warcraft. This guy's toast a lot of options again. There are some serious bombs in his hand. Sire Denathrius, Stitch Giant, combo potential with Bronze Beard.
Trying to see if Allie runs a brand. I believe she does, because I wonder if that's just what she's waiting for.
We've seen a lot of brand.
Yeah, I think when you're running Theotar, it's just kind of a, you pack them both in.
Just gonna infect the 2 minions of Alliestraza and develop the board a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like her whole team is running Bran.
Oh, okay. Stitch Giant, nice hit on that. Or just, I'll take your brand, thank you. Though at the moment, Disguised Toast doesn't have any battle cries that he could even double up with the brand, at least not easily, besides Denathrius.
Yeah,
so that's a 10 mana minion.
She knows the potential of Bran. The potential of Stitch Giant as well.
It is a combo piece. Sorry, Battlefield Necromancer, I don't mean not to mention you, but I don't think you're in contention right now.
No, I don't think she cares about you. Yeah, she's really mulling over, do I need to take the value away or do I need to take the tempo away? And she decides on the value, she takes the brand.
This is a difficult decision. I totally get it.
Bone Breaker is a new weapon that will deal 2 damage to enemy hero after it attacks a minion. So it's basically 4 damage, 2 to a minion, 2 to face.
Helps you control the board while still getting chip damage through.
Well, this Astalor could have used that brand that Allie just sealed, but no longer has it.
No, could have gotten double damage out of this, double Astalors off the back end.
Yep.
Or actually, no, because it's the damage off the Mana Thirst, which does not function like that. But who doesn't want 2 Astalors?
Into 4 Astalors.
Potentially.
All I want in life.
It's 4 Astalors?
Yep.
How much mana do you have?
Endless. Told you, I've been playing a lot of Druid.
You're so mana thirsty.
Yes. All right, a lot of minions on Disguised Toast's side, but an Overseer for Jadara in Allie's hand. This could help handle 3 minions.
Just enough space in her hand to drop down this Frigidara.
Yeah, then she can use mana or the Horn of Winter to play a few more cards. She also has Theotar to clean up a minion and her weapon to clean up a minion. So she has a decent, not a full clear, but decent. Can use a separate card from him to clear after the Overseer. Oh, decides instead to use the Spammy. Okay, totally fine.
This will be a
Great
full
spam.
clear.
Yep. Leaves a minion on board, which is really nice. Able to get a double draw.
Yeah, Alliestraza is saying, I wanted the double draw one way or another. I don't care if it's from Frigidara or if it's from my Defrost. This is happening. The Saurian coming off the top for Disguised Toast. Another battle cry that could have been duplicated by Bran. Instead of opting for Astal with Flamebringer, Mana Thirst is active, so that's 16 damage going out, clearing the board, and following it up with a Battlefield Necromancer, which throws up a taunt of a Risen Footman.
Yeah, Toast trying to solidify lethal next turn because his Sire Denathrius is able to deal 28 damage. So trying to just clear the board, go face as much as possible, so the Sire could end the game.
This is going to complicate things, however, because we now have the Infection out from Blightfang, which means any of these 3 minions die are going to summon 2/2 Zombies with Taunt for Alliestraza. The wider Alliestraza goes, the less damage lethal, or less the potential of lethal from Denathrius there is.
Yep, able to freeze Astalor, so 8 damage cannot attack her face. Having to refresh 2 mana with her Horn of Winter. Overseer Frigidara will finish off those 2 minions, giving her 2 taunts. Really getting in the way of Sire Denathrius, although he will now be able to deal 30 damage. He has 2 taunts in his way, along with 2 other minions that the Sire Denathrius
That is that push and pull of wanting to control the board, but in the back of your mind thinking about what am I infusing? How big is the Denathrius my opponent may have?
Now, a little bad news for Team Frost, but great news for Team Blood. Avelline has shut down Meati, so Meati has lost his win streak, therefore losing out on those bonus points. And Avelline now has given her team some bonus points that they truly need. Avelline has been leading Team Blood, and she continues to lead Team Blood, trying to come back to victory.
Blood MVP.
Yes.
Getting back into this, it's just an Alliestraza here. The Saurian off the top for Alliestraza. Sire Denathrius over in Toast's hand is now up to 36 damage. Don't know if Alliestraza is taking that into consideration.
Her Sire Denathrius is dealing 8 currently. A very measly 8.
Astalor laughs at that number.
Yes, he's like, I can do that.
I can do that twice.
Yeah, but he doesn't heal. He's sad.
Fair.
Fair. So Zessie's like, I will help. I am a world champion.
This could potentially be the final turn for Allie for this first game.
Well, she will be able to use that Remorseless Winter to clear off minions, as well as Howling Blast can help.
There is still the Infect on Astalor the Flamebringer, meaning there will be 1 more minion with 2 health added to Alliestraza's side of the board once the trade with Astalor is complete. This is more health bloat to absorb potential Sire Denathrius damage.
Yeah.
Going down to 20 health with that weapon swing.
Yeah, and with that Sire Denathrius being at 39, Allie has succumbed to death.
With an 11 damage overkill. The Saurian coming back being like, what did I miss?
And for game 1 of round 11 between Alliestraza and Toast, it is a win for Disguised Toast. But let's take a look at his deck. He is running a Lorthamar deck that has an effect to double the size of minions in hand or in deck. I'm sorry, but when used with Bran, it will double yet again. Another card it has is Invincible, which I know is Garrett's favorite card.
Yes, definitely not my favorite mount. Can't be your favorite if you don't have one.
I mean, it's the favorite mount you never had, right?
It's the one that got away.
The one that can it go away if you never had it?
It goes away and comes back in Hearthstone.
True.
Because of that reborn. All right, looks like we're getting ready for game 2. Will we see more Brand Lorthamar double battle cries off of Disguised Toast? We didn't get to see it that last game.
Yeah, we see...
Well, Disguised Toast didn't even get to see his own brand because it got stolen from Alliestraza.
Alliestraza looking at her starting hand. Bonebreaker pretty nice for an early tempo. Deciding does she want these heavier cards, decides to get rid of them, and finds herself a Nerubian Vizier and a school teacher. Excellent start for Allie.
I'm happy to see the Bonebreaker in an early hand. That weapon has been showing up late in a lot of our Frost games today.
Yeah, very late.
Prince Renathal off the top. This is, I mean, if you're gonna get Renathal in your hand, I'd rather get it out of the way early. Let's look at the 6-box and see how our other games are doing. It looks like some still don't have a win on the board. Feno and Thijs still in their first game, as well as Dog versus BunnyHoppor.
If my eyes are correct, though, I believe HunterAce has a win versus Cantelope. Avelline, as we said earlier, has shut down Meati and has a win versus him as well. So other games are still 0-0, but they will continue to play as we watch Alliestraza and Disguised Toast.
Yeah, just some early game board clearing, some trading, going back and forth. Bonebreaker getting the trades in while still chipping away, which is why Disguised Toast is now sitting at 38 health.
Chip, chip, chippy.
Ice chips.
All right, so Nerubian Vizier is down. Blood Boil, Blood Tap, or Heart Strike. No Frost cards, only blood she sees, but she ends up taking that Blood Boil. It will allow for a lot of life steal, and it's really good versus token, which is what Disguised Toast is doing. So a really excellent pickup for Alliestraza.
Not a bad time for it to be an oops all blood moment.
All right, so turn 4 for Disguised Toast has that tempo school teacher if you'd like to do 4-4 on 4 into a 2-4. Seems pretty good.
I would like that too.
You like tutus?
I like this 4-4 that's about to come down, and I want to see if I'm going to like the options of Obliterate, Horn of Winter, or Dark Transformation.
It's gotta be Dark Transformation.
It's a nice flex really for any Death Knight because you can use it on the ghoul that comes off of your hero power ghoul charge.
Yeah, that's true.
Because otherwise, you get a 1-1, and it's going to die afterwards. But you can go face because of the charge, and then you can Dark Transform it, and it has rush, and you can attack again.
Alliestraza developing her board with that Rhyme Sculptor.
What's up, Rhyme Elementals? You're my little frosty buddies.
Toast doesn't really have, he has Army of the Dead, so that is one way, but it's a little awkward. This Plague Strike is nice. It deals 3 damage, summons a 2-2 with rush.
Army of the Dead would only summon 2 Risen Ghouls.
Oh, yeah.
Disguised Toast didn't have a lot of minion deaths so far, only has 2 corpses to work with.
Yeah, you gotta remember when you're playing Death Knights to look at all your resources. Mana isn't the only one. You have to look at your corpse counter. Can't ignore it. Gotta realize, I do not have enough corpses for this play.
You can really change the mentality of losing your minions. I've noticed that I'm not nearly as bummed out when I am the victim of a board wipe when I'm playing Death Knight because I just look at that corpse counter go up and I know that, hey, I've got some powerful cards that have all the fuel they could ever want.
Yes.
So we're going to do a value trade off a school teacher into the 2-4. Spamming off the top would clear the first half of the Shambling Zombies. This isn't the most attractive spammy turn.
Yeah, I would do good work here. I don't hate it. There's also the Blightfang play, though, and can lead into spammy later.
My rule is eternal.
That's what I was thinking. You got the Blightfang in hand. The Infect is looking decent with 3 minions on the board of your opponent. Alliestraza looking like she's considering it as well. Heck yeah. Give me that sweet, creepy spider infection.
Especially with that nice trade of the teacher plus the damage from the card. So now really has swung the board in her favor for tempo. And that's what you want to do versus an unholy player. You don't want them to out-tempo your minions.
Yeah, those Rhyme Elementals knowing exactly where Alliestraza wanted that damage to go.
The Scourge has entered the hand of Disguised Toast. It is on 6 mana, so he has a few turns to lead up to the Scourge. How does he want to get there? How does he want to play it so that he has a nice clear board to play the Scourge? You know, he doesn't really want to play the Scourge into a full side for like Allie. If Allie has a big deck or a big hand, he doesn't want to play the Scourge yet, right? He needs a clear board to play it onto. So he's going to take these next 2 turns to try and solidify the tempo, and therefore he can easily play that Scourge out.
Saw the Dark Transformation use, saw Army of the Dead consume most of Disguised Toast's current corpses. Now Alliestraza is sitting on 6 mana, looking at her own school teacher.
People love their school teachers, don't they?
It's super versatile for all classes. Fishing for a compliment. I see you over there.
What, me? Fishing for compliments? No.
That's Finley's job.
I'm just your
Froststrike.
friendly school teacher here.
Froststrike would answer the 4/3, or you could just drop the spammy for a full clear here. Have a 3/4 on board. You do float a mana, but the board would be nice and clean. Alliestraza deciding, no, I want to just kill the 4/3 and discover a Frost Rune.
Yeah, so defrost for more draw, glacial, go face, Horn of Winter for a refresh.
Glacial doesn't have to go face.
Face his place, Garrett. Come on. Hello?
I prefer Meati because then you cast Defrost and things still go face because you have Xalatath equipped.
So she has chosen anti-magic shell with that school teacher.
Thinking about the Acolyte of Death over on Disguised Toast's side, there's only 1 undead up though. Acolyte of Death will draw a card when a friendly undead dies, but I'm sorry, Nagaling, you're not undead. You're a Naga.
Well, maybe they could be a dead Naga, an undead.
Undead Naga would look cool. That'd be creepy. Particularly creepy if it was Nagaling. Nagaling is super cute. I would never want to see that. Oh, I didn't know you also do Naga impressions.
I do. I'm great. Murloc impressions, Naga impressions.
Everyone's favorite school teacher for a reason.
Yes. Can get an undead with the hero power, so that's another opportunity. And it looks like that's what he's going to do here, putting out Arms Dealer so that his Ghoul Charge has a 2/1 attack. Getting a nice clear.
It's a real good synergy. We've seen a tiny bit of Arms Dealer these last 2 days.
A little bit. Not enough foul though.
I was really hoping for undead chickens.
Yes. I wonder why you would want an undead chicken.
You know, angry ones are cool. They're pretty good. I'm rather fond. Rhyme Sculptor, Glacial Advance,
What?
going
No.
not to face.
No!
Interesting.
Allie, no! Stop trying to prove Garrett right here.
Knew you were on my side, Ellie. Thank you. Picks up the Chillfallen Baron and the Rhymefang Sword. Chillfallen Baron would continue to draw cards, but Rhymefang Sword could start to discount spells at the moment, I believe. Yeah, no. There's Blood Boil
Yeah, she's
as well.
2 spells in there with the Howling Blast as well.
Gonna get rid of that Arms Dealer, saying, I don't want no 2/1s that come off of your hero power. Knock it off.
Double Stitch
Another
Giant.
Stitch Giant, yeah. 2 6-mana Stitch Giants in hand for Disguised Toast. Also, you need to think about this stuff. He still hasn't drawn Lorthamar Theron. That means these big minions, these giants, they're not in the deck anymore. So when Lorthamar does eventually possibly find his way to Disguised Toast's hand, it's not going to buff some of his largest minions in his deck.
Options for Toast are Obliterate, Corpse Explosion, or Remorseless Winter. I mean, I feel like versus Allie, you're really more looking for maybe some lifesteal or health. Corpse Explosion is the most powerful tool here. Obliterate, you're going to use versus a big minion. She's not running a ton of that, although she does have Sires Nathrius, so it is an option. But yeah, he goes for the most powerful tool, which is Corpse Explosion.
Yeah, Obliterate is certainly efficient removal, but Disguised Toast is going up against the Frost deck of Alliestraza, and Frost brings the damage to the party. That is their win condition. I mean, doing damage is a win condition for a lot of decks, but Frost
No
is
way.
all about that face damage.
All right, so Toast has set himself up pretty well here to play the Scourge on turn 9.
Picks up a Frost Strike and a Horn of Winter. Immediately gonna chuck that Frost Strike in Renathal's direction. Say, how dare you give my opponent 40 health. Have this.
Allie's been offered Rhyme Sculptor, Defroster, another Howling Blast.
Yeah, the difference is, do you want damage with board development and Rhyme Sculptor, damage from hand with Howling Blast, or do you just want to keep drawing? Alliestraza says, I want damage from hand, because I've already spent some of it not going face. I need to make up time and prove my friend Slissa right.
Always
The Scourge coming out from this guy's toast. What's it gonna be?
Come on. Oh, unfortunately.
Oh, an Abominable Lieutenant.
Oh.
It ends up in the mix, consuming. At the end of turn, the Overseer Frigidara, that's a 5/6 buff over to Abominable Lieutenant. By the way, that effect keeps happening. If you do not find a way to get rid of that Lieutenant, it will continue consuming a random enemy on the other side of the board for as long as it continues to survive or get silenced. And we haven't seen any silence this weekend.
Yeah, so she does have Spammy
Not the
Arcanist
weekend.
in hand. Blood Boil and Spammy Arcanist, so she does need to find a way to really clear out this board. It's gonna be rough. So finds this Howling Blast to start whittling away at the Abominable Lieutenant. That would get her, the 1 health would go away, would give a buff, but she could use her hero power for a 1.
This is a terrifying board.
Okay, so 1,
Going to kill the Banshee too, which ends up
3.
buffing another friendly undead.
Yeah, I think she just has to utilize the freeze of Howling Blast to just kind of put this at bay a bit before the Spammy will get online.
The Lieutenant, though, is not the kind of minion you want to leave up, even with the freeze, even with delay tactics, because then you can't develop your own board behind it, because the Lieutenant is going to continue to gorge itself on your minions. That did pause a good amount of damage. The
Yeah.
Lieutenant's going to get bigger at the end of this turn, either by 2-1 or by 3-3.
So 12 damage from Toast.
Far cry from the 30 needed to bring this game to a close. He also has plenty of options, and those Stitch Giants aren't getting any more expensive. He's having to think. Do I want to control the board? Do I want to press damage to see if I can be the aggressor and bring this game to a close?
Yeah, I don't mind the Blight Fang here, just because there's not going to be a lot more minions offered. You could Blight Fang and then start to trade a little bit and use your hero power as part of that trading. I'm not going to go for Blight Fang, but we'll start the trading process.
Where's this damage going to go? It could potentially remove.
Ooh.
No, ends up going to that still rather thick Flesh Behemoth. Gonna live up the 3/3, which guarantees that the Lieutenant will consume it and buff itself again. There it is, now an 11/8 and no longer frozen.
All right.
Trying to see if there's any way at all to get a nice clean spammy play here, and I'm not seeing it.
So if she Remorseless Winters first.
Takes the 6/3 down to a 6/1. Starts a chain reaction, but that's where it ends.
Yeah. It would leave up the Abominable Lieutenant, and then that's not fun. But it clears some damage. She could also... No, she can't.
The citadel stands strong.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then she can hit face.
Oh, that was clever. Using the 1 health of her own hero power minion.
But again, just not enough.
No immediate buffs. Yeah, Disguised Toast doesn't have a way to buff the Lieutenant this turn.
Has a Discover, which he is going to throw down and gets into Anti-Magic Shell.
Oh, there's Howling Blast. That's more damage from hand.
Howling Blast or Horn of Winter, yeah. Now, he doesn't need to Howling Blast the spamming because his Abominable Lieutenant is just going to eat her. So we're really just going to board develop, hold that damage in hand. And I think he's just praying that she doesn't have Sire Denathrius, and I feel like he knows she doesn't.
Certainly by the way he's playing. But, I mean, even if she did, he has plenty more threats to throw down after a clear.
Right.
This might be it for Allie.
She's looking.
Harbinger off the top.
That's not going to do it.
Rough position to be in.
I can be very persuasive.
The Zesty Fire coming down. Put in that chip damage on the Lieutenant.
Yeah, so if she Blood Boils here, which she can since it costs 3.
You could play the Noggling, which would buff these rushing tokens, because Anti-Magic Shell is on it, which would... Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's the right read. She was setting up for the Blood Boil. And it's going to clear everything except for the Stitch Giant, but more importantly, heal Alliestraza.
Yep, heal and keeping her in range of staying alive, though she doesn't know about that Sire Denathrius on the other side.
What is he up to now? 8 damage. Certainly seen scarier Denathriuses.
Nathrii?
We'll go with that. You know what you call 3 Denathriuses?
Well,
Denathrice. Risen Ghoul's gonna make easy work of this board. Keep control in it for Disguised Toast. And the more minions that die, the more powerful his Sire Denathrius becomes. Wouldn't be sweating a potential Theotar at all.
I don't think he's sweating at all.
Well, he is a Death Knight after all. Allie down to 3. Remorseless Winner. Going to come down, deal with these 2/2s.
She still will get more Blood Boil next turn. The 8/2 will die.
Yeah, she doesn't need to worry about that. She needs to worry about that 8/6 that does not have Blood Boil on it. Going to hit it with the Fouling Blast, which does have the added effect of freeze. Throw down, oh, the Harbinger, that's only 2 health. That doesn't soak enough from the Sire Denathrius in hand of Disguised Toast. That's going to be lethal and end in a 2-0 for Disguised Toast. More points going over to the side of Team Unholy as we move over to Feno versus Thijs, already in progress. Thijs up 1 game for Team Blood, really looking to claw their way back into the points game here.
Yeah, Team Blood really needed that win from Thijs, so Thijs can at minimum tie or win it all versus Feno, giving their team 3 points. They really need it, so I know Thijs is all in on this game, trying to defeat Feno.
No Muncher hitting the board, Slissa.
I don't know. Just a perfect 5/6, clearing up a 5 health minion.
I would like to petition that they make that its attack sound.
Nom nom.
Nom nom. Heading back over to Feno. Corpse Grinder in hand. Haven't seen any of that, I don't think, so far.
The Meat Grinder we saw like 1 or 2 times yesterday, but very little. He finds himself a nice Frost Strike to deal with the No Muncher. Oh, but instead uses Plague, which makes sense because now he can rush into the 1/2 and get a 1 attack face to Thijs.
Yeah, it leaves the 2-1 behind too. Mistress off the top, not what you want to see with 7 mana at the ready.
All right, so we see that Thijs was able to get all the corpses out, but Sylvanas is going to be stealing that 8/8 Bone Guard, so Feno still has the appropriate tempo to Thijs, and Thijs needs to figure out, how am I going to deal with this? Thijs's face is protected for a bit, but this is going to help Feno stall and keep gaining that Sire Denathrius buff. Over on the other side, Thijs has drawn his Vampiric Blood, can gain himself 10 health. Not restore, but gain. Finds a Corpse Explosion and a Mutinous. A Mutinous is really big versus Feno.
Major star of yesterday's games.
Yeah. I wonder if he'll wait for Bran. Though I'm not sure if they're running Bran. I know the other two teams are, but it's the Blood team running Bran. I don't think so.
Seen so much of him today. It was starting to feel like Bran was in everyone's deck.
Yeah, Bran is in both the Frost and the Unholy team's decks, but it looks like the Blood team did not put Bran into their decks, from what I have.
I'm looking right here as well, and I don't see it either, but let's take a look at what Feno is discovering. Just decided to pick himself up a Repulsive Gargantuan. This is an interesting card we haven't seen either. Enemy characters can't be healed. It's attached to this 3/6 undead for 4 mana. It's a Frost Death Knight card, but we haven't seen it hit the board.
Yeah, interestingly, I saw this card played a lot when they were practicing, when we were spectating them practice, but it seems like they didn't want to put it into their final decks. Maybe they just didn't think it was as powerful, but yeah, you can pick it up off of a Discover. Feno really charging forward.
Spamming off the top.
It looks like Thijs has a few ways to deal with this, but keep in mind Thijs only has 2 corpses. So if Thijs wanted to use his explosion, it would only work twice and only deal 2 damage.
Yeah, and that's not what he's worried about right now. I think he's worried about this 8 attack, this 5 attack, this 4 attack, and they would all survive. But here he has found a way to set up a nice, clean, spammy Arcanist full board clear. Gonna follow it up with a Hero Power and a Vrykul Necrolite, which means once that Hero Power ghoul dies, leaves behind a 2/2. Oh, Feno must have cast Plague Grain at some point because Grain Crate comes off the top, spawning him a 2/2 Undead Peasant.
Yeah, Feno is piloting the triple Unholy deck, so he does run that.
Pick me, pick me.
We're gonna see Invincible come down.
Yes! And it's going to buff the Undead Peasant, taking it up to a swole 7/7. Thijs got to be thinking to himself, why do I keep getting these Mistress of Mixtures off the top of my deck?
Not what I'm looking
Hovering
for.
over that Asphyxiate, I bet that's going to go on the 7/7 because otherwise, yep, the Invincible will continue to buff. But Invincible now is free for the clearing, not going to buff Noggling and also not going to buff an empty board. Gold Charge saying, put me in, coach. I can take care of that pesky 5/1 legendary.
But this is a perfect setup for Feno's Scourge play.
Let's see what it is. This is always a big moment. Never know what undead are going to hit the board. Ooh, Deathbringer, Sourfang, that's going to go back to Feno's hand. Can choose to redeploy it for health instead of mana. Alexandros, Mograine, more exciting because of the battle cry, which isn't going to happen because ended up there because of Scourge. Just a 7/7, but still a 7/7.
He has to be careful about playing spells with that Wild Pyromancer. It is one of those cards that retroactively had Undead added to it. So now Wild Pyromancer can come from the Scourge, and if you play a spell, you're going to start damaging your minions.
Been here since beta, but got a new coat of Undead paint.
It's actually a nice little tech for if he has another Bone Guard and gets those 2/1/2 taunts. He could play 2 spells and just get on through.
You're right. I mean, there's a lot of low health minions going on with Death Knight. The Scourge conscripts all sizes.
Now he is going to overdraw because he got Deathbringer Sourfang on his Scourge.
Good catch. What do we burn? Astalor.
Oh.
Not what you want to lose.
Not great, but Sire Denathrius now has 29 damage to deal. Not quite what he needs. He needs 40 currently.
No, but Feno can open with a 3/5 that he doesn't have to pay mana for. Just health.
Yeah, versus a Blood player, I feel like that's a very good card. And Lord Marrowgar gonna summon a bunch of ghouls and buff them like crazy. Spends every single corpse and buffs per corpse spent. So you see, you end up with a 23-23, a 19-19, a 17-17, all for the price of 8 mana.
The buffs are ridiculous. Ghoulish, one might say.
I like the way he played that because you spend 1 corpse to gain 1 token with Rush. So every corpse you spend, you get 1 token, but once the board's full, then it starts buffing. And so you can have minions on the board already. You don't have to fill it with these Rush minions because now these Rush minions are bigger in size because you spend the corpse on the buff instead of on the minion. And the Siren Anathria is gonna go down and just an easy win for Feno.
Yeah, that's so much power. Some of the most stats we have seen on board so far. Feno tying it up. I'm sure Thijs was feeling good sitting at that 102. Team Blood needing to find a way to scrape more points together.
Yeah, I was talking to Team Blood, and they were saying that their deck are pretty good put together, but they don't have the finishers that they need to end the game. And I think they're starting to feel that. They're realizing, what are we gonna do? So hopefully they came up with a game plan for that last night. Like, what are we gonna do to finish these games? And what are we gonna do to risk it in round 2?
Yeah, well, let's see if they find a way to start finishing things after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the March of the Lich King Death Knight show match. We are continuing with our rounds as we get closer and closer to the end of stage 1 and approach the beginning of stage 2. What a round we had. One of our quicker ones, Slissa.
Yes, definitely a little bit faster, but very exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, those blood decks can cause the games to go long, but at the moment it's feeling like Frost and Unholy might have Blood's number. Let's take a look at some of the action that just took place. HunterAce with a big Denathrius play there, but Cantelope countering with Patchwork that found a way to take out Death Whisper despite there being a full board of minions and deciding to call it there. Then we got Avelline versus Meati, Slissa.
Yeah, Avelline was able to defeat Meati and end his win streak. We know that the Blood team had a bit of a comeback in this last round, but I hear that Regis Killbin is 6-0 today. So Regis really destroying, helping Team Frost out, while Team Blood's clawing back a bit. Thijs got a win, Avelline got a win, so they're able to slow down 1 Unholy member and 1 Frost member. Regis Killbin 2-0, BunnyHoppor 1-1 versus Dog, and there are the rest of the standings.
Yeah, Toast 2-0'd Alliestraza, as we saw. Meati and Avelline ending in a tie, and Killbin 2-0ing No Hands Gamer. And that's how round 11 wrapped up as we look ahead to round 12. But let's look at team standings. Team Frost starting to
run away.
I was going to say, they're ascending the frozen throne. My goodness, with 101 points to Team Unholy's 68, and Team Blood starting to find more points at 29.
Yeah, now remember, they're trying to before next round when they will be going to start risking their points in the challenges.
Yeah, those points are going, it's not just their place. And look at those player standings. Regis Killbin still sitting at 45 points, followed by Meati, Dog, BunnyHoppor. You know, looking somewhat similar to the round before, with a lot of blue and a lot of green making up our top 6.
So happy to see Regis on top. He's just been totally crushing it this week. 6-0 currently today, and you can just see him destroying the standings. Now we see that Meati is right behind him, though. Well, not right behind him. Regis almost has double these players' points.
Yeah, Regis has been, he was pretty consistent yesterday, and then as you mentioned, that win streak that he is currently on and still on, it hasn't ended.
Do we think Regis Killbin is going to become a Regis Chilbin main and just start maining Death Knights?
I think that might be the case. Also, I mean, think about how many games he has under his belt. He's ready to hit the ladder. I mean, all of these players are.
Yes, I'm sure they are.
What about you? I kind of want to jump in, actually. I'm like, oh, I've learned so much. It's a byproduct.
Yeah, I can't wait to start playing that Unholy deck that Feno is running, the triple Unholy. That's the one I'm going to start off with. What about you?
I'd like the triple Frost. I get so excited watching Meati.
Yeah, Meati's deck is really interesting, and the Dragon Frost deck that we saw. So yeah, those are, I think, some of our favorite decks.
Certainly what I think are some of the most unique deck lists that we see here today.
Not what we traditionally thought that we would see.
Right, exactly. But let's take a look at the next round of matchups as we continue on into round 12 with Feno versus Cantelope, HunterAce versus Thijs, Dog versus Alliestraza, Disguised Toast versus BunnyHoppor, Meati versus No Hands Gamer, and Regis Killbin. See if we can keep killing all day versus Avelline.
Well, we saw Avelline just ended a win streak in the last game. Do you think she's going to try and shut down yet another player? As Avelline is leading Team Blood, and she is the shutdown queen, so she could be the one to end Regis Killbin's streak.
Absolutely. She is the Blood player to keep your eye on, because we were looking at those points, and yeah, they are significantly lower than our other two teams, but every time we look at the player standings, Avelline is at the top of the crop for the Blood Death Knight team.
Yeah, that would be an exciting game to watch.
Yes, it would. HunterAce versus Thijs as well. I would love to get an eye on, because they're just powerhouse players. A lot of Hearthstone talent between those two.
And Dog versus Alliestraza. Those are two names that we'd love to see, and that would be a fun matchup to watch.
Absolutely, but let's get into it. Our featured game of round 12, Disguised Toast versus BunnyHoppor.
Two fun decks to watch. We have that dragon deck that we've talked about in BunnyHoppor. He has a really greedy play style. And
both these do.
Yeah, they both do. Disguised Toast runs the Scourge. He runs Brand with the doubling deck size.
Yeah, Lorthamar.
Astalor and all this stuff that Toast can do to just keep refilling the board. He is going to full mulligan to his hand while BunnyHoppor is going to think about it. He likes to use his rope. Disguised Toast has gotten Sire Denathrius into his starting hand, and that Prince Renathal. We love a tempo Prince Renathal.
In the early game, you don't want to see a late game. Deciding to keep the Harbinger and the Spammy, but Bunny picks up his other copy of Spammy, so board clears are going to be on the menu for BunnyHoppor.
You don't hate to see that as BunnyHoppor when you're facing an unholy deck.
No, and it's nice. You know, we talk about how Death Knight doesn't have the most card draw in the world, but if you play Frost, you can get more of it. And BunnyHoppor's starting with 2 of it. Frost specific with Harbinger, and no room whatsoever with Chill Fallen Baron.
Yeah, this Harbinger is a nice, just 2-drop, 2/2 draw specific card. It has you draw a Frost spell, so that is a nice card. And Disguised Toast able to tempo out a 3-drop, just deciding, does he want a card like Prince Renathal that can value trade, or does he want to start getting some draw going with Chill Fallen Baron? Decides to go with that value card that allows him to have a bit more tempo.
Amalgam coming off the top, nothing to cast it on yet. It tends to find its ways onto Undead, but it's more interesting in BunnyHoppor's because he also is more than happy to discover additional dragons with his Amalgam.
Yeah, so here are the spells offered to BunnyHoppor. The 2 I'm looking at are Blood Boil and Army of the Dead. He knows he's dealing with a wide board player, so which one is going to help with the board? They both deal 2 damage, but Blood Boil does give lifesteal, while the other one, Army of the Dead, gives corpses. So he's like, do I need corpses? Do I need lifesteal? He is playing a dragon-centric deck, so maybe he doesn't need as many corpses, and that's why he decided to go with that Blood Boil.
You know, Renathal's saying, don't forget about me, I just did face damage. Amber Whelp coming off the top for BunnyHoppor is available to use. You need another dragon in your hand to trigger the 3 damage battle cry, but there's an Amalgam. Amalgam says, I'm whatever you need me to be.
I'm anything, I'm everything.
Almost want to ask you, what noise does Amalgam make? But it makes all of them constantly.
Whoa.
Trying to get it's like a Murloc pirate simultaneously. What does it sound like? Okay, decides to use Amalgam and go fishing for additional undead.
So he does pick up just A body bagger. A 1 mana 1/3. Astalor comes down, deals 2 damage to Prince Renathal. Gonna get a nice little clear with the Nerubian Vizier.
Yeah, the Mana Thirst. This was the first turn it was active for Astalor with that Mana Thirst of 4.
Just kidding. You go face. Face is place. Sorry.
It's the place sometimes.
No. It is the place.
Acolyte of Death coming off the top. Ooh, Disguised Toast 1 mana short of developing it, which would be very nice if he's thinking about trading in these Shambling Zombies. But it's not, I would say it's not in the cards, but it's not in the mana right now.
Yeah, but if you can get this Battle Fiend down and then, or Battlefield down and it doesn't die next turn, it's going to be a really good card to play behind it, since it'll be safe behind a taunt. It'll be kind of awkward for the mana if he plays it next turn. More likely he plays a Tomb Guardian, but...
Yeah, and if Necromancer can survive also, it'll continue producing taunts. While Disguised Toast is only sitting on 1 corpse at the moment, he's about to make some more.
So we know BunnyHoppor has plenty of ways to clear, especially with that spammy.
And the Frost Strike that just ended up in his hand, too. That can go straight to the Necromancer if he finds that to be a particular annoyance.
Yeah, because the thing about spammy is it can deal with small minions, but it can also deal with very, very large, as long as he finds a way to make it work. So I feel like he's probably going to hold off on spammy until it gets a little bit scarier.
What do you think he goes for here?
Yeah, so he's offered Thessarian, Repulsive Gargantuan, Lady Death Whisper. He's playing an extremely greedy deck, so he's going to say to himself, am I too greedy versus my opponent? Therefore, do I need more utility? Or do I need more greed? And since he is so greedy, I think he's going to go for that utility in the Thessarian.
Yeah, not as spell heavy as other Frost decks as well, so maybe thinking the Death Whisper isn't worth as much.
Yeah, it's just, since he's such a greedy line, it's the utility is just more important. And we are on 6 mana. Sylvanas, barely not infused, will become infused just with 1 trade. So
yeah, it's
could infuse, grab Thessarian. A little weak, but something.
Yeah, that's the thing with these Death Knight decks. All of them are either running large minions or capable of making them large. I saw him hovering over that Sylvanas. I think he's thinking the exact
he's looking
same
at
thing,
it.
Slissa.
He's definitely looking at it because he's trying to find a way to gain board control. And once he has board control, he can really just start to pop off. And currently BunnyHoppor has that control, so that is a tool, because otherwise his hand doesn't really utilize getting back in the game, except for maybe the Nerubian Vizier.
I have to have a think.
Yeah, I think he's really hesitant to make this play, but thinks it's his only way. Yeah, because without, I mean, it has Reborn, which makes it so powerful, but without the Battlecry, it's missing out on just a bit of punch.
It is. Now there are other ways. We've seen Unholy Frenzy with Thessarian pay dividends, but Spammy is going to come out and shut down most of the board.
Perfect. No, all the board,
yeah, no,
the Reborn, yeah.
You're right. The Reborn will pop at the wrong time.
Spicy.
And even the other half of Thessarian is going to go down. Now, Disguised Toast has a lot of ways to dig if he doesn't like his other options. Can look for a Discover with Nerubian Vizier, can draw 2 with Defrost. Opting, though, to just add more sticky Reborn zombies to the board.
Yeah, I think he just saw the spammy and was like, this can't get spammy, and I just saw spammy, but we know that BunnyHoppor has another spammy. But I don't think he'll use it here again. Like I said, I think he's waiting to use it to see it slightly bigger minions, and he has plenty of ways to handle this besides spammy, like he has that Blood Boil.
I think every player here this weekend has seen enough spammy Arcanist to know that if they see one, they're probably going to have to deal with a second.
It's funny because I was kind of looking in on the players' conversations with one another. They didn't know what all the other teams were doing until the deck lists were revealed. And then Holy had a good laugh when they saw that all the other players were running spammy. And obviously they're running spammy to counter that unholy token style. And they had a good laugh about it, I'm sure.
Yeah, this is awkward for BunnyHoppor. Like, you're not staring down a ton of damage, but he does not have an easy answer for all of these zombies.
Nope, not easy. I mean, he has the blood boil, but I think he's trying to, he doesn't want to spend it yet. He's trying to wait till the right moment.
We're still multiple turns away from Mana Thirst 10 being active on Astalor.
Lots of draw coming online for Disguised Toast. Good pickup here in the Plague Strike.
That's going to be perfect with the trade he just made, if that's the way he decides to go about it, and it looks like it is.
Yep, that's going to leave him with 2 mana, and then he can end on Defrost to draw more, or a Battlefield Necromancer just to keep protecting that Acolyte of Death. Continuing that draw.
He's setting up for a trade on the Body Bagger as well.
Yeah, he decides instead of using the battlefield that he's going to use that ghoul to get that extra damage. He still has a taunt, so perfectly fine. He's gotten so much draw already. And a lot of reload in the double Army of the Dead for his Sire Denathrius. That's already at 23 damage. Now this is a great turn for Blood Boil. It leaves up a 3/4, which Noxious Cadaver can deal with.
Yeah, you get the heal on the backside of it too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Noxious Cadaver's just going to set up for the kill there.
Yep. Oh, decides to Remorseless Winter instead.
May have been prioritizing the draw there over the life gain.
Yeah, and maybe thinking the life gain can give him a bit more later if it stays on a minion longer. But I think he needs to realize that Sire Denathrius could come down soon, and heal is important. Disguised Toast looking at a Discover, and the Scourge was offered, so although you missed the Discover, all you need to know that there was a Scourge there. He grabbed the Scourge.
Right now, getting the Army of the Dead in the mix. I'm going to end with another Battlefield Necromancer throwing a taunt up in the way. We've seen it was so much of the story yesterday that Meati tweeted about it. Frost had so many answers for Denathrius yesterday, especially on the back half of the event. Haven't seen as much of it today. We've seen, what, 1 Denathrius dealt with before he came down today?
Well, I will say that we've been watching more BunnyHoppor from the Frost team, and like we were talking about earlier, Bunny, his deck is more made to deal with control decks of blood, which they weren't expecting Sire Denathrius in the blood deck, so he didn't really put that in there as much, I don't think. But yeah, we haven't seen it as much, disappointingly. But I'm sure the players are happy about it.
I'm sure BunnyHoppor is happy about that full board clear from Spammy Arcanist. Looking like he's thinking about following that up with some draw from Defrost. Says, no, I want to send my Whelp and my Noxious Cadaver face.
Yeah.
Let's move this game along.
Yeah, he needs to put as much on the board as possible because there's a 36 damage Sire Denathrius.
Here comes
in
the
hand.
Scourge. What's it going to be?
Ooh.
We see another Kel'Thuzad the Inevitable on board. We saw one of those yesterday. It was a lot more buff than that, however. Okay, nothing too spicy. Nothing too spicy. No
I'm
Bone
just looking
Lord.
for the Bone Lord. That's all I care about.
It can happen. It can happen. The other thing I'm looking for is no taunt when they need it. Not that Disguised Toast really needs a taunt right now.
No. And what BunnyHoppor needs is a million more life. Because if he doesn't get it, he will face death.
What he needs is a board clear right now, and it feels bad to have Astalor the Flamebringer be your only hope for an escape from this board that you're staring down.
He has Death Strike and Blood Boil. That's not enough. It's something.
It's a fantastic heal though with a full board.
Gets himself a Malignant Horror.
I have but little time.
Howling Blast.
Defrost coming out. What does he find? There's a Thessarian. He's going straight into the Blood Boil.
He's going to heal from Mistress of Mixtures as well.
It's going to bring him up to full health of 40.
Yeah. Yeah, he's unfortunately just dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage left on board, plus the 39 damage Sire Denathrius from hand. Sure looks like that's going to give...
Is it not enough? 39?
Win. It's not. Because we are seeing him go in for the trades.
I mean, it looks like enough to me.
Also gave the additional infuse there, bringing Denathrius up to 41.
Yeah.
A toast.
So sorry, Denathrius lethal.
That was a...
It was there. He had to think about it for a second, but it was definitely there. And Disguised Toast takes the win versus BunnyHoppor.
Meant he needed that additional infuse. There was just a little too much soak on board. So looking at the deck that Disguised Toast just piloted to his first win in his matchup there. You know, we talk a lot about the Lorthamar Theron, but wasn't a player in the last game.
Nope, we didn't see it. We didn't see this Invincible either, but we just saw constant tempo. Constant tempo is what we saw, and just Bunny not being able to handle it. Getting a bit greedy with his board clears, waiting a bit long, and because he waited a little bit, probably slightly greedy, maybe not, but it did end up affecting him, especially because Toast started with that Sire Denathrius in hand.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff at the end, too, that went down came from that X factor of that Scourge cast. As we move into game 2.
Yes, game 2 has started. We have Disguised Toast up 1-0 versus BunnyHoppor.
I see you brought love. I see you brought guests.
Get our Renethals just saying hi to each other. Neither ending up in our players starting hands like they happen to have been. Seems to be a theme today, but we get a break from it in this game.
Perfect start for both players with Disguised Toast getting his Arms Dealer out, but then BunnyHoppor having an instant solution with the Noxious Cadaver, and then Toast having an instant solution again with the Bone Digger Geist because he has a corpse to get himself a 2-mana 3/4.
These are those curves you're going to be happy to play out as you're learning Death Knight. It's going to feel good. It's going to fit perfectly.
Yep, and Toast really starting to really value that tempo. BunnyHoppor gets a School Teacher in hand for 4, also has the Nerubian Vizier. So a couple options for some development and some new tools to come to hand.
Yeah, you could play Vizier for the 3 and still have 1 mana left over, but you do get a discount, but he opts for the School Teacher instead.
Plague Strike would be really nice since it's dealing 3 and discovering a 2. He goes with a Glacial Advance, which deals 4, probably expecting a School Teacher, so that is a nice target for the Glacial Advance.
And there it is with Toast having to make his own Discover, opting to attach Frost Strike to a Noggling that he can play right now, courtesy of the coin.
So he will get a Discover off of this.
Now what's he gonna go with? Harbinger, Remorseless Winter, or Rime Fang Sword?
Well, it looks like he wants the draw. He's going to draw a Frost spell, and he is playing the 1 Frost deck, right? So he can't draw Frost spells?
We are also getting... There's a lot of draw and Frost going on because we just got another Harbinger from BunnyHoppor.
Yeah, so he got that Noggling in hand specifically, I believe, to deal with the School Teacher. So I think we will see that come out. It would also reduce the cost of the next card by 2, which would allow for this Death Strike to also kill the 3/4, giving back the board to BunnyHoppor.
And giving him a lifesteal of 6. Didn't need that much damage, but he'll take that much healing. Tomb Guardians off the top for Disguised Toast.
Yeah, he has a double draw in hand, or he could go single draw with the Harbinger into Graveyard Shift to start to get some sticky minions on board. So I could see him going either of those routes.
Disguised Toast likes the delay tactics, which I thought we would primarily see from Blood Death Knights. But tools like Tomb Guardians gives plenty of protection to Unholy as well.
Yeah, it looks like he might be thinking of Army of the Dead. He could trade first, and then he wouldn't get the full corpse value, but he'd get 4 2/2s and leave him with 3 2/2s, which looks pretty good here.
Oh, those 2 Nogglings not getting along. Fighting the schoolyard.
He floated a mana.
That's happened a bit. Why does it offend you this time, Slissa? Let's dive into that.
It's so early in the game, it hurts.
6 men on board. Are we going for a double battle cry Vizier?
Oh, yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Get your Discover on, play Grain Asphyxiate or Defrost. What one do you want? You want more draw, and you don't want to pay for it.
I really like the Asphyxiate there. I'm curious. Maybe he thinks he has enough ways to handle big minions, but...
It's good in the future, but...
Yeah.
There's just no big threats. Also, with our caster vision, there's not really any big threats in hand yet.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. He knows that Toast has a way to make a ton of big minions, so...
Can't live your life in fear of Denathrius.
I mean, after last game, I think Bunny should be shaking.
It's fair. Denathrius is real, and Denathrius can hurt you.
Toast gets his brand in hand.
And Bran.
And
my
Bran.
favorite.
Rise and serve.
And there we see not quite at full value off of the Army of the Dead. Not enough corpses. Only going to get 4 of them. But will allow Disguised Toast to keep control of this board. No. Just decides to hold. Leave the 2/4 up.
Hold. He says, my opponent doesn't have blood boil. This is fine.
But your opponent does have Defrost and might find. No.
Mine's a Frost Strike.
Frost Strike would remove 1, allow him to continue discovering, get himself another Frost Rune card. But says, you know what? I like spell damage with my Howling Blast, says that takes care of those 2/2 ghouls that you left up. Oh, a Vizier off the top. So Disguised Toast could counter with his own double Battlecry Vizier, and that's exactly what he's going to do, courtesy of Bronzebeard. There's a Scourge. Picks it up. 7 mana Scourge in the hand of Disguised Toast. Worked out for him very well
That's
last game.
disgusting. That is disgusting, Toast. Stop.
Still doesn't have Denathrius in hand, however.
The citadel stands strong.
Scourge can win a game by itself, but it is not guaranteed.
Oh man, he even draws Sylvanas so that the Scourge can infuse Sylvanas quite quickly.
And followed by Invincible, which would follow all of that up quite nicely, because you know what? Sylvanas would be happy to receive the blessing of Invincible.
The Frost Strike dealing with Bran, discovering a Thessarian,
Or
more draw.
potentially more draw, depending on what BunnyHoppor is digging for. We still haven't seen any of the big dragons.
No, where are our dragons? But I don't think he's looking for the dragons. He's looking for control. All right. Oh,
Lady Death Whisper.
interesting. That allows him to use a lot of Horns of Winters to give him a lot of mana in one turn.
Yes, potentially for sure, too. Both copies currently in his hand. Maybe he wants 4.
I was looking at Marrow Manipulator, but maybe he thought it just wasn't powerful enough since he's already lost his brand. So he just decided, hey, I want these endless mana. The Scourge comes down on 8 gold. I'm okay with this one float of a mana.
What does it end up being? Let's take a look.
Ooh.
Ooh, another Deathbring Sour Fang. If that gets killed, it will go back to Disguised Toast's hand. Can be cast again for health instead of mana.
Yeah, also an Invincible on the board, which is really rough to deal with.
There's our big Dragon Malagos also coming into the top of the hand off the top of the deck.
My rule is eternal.
Thinking about the Saurian, this damage could go anywhere. It's going to hit the 2/2. Heck yeah, Thessarian. Your aim is true. BunnyHoppor appears to be much more interested in getting as much face damage in as he can.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use a lot of Remorseless Winters here just to clear up the board so easily, especially because that Blood Mage Thalnos stayed out.
Yeah, and now look at all of these mana crystals being refreshed from the multiple and copies of those multiple Horn of Winters, courtesy of Death Whisper.
Yeah, what an awesome play by BunnyHoppor.
Look at this combo.
Cementing control of the board after a 7 mana Scourge. Like, oh man, if I saw a 7 mana Scourge, I think I would be done for. But no, Bunny's found a way to get back control of the
Oni
board.
burns the Denathrius off the top of the deck. That's the second time today Sour Fang has been responsible for filling the hand of a player when Denathrius comes off the top of the deck and just goes bye-bye. Goes to his daddy Denathrius death.
Sour Fang. This is why they're not running him, because he was burning their Denathrius. Another one burned. Toast gets burned.
The Scourge giveth wins, and the Scourge potentially taketh away.
He is able to discover another card given Possessifier or Grave Strength. Can grab a Balfi Necromancer.
Look at BunnyHoppor, chill as can be.
I think I'd be pretty chill after that.
I think my eyebrows would shoot off my face from joy and shock.
No, Bunny knows that you can't celebrate early. He knows you gotta wait till the end of the game when you've gotten that opponent's face to 0.
I'd be feeling pretty good right now. Are we heading towards a tie? This guy's Toast probably begrudgingly slams down that Saurfang like, you jerk.
Yeah, so the Onyxia is really nice here to clean up the board completely, leave at least an 8/8 on board.
It's a lot of whelps to do a lot of trading. Again, though, unless you silence the Saurfang, that death rattle just keeps coming.
Just keeps clogging up Disguised Toast hand.
That's true. I can't imagine there'd be a more painful burn than the one we just witnessed.
Yeah, and he only has 9 cards now, so it's okay, but he has to remember every turn, I need to spend 2, I need to spend 2. Because otherwise they're gonna keep burning, he's gonna get his other Scourge burned, or some big card that he really needs to make this epic comeback, and that is not the card he needs. Though he can discover another Scourge.
Just getting word that Dog just 2-0'd Allie, securing him a bonus, and that is Team Unholy versus Team Frost in favor of Team Unholy, courtesy of Dog. They need the points right now, and they're finding more.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to get enough points to win the round robin, but they need the points to be able to challenge next round. Right. Toast finding a way to get back some minions using Blightfang, a 1-rune legendary for Unholy.
Possessifier has put in a lot of work in Toast's games for helping him control the board and keep his corpse count high. It's only 1 Unholy rune, so I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it in our other multi-rune decks.
You know, we just talked about the Allie Dog game, but let's talk about Regis Killbin, because now Regis went from 6-0 to 8-0. He has won every single game today on an epic win streak. He cannot be stopped.
Wow. Does he get an actual Helm of Domination, like a physical one that he can wear? Maybe one that has a little extra, space so it doesn't mess up that wonderful hair of his.
It's all about the hair.
Oh, I checked Twitter. People are enjoying the hair on display this weekend, and we're happy to read about it. Thanks for the support.
All right, so we do have a Howling Blast from the hand of BunnyHoppor as well as a Thessarian, so that is some way to clear. He just wants to go face for 8, and then for 4 more. That's all he wants.
Do it, but there's 3 2/2 menacing zombies just staring him down, doing their thriller dance, saying no, not this way. Sorry. You don't get to ignore taunt. You don't get to ignore the laws of the game. And BunnyHoppor says, you know what I do get to do, though? Draw until my hand is full. Or I no longer have any spells.
Wasn't much.
No, that's the rest of the spells in his hand, and I bet Disguised Toast made note of that.
Oh, not great. He decides not to trade because he would give him another taunt on board.
Yeah, that's right. That infection is still in play on that last remaining Onyxian whelp, as well as raid boss Onyxia. Just that Onyxia is just so darn healthy, thanks to that immune while you control a whelp.
So full hand for Disguised Toast. And
he's been here before this game.
Yeah, I mean, last game was so much different because of that Sire Denathrius in hand from the get-go.
Arrogar is the discover there, decides to take it. 15 corpses and about to be more.
Yeah, I wonder.
the mana
If
to
he wants
play
to
it, but
tempo it out now.
he could. You mentioned it much earlier, and it's such a good point. It's the flexibility of Marigar is fantastic. You're not worried about board space because those buffs are still going to go on to whatever golem you have room for.
Yep,
And that's
he
what
only
we're going to
has
see.
room for one, so he's going to make one big minion.
That's going to be 18 +2/+2 buffs.
Whee!
Well, 17 because you used one of them to get the golem in the first place. Look at the size of that golem. Even took some damage and still sitting at 35, 31.
Well, BunnyHoppor does have a magical patchwork that could do magical things.
How magical do you think it is, though?
I mean, he's a pro player. It's going to hit every time.
Death calls.
So Remorseless Winter in the hand of BunnyHoppor, which will handle everything but some scary minions. And Necrotic Mortician. This does clear the way for Patchwork, but now he's out of the mana. He only has 6. He does not have the Horn. And it just isn't drawing what he needs. So Howling Blast will have to stall for him, freezing that Risen Golem.
This guy's toast, just all the cards in the world, but limited mana.
Yeah, he's 17 off. So, what's he gonna do?
Think if I was in his shoes right now, I would be wishing my golem wasn't frozen. But that is not the world he lives in.
He can't even silence it to make it unfrozen, because silencing it would turn it into a 1/1.
A lot of cards in hand, but not the most impactful.
He has the Stitch Giant. It's just we're used to seeing it as a 16/16.
Yeah, no Lorthmar this game. Yet.
Invincible's nice here.
Come down,
He doesn't-
get a taunt in play. So if that goes on the frozen minion, makes it more impactful, which it does. It lands.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to develop too much because his hand board is so strong. He does need to get rid of some cards in hand so he doesn't burn, but
Yeah, doesn't want to play the Sourfang either because he's at 9 health, and if he plays Sourfang, it's going to cost him 5 health to deploy.
all right, have some life steal for BunnyHoppor. Can deal with the Lord Marrowgar.
There's no easy answer for him at the moment for that 40-31 golem. Doesn't find one here. Just see him thinking through.
Yeah, because if he had a freeze for the Golem, he could Death Strike the Lord Marrowgar. Now he has been
Oh, there's a Vizier.
Nerubian Vizier.
Could find an answer. There's an
It's a
asphyxiate.
68. Does he have the mana? Yeah,
Yes.
but not to use that with Death Strike. Oh no, he does because it was reduced in price because of the undead dying.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was looking for. Because as we know, because of the Malagos, BunnyHoppor drew all of the remaining spells he had. He needed something like a Vizier to find an answer in that situation.
So guys, Toast uses his school teacher to discover an asphyxiate or Howling Blast. It's going to be 3 extra damage for him. He currently has 15 damage on board, putting him 8 away, Howling Blast an extra 3, putting him 5 away from lethal.
This guy's Toast sitting there doing some math.
I hear that Toast is also an excellent mathematician.
Well, he's an excellent healer because he's only on 9 health. Howling Blast.
It's crazy. We've been, Toast has been in charge for so long, but he's actually healing his 9 health. Like, BunnyHoppor could win any second.
Yeah, Toast has had the board, but Bunny has had the pressure. Arms dealer gonna come down. Buff up those undeads. 1 attack every time. Army of the Dead coming out. More than enough corpses for it, but not more than enough board space to get full value. Takes BunnyHoppor down to 10.
Bone Lord!
I'm not sure this is where you develop Frost Whisper.
Are we sure?
Doesn't have taunt.
Hmm.
Dead on board. Of course, if you think you're dead anyway, you just do it for the joy of it, for the joy of the Frost Whisper.
It brings much joy. But would Sire Denathrius bring more?
Looks like we're going for the Kasaka-san. We haven't seen this yet in a broadcasted game. Oh, wow. Making selections extremely quickly.
I hope you caught them all, because I didn't.
I caught them none.
I caught absolutely nothing.
Well, there's Ancient Reflections off the top. But BunnyHoppor is out of mana and dead on board. There's the concede. Disguised Toast beats BunnyHoppor 2-0. As we move over to see what's happening in our Team Unholy versus Team Blood game of HunterAce, facing off against Thijs.
This is going to be the last game of round 12 before we head into round 2 of this Death Knight show match.
Yes.
HunterAce is up 1-0 to Thijs, but Thijs looking to control the board a bit. Oh, just kidding, close your eyes.
And there it goes. Lethal with the Denathrius. HunterAce 2-0ing another Team Blood player on Thijs. Oh, the damage on display, especially between BunnyHoppor and Disguised Toast. That was so close at the end. They were both so low health.
Yeah, they weren't having a lot of options to heal, neither of them being on Team Blood, but they found some blood options. But yeah, it was so close. It looked like Toast the whole time, but Bunny had him at 9 health, so it could have gone any way. It went in Toast's favor, and Toast defeated BunnyHoppor.
Yeah, that's that type of situation, and we really saw it there, and it was so evident when the Malagos came down, and you're like, wait, what? Why did it stop drawing so quickly? It's because there were no more spells in the deck for BunnyHoppor, and so he was completely dependent on the generation of cards like Vizier to find answers to anything. And then also, he needed answers for board, which meant that damage was not going where you love to send it.
Face.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the place.
It would have been the place if he had 9 more of it, but he didn't.
Yes, and he most importantly needed like 9 of it all at once.
Yeah.
He couldn't do it over multiple turns because there were so many turns where we were just looking at it. It's like, he's dead on board.
Yeah, I love the play where he was able to use Horn of Winter to really maximize a ton of mana and clear the Scourge out of the way. A turn 7 Scourge, super scary. He found a way to deal with it, but it just wasn't enough. So Toast comes home with the win. Excellent win by Disguised Toast.
Yeah, but we have got a couple highlights from this round. We've got Feno here versus Cantelope. Look at Acelor just laying down the pain.
That Lord Marigar.
Lord Marigar actually getting the swing. Haven't seen too much of that so far. Feno getting one up over Cantelope. Remorseless winner coming in to start the board clear from Meati. I'm stealing his deck at the end of this. It's happening. This is the first Death Knight deck I'm taking out on ladder.
I'm curious to see if there's any card that he would change now playing it so often this weekend tournament. He is someone to follow on Twitter to see how he likes this deck after playing it so much and what he would do differently.
Look at this double Marrow Manipulator pop off, courtesy of Bran, and also just enough corpses. That went down to 0 corpses for Meati. It was perfect lethal. Look at these standings.
Perfectly
Team Frost
calculated.
Rocketing. I didn't know Rockets ran on Frost, but they are rocketing to the top, staying on top with 113 points. Team Unholy still in second place. They picked up a lot of points that round.
They did.
Then at 88, and Team Blood still slowly chipping away at their point total. Regis Killbin still on top with his insanely consistent play. 49 points. Look at the spread from first to second place.
Yeah, Regis Killbin did not lose today, not once. So Meati, I believe, did get stopped at one point, and Regis on a tear. Absolute legend.
We are going to have to update his player card.
Yes.
That says never won a game of Hearthstone.
I've never won. What a liar.
Well, let's see if Regis can keep it up on top of changing formats.
Yeah, we're going to be changing formats in next round where we're going to be having a death knight and a challenger for each team, and we're going to have some points on the line.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. We're going into a slightly longer break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the Death Knight Showmatch. We are just moments away from beginning stage 2 of our event, Death's Challenge. Garrett here again with Slissa coming out of our round robin stage. What an onslaught of Death Knight on Death Knight violence.
Yeah, stage 1 was spicy, but stage 2 is about to get even spicier with so much about to go down. And, you know, right now, Team Frost is ahead by a lot, but that might not be the case because we have Death's Challenge coming up. Each team will have a Death Knight and a Challenger to challenge opposing teams' Death Knights. The Challenger will utilize points that they've earned all throughout those round robin stage, and they are going to be using those points to try earn more points.
Yeah, they're going to put them up, and they could potentially swing it in their favor or lose even more points.
So yeah, if a team were to put up 20 points, they could end up earning 40 if they win or losing those 20 points. So this could be a huge turnaround. Every team will face one another once, or every challenger will face every Death Knight once, basically. That's going to give us 6 games to see who is our true winner for this show match.
Yes, and it's worth mentioning too, we're moving on from best of 2 to a best of 1 format. It's going to be challengers just slamming into Death Knights and seeing who will be the victor.
Yeah, it's also important to note that they have selected their challenger and their Death Knight, but they don't have to play the deck that they brought. They get to choose what deck they want to play versus the challenger and versus the Death Knight.
Yeah, just as long as they still keep it within the rune of their team.
Yep, that is the only rule. They have to keep one of those 4 decks that they submitted in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I wonder if anyone will pick up that Frost Dragon deck.
Ooh.
Besides BunnyHoppor, unless BunnyHoppor gets nominated. But let's take a look at those standings, because points are quite important as you'll be able to put them up. Team Frost is still in first place with their whopping 113 points, followed by Team Unholy with 88 points and Team Blood with 30 points to work with as we move in to Death's Challenge. What do you think? What would your strategy be if you were looking to climb up? If you're Team Unholy or your Team Blood, what would you want to do with your points? How would you want to come out of the gate?
I talked about this earlier, and I'll talk about it again. Team Frost built 2 separate decks to deal with different teams. Buddy's deck is to deal with Blood. The other decks are to deal with Unholy, so they already have a strategy there. We can use this deck when we face the Blood's Challenger or the Blood's Death Knight, and then we can use one of the 3 others, maybe Regis's deck, because that deck was impossible to beat apparently, or else Regis is just a god gamer with that deck.
You want to ask him if he's a god gamer?
We can ask him if he's a god gamer.
Can we ask Regis if he's a god gamer?
Regis, are you here?
Yeah.
Hello?
Regis,
Hello,
Hey,
yeah.
hey, Fred.
I'm not a god gamer. I do have a god teammates, though, because they built an incredible deck, and they helped me practice, and a lot of luck on my side. I stole some wins, yeah.
I don't think so. I think you're a god gamer, Regis, and you're just the most humble, gracious human being that we are so happy to have in the Hearthstone community.
That's too.
I respect how humble you are, but there's too much consistency there. I refuse. You're not. You can't be that lucky. But so I mean, what was it like? What was going through your mind? Could you believe that you just kept getting W's?
I can't believe it. Honestly, I came in, I was like, just, if I can go like 50-50, I'll be happy. I'd be like over the moon to go 50-50, because everyone here is such an incredible, like just absolute legends of the esports and beyond. And it's like, go 50-50. I'm over the moon to be here. I can't even dream. I got a lot of luck on my side and a really good deck. So I just did my best. I think I did okay. I'll take a little credit, but just a tiny bit.
You also got a lot of YouTube content to work with now with all those wins.
I do. That is actually
I got
as
to-
exciting or more.
I got to check out your YouTube last night and make sure you guys are all following Regis on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you for the shout out. Wow.
I watched you right before coming to this event, and legit, I'm not just being nice, but I want to ask you. Listen, we've got a little insider knowledge because we see those Discord notifications. Your team, you seem tight. You are constantly talking, especially in the early stages when, like before we even started playing, it seemed like you were all really going at it, really strategizing. What's your relationship like with Team Frost?
It's been great. I came in, I thought, look, I'm probably the worst player in the team. And I think that's still true. I think I just had a good deck and a good lineup. But I thought I'll be the cheerleader. Like if I can inspire everybody else and kind of make them have a good time and be funny, drop some memes here and there, then I'll have served some purpose in case I don't perform particularly well. Hopefully I still served my cheerleading duties while winning a few games along the way as well. But they've been great. I mean, I love everybody. They're so nice. I didn't really know Bunny or Meati beforehand. I certainly met Allie a ton. But they've all been amazing and supportive, and they were giving me a ton of confidence and like talking me up a lot. So that helps. That went a long way.
Yeah, I feel like you're such a better player than you give yourself credit for, Regis.
I don't know. You guys need to watch more of my videos, apparently. You'll see.
Well, you're always memeing and having a good time, and that's why we love to have you here.
Yeah, I actually think it did help a little to, I play weird, unusual stuff, and these were all like new cards you really hadn't seen. There wasn't a refined meta, so maybe I had a little bit of extra adaptability in my blood to kind of navigate these new Death Knight decks.
Well, thanks so much for taking time with us, dude. Best of luck in the games ahead. And next time I see a player card with your face on it, I'm going to tell them to add humble. But we're going to move along and take another step towards our Death Challenge stage of the Death Knight Showmatch event.
I'm excited.
Regis is like too humble. How are you that humble after winning 8 games in a row?
I don't know. I could never be.
If I win 8
I'm
games
bragging
in a row
left and right.
Yeah, if I win 8 games in a row on ladder, I'm bragging to my chihuahuas.
Yes, you're like, look at me.
All
But
right.
look at here. We have our first Death Challenger and Knight. Thijs, the Knight of the Blood team. He will be the Knight for the rest of the game. And the challenger for Team Frost being BunnyHoppor.
Putting up 24 points.
Yep, Team Frost is putting up 24 points.
Yeah.
And they will be trying to fight the Knight of Thijs to win double.
That is how this works. We are moving out of that round robin phase, and so you will see this as we move through. The challenger showing up and putting up points and risking those points.
Yeah, I think what we will see is Unholy probably putting up the most points because Unholy's kind of in this middle space. They need to pass up Frost, but they want to stay above Blood. Blood needs to put in the most, as much as they can, without putting it all in. Because if they challenge all their points, then they can't move on to round 2 of this. They'll have nothing to risk. But here we can see what deck BunnyHoppor has opted to play. He has opted to play his double Frost single Blood deck. Yep, that is what I expected.
It's his own deck.
That is the dragon deck that we talked about. We said that this is the greedy deck that is supposed to beat Blood. And, well, what do you know? He's taking it, he's facing it versus Blood. I think that's what we expected. And I would expect that Blood brought their largest control style deck, like the greediest control they could find.
Yeah, and there's still that potential, that Bone Lord Frost Whisper combo potential in BunnyHoppor's double Frost Blood deck. Maybe a sniper Patchwork in there again too. We're gonna see if Patchwork's aim is true.
Will it hit the Sire Denathrius?
Yeah, maybe.
Here on the other side is what Thijs will be playing. Thijs is opted to play Avelline's deck, which is a triple Blood deck, and it runs Vampiric Blood, Gnome Muncher, and Corpse Explosion. Those, I think, are my 3 favorite Blood cards.
Yeah, Vampiric Blood it's triple Blood for a reason. It already feels iconic for something that is as new as a brand new class in Hearthstone that isn't even out yet. But it does feel like a key piece. It really sets off what makes Blood blood. But what I really want to point out here is the fact that he's using Avelline's deck, and if you looked at those individual standings a while back, Avelline was the highest ranked player from Team Blood.
She was.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had a discussion about that and we're like,
Well, yeah, and so the thing about this deck is it runs a lot of minions, and early minion pressure could hurt Bunny. So I think that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to get out as many minions early as possible to try and just aggro Bunny, because Bunny just has so much greed that it's inevitable greed will beat a control style deck. And so I do like this option that they selected for Team Blood.
And Bunny has large minions that he's likely going to hold on to for quite a while because it costs too much to deploy early in the game, and there's a Mutinous in the deck.
Nom nom.
Get your Murlocs.
Yes, okay. I gotta stop making all these random noises.
Yeah, and of course Theotar is there as well, so if you're a fan of Disruption, there's plenty of it going on here. Let's take a look and meet Thijs, even though he is no stranger to Hearthstone, but if you haven't seen him, here's some of his interesting factoids.
Yeah, he has so many achievements. But I like that he put two-time Battleground champion on here.
Can we talk about his favorite competitor?
BunnyHoppor! And look at who he's facing.
About to go swinging.
I wonder who BunnyHoppor's favorite competitor is. Is it Thijs?
Probably Brian Kibler. He showed up like 7 times.
Practice buddy being Colento. Wait, he practices with himself?
There's a meme I haven't heard in a long, long time.
Yeah. Another thing that he put on one of his player information is that one of his skills, his Hearthstone skills, is that he can impersonate all the cards. So make sure if you're in his channel, you go ask him to impersonate every card that he plays while he is competing today. That would be really
Well,
cool.
it's just unfair. He's getting ahead on everyone on Death Knight card impersonations.
There he is, getting prepared for his impersonations, while Bunny is getting prepared to be the biggest dragon player of all the Death Knights.
They look deadly, maybe Death Knight serious.
You see that point, 24 points are being risked by BunnyHoppor and the Frost team.
Would you consider keeping the Mutinous? Yes.
Yep.
Thijs certainly did.
Yeah, because he knows that everyone's keeping Dire or Sire Denathrius. I just called him Dire. I mixed his name. It's fine. That's his new nickname.
Just Daddy D.
Daddy D. So yeah, I do like that Mutinous hold. Otherwise, he could keep the Murloc that draws 3 more Murlocs, because that almost guarantees drawing it. I think he's running a package of at least 5 Murlocs.
Yeah, the Murlocula is in there, and we saw that lifesteal be relevant in a few games.
Yep.
But we're getting in here. It looks like BunnyHoppor opted to mulligan, ended up with 2 massive dragons to start. Also found himself a Chill Fallen Baron, however, which will hopefully smooth this hand out, but it won't be able to start smoothing it out until turn 3.
He's just going to tempo a Bone Lord on turn 6 so that these are free minions. Yep. That's all that's going to happen. And then
Has to find it first.
he'll get it by turn 6. I believe in BunnyHoppor's skill. His draw skill is impeccable. But over on Thijs' side, he has drawn his Patchwork, which could mess up BunnyHoppor's Bone Lord if he does draw it again.
There's a lot of hero power going on in the early stages
Yeah.
of this Death Knight on Death Knight Showmatch.
It's gonna be when you have a big greedy deck. Oh,
There's the Bone Lord Frost Whisper.
I
It might happen.
love how you doubted me. Such a doubt when I know what Bunny's gonna do.
Listen, you told me something was going to go face. It went to a minion earlier. I have questions.
Was it Bunny playing?
No, that was Allie.
Okay, but I'm on the same team as Bunny, so I know Bunny.
You said you knew Allie.
Sometimes if your friends keep secrets from you.
There's no secrets between Death Knights, except what's in your opponent's hand, because it is still a game of Hearthstone.
Job's done.
This is going to be I feel like this is going to be a nice game of Hearthstone. This is going to be a very entertaining game. I'm very excited about the decks that both players brought. This is the type of game I wanted to see this week. And I saw a bunch of great games, but this is going to be an exciting one. Hematurge on the board, going to discover, not quite, oh, there we go.
Soul Stealer, Obliterate, and
Patchwork. 100%. Look at his excitement with that patchwork.
Yeah, the Thijs lit up there.
Because he knows disruption is the only way I can beat BunnyHoppor. I need to disrupt. I need to ruin all those greedy cards. I need to destroy them.
And look at BunnyHoppor's hand.
Yeah.
It's a lot of major impact cards. The only things that would be like a bad hit right now is Vizier and Spammy Arcanist. You don't want to lose the Nathrius. You don't want to lose Frost Whisper. Malagos and Kazakusan could all potentially get worked.
Yeah, and if he doesn't tempo the Bone Lord, I mean, there's a good potential that he just loses it. Can he win without it? Probably, but it might take a lot longer. Wait, because he only has 3 turns after it dies, so it would inevitably take a lot longer.
Yeah, BunnyHoppor, you see him. I'm probably narrating on stream right now, explaining his thought process. Set up for that spammy clear. I think that's great. You know, it doesn't look like a lot. We've seen massive spammy plays,
Yeah.
but to clear 2 minions and leave your own 2/4, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Turn 5.
especially versus a control deck. You don't need to do anything crazy with it. Versus Unholy, you really need to hold it for the big boards that are rough to deal with. But in this situation, versus the Blood, it's totally fine to just use this to get the tempo on board. But Thijs gonna turn it around, use his weapon to clear the board off and gain some corpses.
Yeah, I think Soulbreaker is such a cool weapon with the way the way it works with corpses. Normally, you don't get corpses for killing your opponent's minions, but you do a Soulbreaker.
Do you think we're gonna see a tempo Bone Lord? Ah, no
Apparently
tempo
not. I was hoping
Bone
for
Lord.
when you said that. I saw a card move very quickly, and I was like, was it?
Oh.
No, it was a Vizier. I do love Vizier, and I do like these options. I always get excited about Playground. It's such a cool card. Haven't seen it a ton, but
There we go.
Howling Blast is just been so
Yeah.
present in the games.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for something greedier than.
Oh, what was the Playground?
Yeah, I like the play grade. He was definitely looking for something greedier like the Scourge. Didn't get it, but at least the play grain is cheap.
That it is, just adds more threats that you don't need to worry about casting yourself to your deck. Unless, of course, like we saw earlier, you shuffle your entire hand with Finley.
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Not the best synergy with Playgrain.
That wasn't fun. All right, over here on Thijs' side of the board, quite the full hand. He is going to be able to coin out a Mutinous or coin out a Patchwork. He does the Mutinous. He gets the Sire Denathrius.
There it is.
He gets the Sire Denathrius.
It would have been good enough to get the Denathrius by itself.
Thijs is emoting.
We get an emote from Thijs. Oh my
Sipping
goodness.
on his tea when he gets. Oh, Thijs.
Just destroying the Denathrius would have been good enough, but now you also have to contend with this monstrosity of a 14/14 Mutinous.
Yeah, he'll be able to Glacial Advance for 4 damage, getting himself 2 extra mana, Death Strike, heal for 1, and finally end on that Frost Strike to discover. Gets a Frostworm's Fury. Again, I think we're looking for greed cards if we want to tempo out that Bone Lord.
Yeah, it would be discounted as well. Maybe considering the Thessarian, maybe considering I just want to draw more because my
Yeah.
hand is full of very expensive minions.
Yeah, ends up going with Thessarian. Yeah, he has so much greed in hand. Maybe Frostworm was just like, oh, okay, we got enough greed.
Here comes the
Patchwork
Patchwork.
comes down.
What's it gonna hit? Oh,
Oh, God.
took out the Malagos, the Spellweaver.
Takes out Malagos, takes out Amalgam of the Deep. Amalgam not that big a deal, but again, more value, more value. He's looking for value all the time. And that is the first Patchwork. And BunnyHoppor doesn't know about the second. He doesn't know that there is a second one hiding because Patchwork's a legendary. You can't run to, but you can discover one.
You certainly can, and there's a lot of Death Knight rune discovering cards available to this brand new class.
I feel he's. I can tell Bunny's annoyed about this disruption. He is annoyed, but we must move forward. And do we Bone Lord yet?
Team Blood has got to be feeling good about this right now.
All right, so getting the discount by killing off the ghoul. Finds Death Strike, Icy Touch, or Graveyard Shift. Again, just like, I don't think these are what he's looking for. I think he's looking for more cards that are going to be a bit boostier. And these just aren't it. These are defense cards. I guess the Graveyard Shift gives tokens.
Yeah, Death Strike does get rid of the patchwork.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's another patchwork and still key cards in BunnyHoppor's hand.
I think Tyson can read that Bunny's hand is quite heavy.
Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
Tyson is having a wonderful time.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is Tyson's happy place.
It's his happy competitor.
Yeah, there you go.
Talon off the top. Tyson looking positively mischievous right now.
And another Patrick comes down.
It
Hits the Bone Lord! Oh, and Bunny
BunnyHoppor's
rolls
face.
his eyes. Are you kidding me? Now, what you got from deck wasn't terrible. An Amber Whelp, which is that new dragon that deals 3 damage. Not the end of the world, but
It is just all patchwork all the time in this BunnyHoppor versus Thijs matchup. Just working it.
I thought Tyson's middle name was Danger, but apparently it's Disruption.
It's a 50-50 getting rid of the 4-6 versus the 2-2.
Whee!
Let's see what it hits.
Nope.
Oh,
nope,
hits
nope.
the Mistress.
Got Bone Guard from the deck, and from hand it was able to pick up the Talon. Not what he's looking for. Thijs is on cloud 9.
Yeah, I liked Thijs's patchwork more. And if you were to ask me which one, the answer would be
Both?
sure.
Sure. Yes. Answer yes. Which one? Yes. All right, to discover an Alliestraza Mograine of Vampiric Blood or another card.
Mograine would be good. You can deploy it right now, and that's exactly what Thijs is gonna do. That battle cry is for the rest of the game. Deal 3 damage to your opponent at the end of your turns. BunnyHoppor now going to be taking 3 damage every turn. No way to get rid of that. The damage is already done, and it will keep being done.
And Nixia hits the board, able to clear up what Thijs has developed. So now Thijs on the defense.
I don't remember that part in the lore of Warcraft. A Nixia eating Mograine.
Sire Denathrius was in Thijs' hand, so he's able to start getting some infusions.
Vampiric Blood comes out, just gonna get, a lot of more health and draw a Soul Stealer, which easily answers the board of BunnyHoppor.
Disgusting.
Off the top. I think BunnyHoppor's made peace with this. His facial expression didn't really change.
I am at peace.
Could Kazakhstan contest the 5-5? Well, no. Still need to play 3 more dragons. Only has 1 in his hand.
A lot of them were stolen, weren't they?
Lost an amalgam, too, from one of those patchworks, which counts towards that dragon counter.
Whiffed on the Thessarian. He wanted them both to hit so that the ghoul would kill it off. So it just goes face.
Now he needs to decide what he wants to do here with the Soul Stealer. Definitely want to swing before you start removing the Thessarians. They're going to start slinging 2 damage randomly everywhere.
Yeah, Tyson's hand's a little, it's a lot of removal, but like, is this enough to even want to remove?
That's a very good question. Like, do you just swing?
Put up a prince? Like, prince.
I think that's where Thijs is right now, is trying to figure out what the best thing to do here is. I see him hovering over Blood Boil.
Yeah, that works over a couple turns, and it's kind of passive.
Hey,
Prince.
agreeing with Slissa, just saying, let's just get Renathal out there.
I'm basically Thijs's brain.
Didn't know brains had names.
Yeah.
But today we learned Thijs's brain's name is Slissa. There goes the Blood Boil.
He's thinking about, does he trade the ghoul or just go face? Yeah, because
Yeah, just apply the pressure. He wants corpses. He wants infusions right now more than he wants to deal with 3 attack minions.
All right, again, just not greedy enough stuff, but able to find some draw in the defrost from the Nagaling.
Let's see what BunnyHoppor finds. Chill Fallen
More
Baron
draw.
can continue drawing. You want some draw with your draw, Slissa.
I would. Get those cards pumping.
More draw.
Here comes the crates.
This is when you're happy you have crate in your deck. When you're gonna just be constantly cycling like this. Starts getting in some damage. But BunnyHoppor is starting to get low.
25 is low.
In these Death Knight games, yes.
2021 me is crying.
I would like to point out that Thijs is at 40 health, and that 4-0 is in red. Open things up with a hero power, setting up for that spammy clear. Those were all second halves of the Thessarian. So we finally will not be sadly looking at Thessarian's beautiful mane.
So an amalgam in hand, so he is able to amber whelp and discover another dragon. He can get 2.
That would be 2 more ticks for Kazaka-san, and then the final dragon he discovered would be the 3rd tick that he needs to activate that Kazaka-san.
So he's going to take an icy touch, along with probably a frost strike here. There's a frost strike.
Pick me!
Which leads into another discover. Ooh, Frigidara up in the mix.
Yeah. 2 draw or 2 draw with a minion attached. He goes with the true draw without a minion attached.
Well, it's also defrost is just pure draw. Frigidara only draws frost spells.
Right.
So
Marrow Manipulator, interesting here. That's probably one of the greedier cards he needs.
25 corpses. He could use quite a few more manipulators.
Yeah, I feel like that's really what he's been needing this whole game, those greedy finds. Marrow Manipulator is a good pickup.
Needs damage, needs to get that chip in, needs to try to catch back up in the health total here. Every turn for BunnyHoppor, taking that 3, courtesy of Mograine.
Yeah, again, another interesting turn, because Bunny's not being too aggressive here, but that Bran on board is scary, and there's just not a great way to deal with it, except for Soul Stealer, and Soul Stealer just...
I think you have to.
Yeah, it's just kind of... Is it a waste here to Soul Stealer?
I mean, against BunnyHoppor's deck, you know what deck he's playing, you know it has big dragons. I'm sure it feels bad, but what feels worse is whatever follows up a turn 2 Bran on board.
Yeah, because if you had that Bran with the amalgam, it'd feel real bad.
All right, out come those dragon ticks. Hey, you want another Kazaka-san?
Yeah, I do.
Probably not. I'd be looking at the Onyxia here, because that's another Kazaka-san you need to activate.
Well, I mean, semantics, man.
I mean, 8/8
Look
isn't
at
bad.
it. It's so shiny. He took that.
I'm going for
He
the
took the
fairy
shiniest one, the fairy
Ends
dragon.
up going for the fairy dragon.
He heard shiny. He's like, I like shiny. You can't target this.
Gonna draw some more. Will we hit additional crates? Oh, we hit yet another card that has draw on it with Harbinger. Icy touch. Haven't seen a lot of it.
I was gonna say that was the first time we saw the animation.
It's a nice one. Again, the effects team really went for it with this set. All right, Harbinger goes down. Got to wait for that draw. It is attached to the death rattle.
Murloc in hand for some Murloc draw.
Yeah, find your more Murloculas. Already has one in hand, and it is infused and ready to go.
Yep, Thijs able to turn this board around.
Rest of the Murlocs show up for the party. BunnyHoppor down to 15.
Very scary spot for BunnyHoppor.
He has the mana. He could drop Fairy Dragon, then drop Kazaka-san. But he's staring down. Normally, wouldn't say that that board looks particularly terrifying, but when you're sitting at 15 health and you're taking 3 damage every turn,
Yeah.
it is something you want an answer to.
He has Remorseless Winter in hand for draw, 2 damage. You know, it can pair well with Marrow Manipulator.
Where is Stalnos when you want him? Would at least answer the Ravager. Instead, gonna go with Howling Blast. Gonna freeze the spammy Arcanist. And tee up for your own spammy Arcanist. Kazaka-san is now active.
Oh yeah, but Sire-Denathrius with 18. Bunny has now put himself out of range of dying to it because, I mean, he could still die technically.
It's the 3 damage. He's gonna take the tick from Mograine.
Oh! The Mograine final 3 damage. I forgot about that.
Perfect lethal from Thijs. Was that the first Mograine lethal we've seen? It is.
I think it might, at least today it has been.
Death by Mograine.
Yes, and so our challenger, BunnyHoppor, did not defeat the Blood's Death Knight and did not earn double points to 20, double 24 points. Gonna lose 24 points for Team Frost.
And Frost on top. Blood really needing every win that they can get, starting strong during our Death Challenge.
I bet Team Unholy is pretty happy about that as well, because Team Unholy is behind Team Frost, but not by an extreme amount.
Yeah, the points are gonna be moving around, and we're gonna be moving into our next Death Challenge with BunnyHoppor as the challenger.
No, we just watched that one.
We just watched. Yes, that's what
yeah, it was a good
left
one.
out of. Yeah, coming out of BunnyHoppor versus Thijs, and reminding you of how many points came up, which was 24 points, but the challenger BunnyHoppor did not win.
Nope. Thijs able to defend for Team Blood, being the perfect Death Knight.
That was a really unique game. I can see why you were excited to see those two decks go up against each other.
Yeah, and you could see the excitement on Thijs' face when Patchwork was an opportunity to get picked up, a second Patchwork, and he went Mutinous, Patchwork, Disruption, and all of BunnyHoppor's dreams just fizzling away. Like, no.
It was just constant. It was a parade of perfect disruption. But let's take a look at highlights from that, because that I could watch that game again immediately. Here comes that Mutinous coming down and just being like, that's my Denathrius. Look at the joy, the sheer joy on Thijs' face.
And getting that exact lethal thanks to Alexander's Mograine with the 3 damage tick every end of turn.
That green and red spell effect spelling doom for BunnyHoppor, and let's see how the points have shaken up. Is that correct?
I don't think this is correct. I feel like that's how many points Team Frost had before, but we know that BunnyHoppor wagered 24. Simple math can deduce that we were going to take 24 points away from Team Frost, because that was how much they challenged.
Yeah, listen, the temperature is this low, the calculators, they tend to freeze over, so
Yeah.
we just need to cast a thaw spell.
This is why your math teachers tell you can't just always carry a calculator.
They were lying.
No, we were not.
Even then, a calculator fit in your pocket. But again, I'm so stoked to see Mograine. It's a card that I was extremely hyped for when I saw it revealed. A massive lore character, but also an extremely impactful card. And there's a reason it's locked behind that requirement of triple blood runes.
I wonder if our good friend Regis likes Alexandra Smograin. Regis?
Maybe?
No, Mogreen's the worst. I don't no. I hate Mogreen right now. I thought I liked it until about 2 minutes ago.
He just
Man,
destroyed your team's
that was tough.
dreams.
Yeah, it's okay. We tried. Those patchworks, 2 patchworks in a row, eating all our best cards. That was tough.
How's Team Frost feeling after that game?
Well, I'm here with you guys instead of talking to them, so I don't know quite yet. But I suspect, though, knowing their tendencies, I bet they're hopeful, and I bet we still have all the confidence that we're going to win.
Yeah,
but we'll have to deliver.
One thing I know about Team Frost is they always start off a little slow, but then they pick up speed, and by the end, they're just crushing everyone. So you're just getting out that early loss now, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good strategy. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna relay that to the team. Yeah, let's try to win. Yeah, that's a good plan.
I mean, how do you personally feel, Regis? So you're still sitting on a good pile of points.
Yes. Yeah. I listen. We have 2 incredible players in our Challenger Knight roles. I trust them. Perhaps not with my life, but certainly with my Hearthstone points.
They're both doctors.
I feel
You
good.
wouldn't trust them with your life? These doctors?
That's a great point. I guess I do trust them with my life and my Hearthstone points. You're right. Yes. So we can't lose. You're right. That's perfect.
Awesome.
Well, thank you again for your time, Regis. Really appreciate it. And again, good luck in the coming challenges.
Yeah, and thank you guys for being awesome hosts and casters, by the way. You did a great job.
Aw, thanks, Regis.
Great, dude. I'm
So humble.
a big fan of Regis.
How can you not be?
You can't. You're actually required.
Yes.
It's in the Hearthstone rules. You are required to like Regis, and we are required to take a look at points right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, Team Unholy probably doing some frosty fist bumps.
Yes.
Maybe ghoulish.
Yeah. They are only 1 point behind Team Frost now. Now keep in mind, when the Team Frost risked points, Team Unholy and Team Blood risked them at the same time. So they're not risking points now after seeing the game. They already risked their points ahead of time. So just keep that in mind. They don't get to see how the matchups end up.
Yeah, the points that were put up were all put up at once simultaneously.
Yeah, during our break.
Yeah, you don't get to change how many points you want to put up based on the results.
No, so this is fair. Don't worry about that if you're a Team Frost fan. Team Unholy already put up their points recently. And even it almost feels like Team Blood now really has a chance now that we see some of these swings.
Makes me think, I guess they chose that number of points very strategically because it was exactly enough to keep them ahead by 1 point if they lost.
Yeah, I'm sure those mathematicians could do the math there and be like, yeah, this will keep us ahead for a round.
I wonder how much Unholy wagered and Team Blood. Like, if you're Team Unholy, are you banking? You can't read Team Frost's mind, right? But here now we know how much Team Blood is putting up because Avelline is challenging the Knight of Team Unholy, HunterAce, with 29 points.
It's important to point out that they have 30 points. They have to leave a point, otherwise they have nothing for next round and they're just out. So she is putting up all but 1 point, and she's trying to triple, I guess, because she will earn double and really get the blood back into the game. So will her blood deck be able to beat out the greed of HunterAce's Unholy deck?
And will she stick with her blood deck?
Yeah, that's a good point.
She doesn't have to.
She doesn't have to. They are able to pick any of the 4 decks that they brought to the tournament. So I am curious to see what deck they each brought.
If I had to hazard a guess, I bet it's Avelline's deck.
You think
we've
so?
already seen one member of Team Blood switch off their deck onto Avelline's deck list.
But she maybe wants a bit more clear, less minions for Unholy, so maybe not. Maybe she picked a different deck based off that. Maybe she wanted to have 1 Frost, or Because that was a triple blood before, right? So maybe she wants one Frost or one Unholy now to deal with the Unholy.
That could be playing a role. We're about to head into our second game of our Death's Challenge. But these are all best of ones.
Right, best of ones. We're just going to see one game.
Second matchup.
HunterAce, he seems like he's feeling confident, right? He looks confident to me.
He does. It might just be that shirt looks extremely comfortable.
Oh, that's true.
Is this how I get good at Hearthstone? I just need a bunch of books?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I don't read. I don't read. I don't read. That's a daunting amount of books behind him. And it just proves, just how smart HunterAce is. Is he in a library? Or is this his home? Does he just own all these books?
It looks lovely, but we're getting into it now. And that looks like Avelline's deck because I'm seeing Murlocs.
Yep, that's true. So Avelline probably bringing her own deck list. We will find out soon what deck HunterAce brought.
You think he keeps the Stitch Giant? I think HunterAce is just like, it'll get there.
Not sure. I don't think so. I think he wants to throw it back so he can double it in size.
He's not. So HunterAce is playing Dog's deck.
Okay. Playing Dog's deck. So let me do some magic and let you guys know what deck that is.
Magic or spreadsheets?
It is a double Unholy Frost deck. Double Unholy Frost. So no Lord Marogar, no triple Unholy. It has that Frost.
If I'm not mistaken, I do believe Dog was the highest ranking individual on Team Unholy as well. So far there seems to be this trend of using the best performing deck list.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna take a chip out of the body bagger.
Yeah, this deck does run double Defrost, so a lot more draw out of that. Double Amalgam of the Deep. But
Send in the bagger.
something to note is that the Unholy team has the least amount of variance between all four of their decks.
So all relatively.
Pretty similar.
Yeah.
The least amount of variance came from Team Unholy.
Ooh, no Muncher in the hand of Avelline. Haven't seen nearly as much no Muncher today.
No, it's been disappointment. You guys are disappointing me.
Won't you think of Slissa's entertainment?
Yeah, hello? All right. HunterAce gaining quite the hand. Necrotic Mortician out to discover an unholy rune. Able to find Army of the Dead, which would give him a lot of value. But remember, he has to have the corpses in order to gain all the value. He can also grab a Bone Digger because he could tempo that out now, though he has plenty of tempo in hand, so I don't see the point. But these Amalgams of the Deep don't do much because the Necrotic Mortician does not consider an undead.
No. No, she is not. Gonna get Astalor rolling. Mana Thirst 4 was active.
Avelline is able to get to 60 health here.
It's just blood things.
Just blood thing. She's not going to. She's going to draw 3 cards. Get those Murlocs in hand. Murlocula, get the Infuse, get the Mutinous down as soon as possible. Insert Finley's for when she needs different options.
Getting that infused Murlocula into play.
Murlocula.
You said the name. There it is. Well, Defrost off the top, such a full hand of HunterAce. I'm not sure he's really thinking about drawing right now. Unholy Frenzy, Plague Strike, or Dark Transformation.
We know how much we love Unholy Frenzy.
It's a little awkward here.
Yeah, Plague Strike is not awkward, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be as concerned about having to run something in to Murlocula, because it's not like the life steal is worth anything when your opponent is at full health. And it looks like HunterAce agrees. Gonna sack 2 minions to get the full clear, and Avelline isn't gonna get any added value out of that life steal because she's already at full health. And with
Yeah.
2 Vampiric Bloods in hands, she might decide to go to fuller health.
Yeah, fuller,
Exactly
fuller.
what she's going to do. Draws
50.
Asphyxiate off the top.
60. Can we get to 100? That's what I want to see. I want to see 100 health.
You're turning into Count Murlocula over there. Not a lot of corpses so far yet in this game. HunterAce has at least picked up 5.
Aveline's stewing over whether she should switch her hand out and decides not to. She has, a lot of good resources that she might want to use, so keeps it on hand.
There's so much control. Asphyxiate, Soul Stealer, Spammy Arcanist, No Muncher. These are just the greatest hits of the control cards that we've been seeing out of Blood decks these last 2 days.
All right, for on HunterAce's side, some options, none of them that exciting unless he wants to Blade Master to stop something from happening next turn that he thinks could happen. So a Theatar or a Theatar.
Yeah, Okani was quite impactful yesterday. Haven't had a chance to cast a game today.
3 Undeads. Blood Mage Thanos is interesting here.
Has the potential to be no spells in hand right now to take advantage of the spell damage.
Yeah, so just gonna double discover.
Oh, picked up the Nerubian Swarm Guard.
Haven't seen that much.
No, it is a new neutral coming in March of the Lich King. Does have that undead tag and summons 2 copies of the minion. It's a 4 mana 1/3.
Yep. Part of the Unholy package.
Yeah, with taunt, so it's guarding. But there's a gorgeous spammy Arcanist full board clear, and Murlocula number 2 hitting the board for Avelline.
All right, with 10 corpses on the board, Army of the Dead is ready to go. Could double Army if he wanted to, though he only has 7 mana. Has enough corpses, not enough mana.
And also not enough minions to run into to make room for both armies.
Listen, semantics. But there's enough room, there's just not enough mana.
Oh, you're right, because it's
Mana
5. It's up to
shmana.
5. I'm thinking of Bone Guard.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, get excited. I get Bone Guard and just start thinking about wide boards.
Very exciting.
Can we call it a bloody board bloat, Bone Guard Commander?
No, it's too many words. Can't fit on the card.
I see you hovering over Nerubian Swarm Guard, HunterAce, trying to remember what the card was.
Mutinous coming down.
Oh, what's it gonna hit? There's so many options. Hits the Swarm Guard. That's a
HunterAce.
pretty big whiff.
HunterAce okay with that. Oh yeah, look at that excitement.
They're just. I wonder if he looked away for a minute. There's a little bit of delay, or it's just internet.
Yeah, delayed internet, but he is quite thrilled. That's why he picked that card. It was just a bait card.
Well, we were excited on your behalf. Not that I have a favorite by any means. I've just seen so many massive Mutinuses today. It's nice. You got to keep Mutinous humble.
Yeah, we do. He's getting a little much attention, a little too
Wiggling
much.
those eyes.
Such cute eyes.
Getting too. We have different definitions of cute.
What? He's such a cutie.
Hovering over that Stitch Giant. A lot of options.
A lot of yellow.
Yeah.
We like yellow.
Oh, considering the Tomb Guardians. Stall Tactics. This is an Infectious School in hand, but hey, here comes Blade Master Okani.
Yeah, I really like if you were to select minion here to disrupt any sort of Soul Stealer or Bone Guard.
Hovering over that minion, that's what he chooses.
Yep, so he's trying to disrupt those 8 drops that Blood typically has a minion on turn 8. So trying to disrupt that so they have to wait a turn by trying to counter it with a different minion.
Thing is, not a lot of corpses, so I don't think a Bone Guard Commander is likely, and I don't think the threat is strong enough to worry about a Soul Stealer coming down.
That's true.
Avelline.
This is not what we stood for.
Oh, test.
Sacrificing her Murlocs.
Yeah, that was the play.
Never sacrifice the Murlocs.
Off the top, another necrotic mortician for HunterAce.
Wonder if you'd want to use that with Bran.
Discover 2 unholy rune cards. I almost called them unruly.
Unruly, undead,
rune in there?
unholy, unlikely.
Hovering over that infectious ghoul card we haven't seen too much of. Deciding against it. Going for that defrost. Get more options. Sire Denathrius. Ending up in hand, followed by, a graveyard shift. I'd be surprised to see that dropped. And a 0 mana Stitch Giant joining the fray.
Able to clear off that taunt. Nothing else, but that's okay because he has quite the board developed.
You know, as a fan of Divine Shield plays, of playing Paladin, I'm a little worried about so many 1/1 charges.
I mean, you were a Paladin main, right?
Yes.
What about now? Do you think you'll still be a Paladin main, or are you gonna switch?
You know, I stayed loyal to the Silver Hand in World of Warcraft, but no, in Hearthstone, you won't see me off Dark Knight for quite a long time. Ooh, it's just both the Denathrius being like, it's late game, we feel like making appearances, here we are, but Avelline also picking up a key board control tool with that spammy Arcanist, and we've already got 1 minion on board at 1 health, but we can't easily get Blade Master to 2 because it's sitting behind that taunt.
Yeah, a little awkward for the spammy. There's a lot of other options too, so.
Avelline also now has 6 corpses, which would give full value for Bone Guard Commander and would be a whole lot of stall, considering the amount of damage on board now for HunterAce.
Use the ghoul to get through. Soulbreaker can kill off Okani and gain more corpses.
Asphyxiate going out on the 8/8 Stitch Giant, and don't need to worry about that massive threat anymore. Blade Master going to go down, and 2 more corpses are going to get added to the pile for Avelline.
So she's able to clear the board, but not unable to develop her own board. So now HunterAce is able to get that brand down, along with Astalor, question mark? Or Necrotic Mortician, or both?
Yeah, still exactly the right amount of mana to drop Astalor and get 2 copies of Astalor's final form, which is a lot of damage.
All right, here picking Army of the Dead, and the Scourge is an offer.
Oh, it is.
He's not snap picking it like we watched Toast snap pick.
No, Scourge is a mixed undead bag.
It can win you games.
Hover in it.
It can lose you games too.
HunterAce is hover in it.
Do it, HunterAce. Don't be
Are
afraid.
you HunterAce or HoverAce?
Take the Scourge. He's not gonna do it, is he?
They're all honestly
Oh, he did.
really
pick the
interesting
Scourge.
picks, but to
Okay,
go for the
good.
Scourge. Here comes Astalor, and here appears a double Astalor. I'm seeing doubles, Lissa.
I am being happy about this.
Twice.
Twice happy.
Ooh, another Bone Guard Commander. That would be a lot of health on board to absorb the many shots from Astalor Flamebringer that Avelline knows is in HunterAce's hand.
Yeah. I feel like it's necessary. She's gonna get the ghoul out first, so that she can clear the way, gain some corpses, get the bone guard out.
Nice clean play, uses all available mana, and makes it not just easy to just slam Astalor onto the board and laugh. However, it's looking like Astalor is still at the top of HunterAce's mind, which doesn't feel so bad when you have 2 copies. Can't get max value out of a Scourge play here.
No. Yeah, I mean, You could. Gotta just trade in.
Oh, yeah, they ate it.
Yeah, but then you're leaving up an 8/8. It's kind of weird.
It's only an 8-1 at that point.
Yeah, but it won't die. He's gonna do it.
That's what he's doing. He could find some rush off of the Scourge. What is it going to be? No rush. However, a respectable amount of taunt. Also, when that Flesh Behemoth goes down, HunterAce is going to draw an Undead and then summon a copy of it because that is the death rattle that is on Flesh Behemoth. It's come up a few times with Scourge this event, but it's not included in any decks. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Flesh Behemoth.
Yeah, and it's gonna mill a card as well. Ooh, wow, he gets a 1/2. Very exciting.
The Skeletal Sidekick not even getting the benefit of the battle cry.
Yeah, this wasn't the best Scourge. If you look at the board, it's a bit weak.
It's not, but Bone Lord also wasn't there, which could really have caused some issues. So Denathrius is up too. We're 16 for HunterAce, 10 for Avelline, and growing quite a bit beyond that now.
So was able to clear off the whole board. And going to mill.
Oh, Tomb Guardians.
All right.
I think I can live with that if I was in HunterAce's shoes.
Yeah, I don't think he cares too much.
Comes down the first of 2 Astalors, and followed by a Battlefield Necromancer, which will put a 1/2 taunt in the way. Do you consider clear tools like your Soul Stealer? Or do you just clog the board with a Bone Guard Commander like Avelline is doing right now?
Yeah, she's ready for another clog. She's really getting that Sire Denathrius pumped up. It's at currently at 18 damage. She needs it more because she's looking at 42 health on HunterAce. HunterAce is looking again at another taunt board.
Still a high health game, both opponents within just a few hit points of each other.
Yeah.
But we've got 23 Denathrius versus 18 Denathrius.
Could get some Army of the Dead out. It would clear the Bone Guard quite nicely.
HunterAce agrees.
Yeah.
Send in the ghouls!
Could do it again to clear out the taunts and leave minions on board. That will allow him to go 8-face.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of ghouls left over. Now, granted, they're all damaged, and there's no room for an additional taunt off the Battlefield Necromancer. So these minions are exposed. Corpse Explosion off the top. Ooh, but not enough corpses.
No, she's just been spending them with the Bone Guard, so now she only has 6, and she needs 8.
Yeah.
Now, she can use the Ghoul, though. If she uses the Ghoul to run in, she gains 1 corpse and puts it at 7, and then he's at 7. So
Still wouldn't have been enough to deal with the 8/8. The 8/8 would have been left at 1 health, and I think that's why Avelline went for Soul Stealer.
Didn't she have 6 corpses?
Oh, she did. You're right.
You run the Ghoul in to get it to 7.
7, because you get
And
there
then it gets
first.
down to 8-7. Right? Yeah. Am I crazy? I might just be crazy.
Checking something here. Oh, you need to detonate a corpse, so even the first hit, you need a corpse, so there wasn't enough corpses. You wouldn't need 8 to kill something with 8 health.
But it would have 7 health from the Ghoul.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. I mean, I'm crazy in other ways, let's be honest, but in this, I wasn't.
One person thinking harder than me about easy math is HunterAce.
All right, so another Astalor in hand. That's going to be able to do 16 damage. He's looking at it as well. It's more pressure. That's what he needs to do. Just continuous pressure. His Sire Denathrius has 35 damage, so this is putting him into lethal range.
Avelline, I bet, is eyeing that Denathrius at this point, thinking about how long this game has been going on.
Yeah, she's using, so when some players are using Sire Denathrius as lethal, she's in the control part. She's a control player, so she's using it to get back all that health. And remember, she has at least 60 health she can res up to.
This would be huge for Team Blood if Avelline can find a way here. But I think she has to go for it, because otherwise she's like just well below the damage output of HunterAce's Denathrius. Scourge off the top for HunterAce. He's just going to counter with his own 37 damage Denathrius.
Yeah,
taking Avelline right back down to 19.
Trying to clear the board for his Scourge to come down next turn. So he's basically forcing Avelline to use her removal on the Sire Denathrius, and then hoping she won't have any more removal for the Scourge that can come down the next turn.
Well, she just cast Corpse Explosion to deal with this single 10-10 minion.
She's looking at it.
That looks like the play. We'll still have 6 corpses on the backside of this.
This just is a great opportunity now for HunterAce to put the Scourge down.
Another Soul Stealer. So if Scourge goes down this turn, Avelline has the perfect counter.
Yep, that draw was a very important play for Avelline.
Lorthamar gets picked up by HunterAce. If he thinks this game is going long, that might be where we see this head.
He has 16 more cards in hand. Now, I don't know how many of those are minions versus how many of them are spells, but we've already seen a lot of his powerful minions.
Going for the long play, getting Lorthamar into the mix, and buffing every minion still in his deck. Still 16 cards in deck. How many of those are minions versus spells? I don't know offhand.
You're not counting? I'm so disappointed in you.
We just heard me try to count. Blood Boil off the top for Avelline. Lifesteal definitely good.
Yeah, she can heal 41 more health, at least. Maybe more because I can't remember. But at least 41.
We know there's a Scourge in the hand of HunterAce, which would be a lot more potential healing off of something like Blood Boil than what is currently on board.
Yeah, but Blood Boil would probably be too passive versus the Scourge unless it was a bad Scourge. But she does have double Blood Boils, so that's 4 damage.
Yeah. Not that I would bank on it if I was in that position.
Yeah.
We've certainly seen smaller Scourges.
No, Muncher!
Just gonna run into one of these 1/1s, but more importantly, heal Avelline for 5 and put a taunt in the way of that 7/7.
Yep, she's also able to get out a weapon and a little minion.
The Mistress of Mixtures, if it dies, is a 4 health heal for Avelline. So I think she's more than happy to be the recipient of in the position that she's in.
All right.
Arabian Vizier could find interesting answers for HunterAce.
Yeah, Acolyte of Death could also find some nice answers because HunterAce has 2 undead on the board, so it can start drawing those buffed minions that he has in his deck.
He also top deck the Plague Strike, so with hero power on one of these 1/1s, he could set the No Muncher up for a clear, but that also would be healing Avelline every single physical hit that No Muncher takes because of that lifesteal.
Yeah, but looks like that's... No, yeah, he's going to use the Plague Strike so he doesn't have to do that. Probably end on the Frost Strike.
Yeah, uninterested in that if it kills it tag, except for the second Plague Strike.
Gonna start using it for draw.
Drops the Acolyte of Death.
Frost Strike. Ooh, Stitch Giant to hand. That's a 16/16.
All aboard the chain train, we are drawn.
Yes, Mirror Manipulator into hand. That's going to be able to spend up to 5 corpses, deal 2 damage for each. That's 10 damage to Avelline's face and getting a 16/60 minion down. Avelline needs something to clear this scary board.
She has Soul Stealer in hand, but if she uses it, what answer remains for the Scourge.
Exactly. No Asphyxiate in hand. I mean, she has to. She has to use Soul Stealer this turn because she can't double Blood Tap or Blood Boil, and she doesn't have Asphyxiate. The No Muncher isn't enough.
And honestly, Renathal, you're not helping.
Thank you. Thank you. He doesn't need the kind words. She's looking at the Blood Boil, though.
It is a good amount of healing.
It is. It's healing for, what, 20 if she uses both? No, not as much, because one of them will die before.
Should take out the three. 3 minions will die. We have 2 4 health minions.
Oh, it was 20, right? I don't know.
I'm over here.
I didn't look where she was starting from, but now she's looking at 23 damage from HunterAce. He doesn't need to play the Scourge now because he already has quite the board developed. So now he can look for more maybe answers. He has Marrow Manipulator with nothing on board, so it's a really good opportunity to get it out on an empty board.
Another 10 damage.
Can draw first just to see what other options he has.
Or School Teacher to see if he can find more damage to attach to a Noggling.
The citadel stands.
Decides to go, once again, the Slisser route. And draw. See what he gets. More draw. Why not just do both, says HunterAce. I'm going to draw and then play Marrow Manipulator.
Yep, trying to get as much damage as possible on a clear board. This makes a lot of sense.
Queue up those attacks. Maybe slot in a Skeletal Sidekick for more damage? No, decides against it. Just leaves that 1 mana just for fun.
So Avelline has technically 12 health because she'll heal for 2 more or 4 more after this turn with that Blood Boil still being on 2 minions.
That's what is so unique about that spell, is that it stays up. If you feel back, it's like, oh, it didn't clear everything. It's like, oh, wait, if they're still there, I continue healing off that lifesteal, and those minions continue taking 2 damage.
And at this point, if she Soul Steals, she won't get the heal, but she won't die.
But she'll be greeted by your friendly neighborhood marauding horde, courtesy of the Scourge.
Oh wait, she double Blood Boiled, so she would actually heal for way more, and the
Oh, and it would kill the Lorthamar.
Lorthamar would die, but a 16 attack would live.
Yes.
Yes.
That is very true.
She has to Soul Stealer, right?
Leading with the hero power makes me think, no, she...
Okay, this is going to kill off the Marrow Manipulator. Now, basically, HunterAce has to find a way to get through the taunt in order to win.
It's a 1 health taunt. Vizier in hand could find an answer. School Teacher in hand could find an answer.
Ow.
There are a lot of avenues.
Ooh, Plague Strike.
Deal 3 damage to a minion. That...
But it's still 1. Oh no, because he's Ghoul from his hero power.
Yes, hero power gets there. That's perfect lethal. HunterAce taking the win over Avelline. That's 29 points gone for Team Blood.
Yeah, they just challenged 29 points of their 30 points, but the Death Knight for Team Unholy has stopped the challenger, Avelline, and stopped them from earning more points, putting them down to 1.
1 point for Team Blood. That's it. That's all they have.
I think both Team Blood lost.
But their first game of the Death Challenge.
That was exciting, Thijs said, yeah, but unfortunately they're going to only have 1 point to risk next challenge, so it's not going to be good for Blood. And I think we are kind of down to Team Unholy versus Team Frost with that 1 point.
Looking at these new standings, 89 points for Team Frost, 88 points for Team Unholy, and 1 point for Team Blood.
Yeah, we've seen Team Frost challenge. We've seen Team Blood challenge. And that means we have 1 team left to challenge, and that's Team Unholy.
Wonder what deck they're going to go with.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but if I do my math right, they're probably challenging Team Frost. So we're going to see Team Unholy versus Team Frost. I'm just guessing. I think that's right, though. And so I would imagine they're bringing maybe their best deck, Dog Stack. But I'm excited to see what we end up with.
Yeah, I'm also excited to talk about Blood. I have questions. I'm curious how things are going down and how they're feeling. And I believe we have Thijs standing by to do just that. Time to have a little Blood chat with Thijs, repping in the correct color.
Hello, yes, I was like, if we can't win much, maybe I should at least dress as a Blood, and at least that one paid off.
Looks great, Thijs.
It does, and your play looked great earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like games are completely unplayable or anything, but you really need to like hit some well, and especially against Unholy, we're having quite a lot of trouble when they just keep coming with like all the infinite value, and especially the dog list is for us really hard to beat.
Yeah, do you think that Team Blood made the best decks that they could, or do you think you could refine them to be a bit different now knowing how the meta turned out for Team Unholy and Team Frost?
I think if we knew that the meta would be like this, we could have made it a little bit better, but we would still struggle because we just don't have a win condition, not like them. And we cannot make a tempo Blood deck. The tools are not there. It would be a complete neutral deck. So that could be a direction, and it might actually be better in this meta. But we expected especially Unholy to be like more aggro and 30 HP, but they all ended up with greedy lists as well. So yeah, that made it really, really tough for us.
Well, you seem in good spirits. We saw you pretty hyped not that long ago. How are you feeling about the tournament overall?
I'm always hyped. Like, even I'm still having fun. We're losing a lot of games, we're winning some, but I'm still having a lot of fun. I'm enjoying my Hearthstone games, and I mean, the tournament has been really fun. It's a really fun experience. It's so fun to play with new cards. I love the deck building concept. It was a bit hard maybe for us here and there with Blood, but it's so much fun to try to make like something good together with so little time. So I'm just having such a blast.
Yeah, I feel like that's why so many people love you, is because you're so positive even when you're losing. So it's so great to see. But I was so glad we got to watch your last game. Patchwork, mutinous, disrupting, poor BunnyHoppor. How did that feel?
That felt good, and we actually played, I forgot the name, but the 7-mana guy, I couldn't put him in my deck because it wasn't a win condition enough. But actually, only against BunnyHoppor, I wish I had that card in my list. So I'm happy it got some moment as well.
Yeah,
I'm curious. We saw you having some serious celebrations. Where do we learn dance moves like yours?
Oh, you're calling them dance moves?
Look, I mean, look at this. It's like a machine gun robot.
Yes.
Did I do this?
Like proper hype brought courtesy of you, Thijs.
That was in my game against Bunny?
No, I think that one was from yesterday.
All right.
We were quite hyping.
I just let myself go.
Yeah, but you have those same moves a lot of your games, and I think that's why a lot of people love to watch your excitement.
Well, thank you so much.
Mean...
Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Thijs, and thank you so much for your hype.
Yeah, we'll do to get a comeback. It's going to be hard with 1 point, but we will try to get 2 points if we are allowed to gamble it.
Of course.
Well, thanks again. We'll talk to you soon. Best of luck as the challenge continues.
Thank you.
Great to talk to him.
I'm going to rehearse those dance moves. You're gonna, you got it?
I got it.
Good. There's a lot of shaking in there.
Nailed it.
You know, it's probably easier to do when you're at the, chilly frost of Northrend.
Yeah, and in the moment.
Get that shake.
The patchwork, mutinous moment of wins.
And we are in the moment of the next matchup coming to us at breakneck pace. We have Dog challenging the Team Frost Knight of Meati. Team Unholy risking a nice 69 points.
Yes, they are. I'm very excited to see how these points end up going. Will they double them up? Or will they lose them all? That's a lot to risk here because they're not that far behind Team Frost.
Well, as you pointed out, they had to put up their points before seeing the outcome
I
of
forgot.
the Challenger versus Knights, and it's such an important point to bring up for that very reason. Kind of like they may shoot themselves in the foot here. We're not sure. There's Meati getting ready to defend against Dog as the Knight for Team Frost, and also just now really realizing we have seen 2 challengers now not able to get the win in a row.
It's hard to defeat a Death Knight.
But they're both Death Knights.
They were challengers?
Fair. Well, we're looking at their mulligans right now. Both players taking their time deciding what they want to keep, what they want to toss back. Meati's saying, I don't need any of this, including Rhymefang's sword, which surprises me. Ends up with both copies of his Spammy in hand, plus a Howling Blast.
And I'm curious to see what deck they're both using because they don't have to bring the deck that they came with, though we know that Dog's deck has been doing extremely well. And we love to watch Meati's deck list, but maybe he decided to run Regis Killbins.
He could have. It certainly did. It went on a heck of its own march today.
It did.
I think we can just claim Regis is the Lich King now because of his performance today. But looks like Dog is looking for, do I want a coin or do I want to just drop a Necrotic Mortician? He's the coin here. His options between the Vizier or, just putting out Slissa's favorite, Renathal.
My prince. Tempo.
Just play that Amalgam out. Say you're good enough for me, Amalgam.
Yeah, I don't need value. I need tempo. That is the route Dog has decided to go. Meati, on the other hand, looking at quite the starting hand. Pretty heavy hand indeed.
Yeah, I can completely understand mulliganing the hand that he had, but getting both spammies in hand, that definitely clogs up the works.
Yeah, but he is facing Team Unholy, so maybe a little happy about it because it does help him out a lot, but maybe he just wants to burst Unholy down before they can even do anything, and in that case, his hand is terrible.
Certainly appears to be Meati's go-to plan, but Dog drawing Stitch Giant off the top there. You can feel the stakes. We were seeing faster plays throughout most of the rounds.
Yes,
the
we were.
second we've hit Death's Challenge.
Well, now Dog has 69 points on the line. That's a lot of. All the other games were 3 points. This one's 69.
It's the most points we've seen on the line so far. Lady Death Whisper hits the board with that gorgeous diamond art.
Wow, that's an early Lady Death Whisper.
If she goes down this turn, Meati is going to be sitting on just copies of Howling Blast.
Yep, but that's 4 Howling Blasts, and we already talked about today about how players are obsessed with this card. And it's a pretty good card versus Unholy because it has a stall mechanic in the freeze.
It doesn't feel as bad if you need to use it to control the board because you still get 1 damage to all other enemies, including your opponent's face. We've seen it multiple times with Frost Death Knight. They want to get that chip damage in. They want to get their opponent's health total within range of those wild damage combinations.
So able to run the undead into Lady Death Whisper and coin out a ghoul to finish her off while keeping Prince going face for 3, drawing 2 cards. The Scourge in hand. Ooh, Rhymefang Sword to reduce cost of those spells. It would have been better if he could do that prior to duplicating.
Yes, that's definitely a wonderful combo that I think a lot of us are going to be hoping to pull off when we get our own hands on Death Knights come December 6th.
Just gonna go face face, he say the
Now
place.
And
Yes?
now we have one discounted Howling Blast in hand.
Now, I wonder if he's looking at running a ghoul face or maybe doing a trade because he might want to set up a easier spammy. Because if he moves 1 to 3, keeps 1 at 4, it could be easier for later. But no, he is going to look at Howling Blast to just reduce now and stall a bit early.
Yeah, that 1 damage is going to go out to everyone else. Acolyte won't be able to swing next turn. Amalgam into Dog's hand. No undeads currently on board. Acolyte of Death, while certainly brings undead synergy, not an undead itself.
Death calls.
Hovering over that defrost. Maybe wants to go digging, draw some cards, see what he gets.
Yeah, looking at the Nerubian Vizier, finds an anti-magic shell, which is quite nice if he already has a sticky board, versus Tomb Guardian if he wants to build up a sticky board. Decides on the Blood Boil and says, so never mind what I'm thinking. He wants a way to clear off some get 2 damage off to a bunch of minions and get some lifesteal.
Could discover his own Lady Death Whisper, which would duplicate Scourge. Instead, decides to go for the Imajar Deathbringer.
We haven't seen that card a lot.
No, we haven't. It is a 2 unholy rune undead minion. Taunt, Death Rattle. Spend 3 corpses to summon a 3/3 Risen Imajar with Taunt. They travel in packs. Undead packs.
All right, so we do have the option to spammy this turn, especially with the weapon equipped.
Yes, we have the 1. Well, we need a 2.
Yeah, that's the weapon. Just go bam.
Leaves a 3/4 on the board. Weapon still equipped with 1 durability remaining. And Howling Blasts receiving more discounts.
On the other side, Dog has a few turns before the Scourge, so he's probably going to just want to set up a way to keep a bit more control so that he can easily tempo out a Scourge on turn 9. If he loses control, if he loses that tempo, he will not be able to do so, and then it'll be hard for him to swing into complete tempo.
Well, he agrees and grabs an Asphyxiate, which, if you want control,
Yes.
Asphyxiate certainly brings that to the party.
Notice this giant is at 10 mana right now. I was like, what 10 mana card does he run? I was really confused, and it's the Stitched Giant.
Hasn't spent any corpses, currently sitting on 6. Hasn't even cast Defrost. Still sitting in the hand. Hasn't felt the need.
Nope.
Has plenty of minions to play, has had plenty of answers to what Meati has been doing. Froststrike coming down, going to answer that Deathbringer, which means we're going to see the Risen Imajar replace.
We have a Marrow Manipulator offered, but he takes the Frostworm. So yeah, he had to pick between Frostworm and Marrow Manipulator. Went with the Frostworm there. I think in a lot of times I would take Marrow Manipulator, but versus Unholy, when the Frostworm just freezes the whole board, can freeze a whole board of Scourges, that seems like an insta-pick.
They don't always have Taunt either, so the 5/5 Frostworm that it brings to the board also helps out.
Yeah. All right, so Dog over on the other side, looking for some options here. Has Necrotic Mortician, so that's going to be able to allow him to discover some nice unholy cards. Another Stitched Giant offered, or a Blight Fang. This is a good Blight Fang turn because the opponent has so many minions, Meati. That could be a nice little switch around for Dog. He instead goes for the Tomb Guardian because that will give him some sticky minions. It's a rush, gets the Graveyard Shift, lots of Reborn, lots of sticky. Again, he's just trying to make sure he maintains board control for that turn 9 play. Over on the other side, Meati has drawn his Blood Mage Thalnos. He has this Overseer for Jadera, which is pretty nice here, and he agrees he's going to be able to get rid of the initial zombies, summoning the Reborns, and then Howling Blast to finish the deal, going face. And this is where Dog is losing that control I talked about. This is not where Dog wants to be on turn 9 because, again, he just wants a really easy tempo play.
So listen, can we talk about points for a moment?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because with the points that have been put up here at 69 points, if Dog wins, Team Unholy gets 69 points and they take the lead over Team Frost. However, if Dog loses, that's a win for Team Frost.
Oh, it's over.
Mathematically over. Team Frost becomes the winners. This could be for the tournament. This could be for the Death Knight show match. This may be the final game.
Yeah, because Blood has no way of getting second or first anymore. They can't get second. So Unholy could be cementing a second place here.
Yes.
Or could be going for that first.
That's exactly, I think, what Dog's hoping for.
Yeah. So this is a lot on the line.
I wonder if Meati's aware, if he's put two into... I'm sure the team has been like, Meati, guess what?
Or do they not want to freak him out? They might not want to freak him out because they do have a second opportunity.
Now you wonder, how close are they with each other? How much are they in each other's heads?
Yeah. Now we see the Stitch Giants coming down from Dog, and while we have some stall effect from Meati, he also has Blood Mage Thalnos so that he can do some extra damage with these Remorseless Winters. So he can Remorseless Winter and Howling Blast. That's going to do 5 damage.
Yeah, because it empowers the Howling Blast as well. Both parts of it.
Yep, he's gonna go face because that it leaves him to only find 12 more damage. He has Queen Ashara in hand, only 1 left to get to that weapon. Yeah. He has double Frostworm's Fury for the stall. So if Dog doesn't find heal, this is Meati's game.
And this is Team Frost tournament.
Yep.
Now it is going to take some turns to get Queen Ashara online. Gonna need to cast 1 more spell, gonna need to play Queen Ashara, going to need to equip that weapon.
But the weapon's cheap and
it is.
She's not too expensive, especially with he's gonna be on 10 mana next turn. He has a Horn of Winter in hand, and the Frostworm is a perfect stall.
Horn of Winter is perfect. However, beyond that, Howling Blast is the only affordable spell. It's Frostworm's Fury behind that. That's 7 mana.
I mean, he has lethal with it right now, right? If Dog can't clear, it's lethal.
Blood Boil.
Especially if he draws a second Horn of Winter.
He could even potentially take 2 more damage to the face with that Rime Elemental, depending on what happens with the Death Rattle.
Blood Boil is in place, so he will heal. But the 2 damage might go face.
Nope. It hits the other Stitch Giant. There are now 2 8/1s on board.
Marrow Manipulator in hand.
Going back over to Meati, you can see it in his eyes. He is putting this together.
Sire Denathrius at 14. Howling Blast going face would be a nice little clear.
Looks like he's going to rip the Denathrius now.
Yep. Just trying to get I just think he needs to send damage every turn because he has so much damage from hand. Just spend every turn spamming it face. There's not a lot of heal in Unholy.
Next turn, just Hero Power plus Frostworm is lethal.
Yeah. He can howl.
Is this coming down to a Hail Mary Scourge?
He needs to get a lot of heal out
What's
of this
it going
Scourge.
to be? Needs heal, needs taunt?
No.
Not a single taunt.
There is life steal, but they're not going to get it.
No life steal. This is it.
That is it.
Meati wins. Team Frost is going to take the Death Knight show match.
They did not. I can't. I'm still in shock. I cannot believe that this just went down. We set up for 2 rounds of risks, but they've lost it all already.
The points, so many points were put up.
Yes.
And also Team Frost was so ahead. They were so ahead from their amazing performance today that even with the points they lost at the start of Death's Challenge, they were ahead enough that with the points that Team Unholy put up, Team Frost wins. They are our champions.
They are our champions of the Death Knight show match. Frost, your favorite, the winner. How excited are you?
Can you think about it? Where they were at the beginning of this. Let's cut to some replays to think about the journey that we've been on with this Death Knight show match.
Checking out Meati, we know that Meati in the beginning of this show match went 0-4, but turned it around and started winning, and ended up getting 7 wins in a row. He seemed unstoppable. But not only was Meati seeming unstoppable, Regis Killbin, just the dark horse, just completely coming in to help out Team Frost for that win.
It was a true team effort.
Yes.
Like, this was a team event. Everyone had to show up and do their best. And every time we went back to those team standings, you saw it. You saw those clusters of all of the members of the various rune teams, all putting in their part, all stacking up those wins, stacking up those points. That Nathrius hit. Meati's celebration. Look at that. Look at the joy. Oh, congratulations to Team Frost, Alliestraza, Meati, BunnyHoppor, Regis, Killbin, juggernauts of Hearthstone, and now champions of the March of the Lich King Death Knight show match. That means Team Frost is taking home $50,000 in total prizing, with Team Unholy getting $30,000 in second place, and Team Blood taking home $20,000 in third place. Congratulations to all our teams. Those are some phenomenal prizes. And these are our final points breakdowns. This is, you think about how much lifesteal came in. Look at how much point steal came in. Team Frost with 89 points over the 19 points of Team Unholy and the 1 point of Team Blood remaining.
None of the challengers able to defeat a Death Knight. None. They all lost points to those Death Knights, just showing how strong a Death Knight can be.
Wonderful player nominations from the teams to defend their team's standings. The strategy that must have went into it. What do you think that's like to huddle up?
Yeah.
I mean, you've been a part of team events before.
Yeah, you have such a good team dynamic. I know a lot of these teams did. We saw them chatting amongst one another, and I think we both can agree that Team Frost had the best team dynamic. We saw them talking a ton, playing together a ton, strategizing so much, and I think they know each other's strengths and weaknesses. When we talked to Regis Killbin, he even said, "I'm here to be the cheerleader. That's my job. Like, we each have a job for this team, and I'm here to cheerlead. He's also here to win. Let's be honest."
Apparently he moonlights on the side though as an absolute murder machine.
Yes, and so he just, they all came here. They all worked their butts off, and they're the champions.
I think it also speaks to what a mix of players we have. We have people that are famous for streaming. We have people that are famous for YouTube videos. We have people that are famous for being amazing Grandmaster Hearthstone competitors. And yes, it is a show match, but the competition that was on display, how seriously these teams took these games.
Yep.
It was such a treat and a privilege to watch and cast.
Yeah, I think Team Frost is the epitome of such a blend of all the Hearthstone community. We have Meati, who is a very well-known coach for Hearthstone, high rank, but not quite in like the Grandmasters necessarily, where BunnyHoppor is our Grandmaster player, our competitive player. Then we have Regis Killbin, our YouTuber extraordinaire. He is just a beaming member of the community. And then we have Alliestraza, our live streamer. She also a YouTuber. But we have just such a little bit of everything on this team. It just proves that with teamwork and a little bit of mix, just pure gold.
It's a wonderful showcase of all of the different corners of the Hearthstone community, all of the various talents that so many of our favorite personalities have.
Yes. It was great fun to see them all succeed and win. Here's a little bit about those players. In case you missed them, make sure you're following all of them on Twitch and YouTube. I'm sure they would appreciate it. They're all streaming live right now.
Absolutely. They're probably screaming live, screams of joy.
Yes, they are, because they're each bringing home 12,500 in prizes. That is quite a lot.
Yes, I mean, I'm so excited. Like, just again, I'm looking at the faces. I'm thinking about the games we saw them all play, the board states we saw them overcome. I mean, how many times were we sitting here shocked? We're not even playing. We're
Right.
terrified on behalf of these players. Like, how do you deal with 9 mana? Bam, the Scourge comes out. What do you do with a board that size with threats that unpredictable?
And I'm surprised you didn't bully me saying that, Frost beat out Unholy, which I was thinking, but, we could talk to Team Frost and see what they have to think. Is Frost better than Unholy, or was they just the better team?
Well, let's talk to Team Frost right now. Let's talk to our Death Knight champions, the winners of our Deaths Challenge and our Death Knight show match. Congratulations, you four. We just talked to you. I want to talk to Meati real quick. Coming hot off of that winning defense. How are you feeling?
Oh man, that feels amazing. Like I have never had such a high stakes Hearthstone match in my life. We were just talking about that, like that match, that single game. If we win that game as a team, we make $20,000. Like that was just that was really incredible. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, congratulations. What about other team members? Alliestraza, what was going on behind the scenes? Were you trying to? Did you put it together? Was anyone telling Meati like, "Hey, this is it," or were you all kind of keeping quiet, letting him stay in the zone?
Yeah, I think we're trying to be as helpful as we can be, but also you don't want to have too many voices in there. But I would say it was a good amount of contribution, and yeah, I mean I was definitely sweating a bit. As Meati said, that was super high stakes, but yeah, it was a ton of fun, and I'm just really proud of everyone.
Yeah, so BunnyHoppor, I had a question for you. I know you had a lot to do with the deck building, and I wanted to hear about the final outcome of the decks. Do you think you would change them a little bit? Do you like the dragon package? Because I personally loved that you added this dragon package to the game. So what are your thoughts about the deck now that the tournament's over?
I think like altogether the team, we did a great job making those decks. I think we all had a bunch to do in the refinement. And on the dragon deck specifically, I think it was a pretty fun deck. Didn't quite get where I wanted it to get because this is the deck I think we spent the least amount of time putting together. So just kind of like, this is like the last day, last 2 hours kind of deck. I think it did what it was supposed to do. And I think it would have done a lot better if Blood would have built their decks a little bit more like we thought they were going to, because we were struggling a lot. So I think I'm pretty happy with it because it gave us the security that even if they had gone a different route, we wouldn't have to rely on Regis just winning every single game.
So, Regis, do you think that Frost is the best rune for Death Knights, or do you think that you four are the best players?
I think I have amazing teammates. I'm not going to say anything. I think my teammates are the best, and that's why we won. I mean, I think Frost is pretty good, but it's only against other Death Knights. Once we get into the open meta, we'll see which rune really stands above the rest. But for today, at least, Frost, pretty good. We're champions, I suppose. I'll take it.
Allie, you guys got to play around with the decks a lot, which, a lot of people have not. It's not available until December 6th. Do you think that the triple decks are going to be most popular, triple Unholy, triple Frost? Or do you think people are going to find that adding a single rune is actually better?
That's a good question. In testing, I feel like there's a few cards that are triple Frost, or triple Blood, that are really, really good. And so it might be that the triple decks actually reign supreme, but it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it might shift differently based on the meta of other classes, right? I could see that.
For sure.
I was curious, BunnyHoppor is, you obviously spent a ton of time with Frost, but if, you're going to go hit ladder once March of the Lich King comes out, what's the first other rune you're going to jump on? Are you going to go for Blood or are you going to go for Unholy?
I really liked Unholy. I think the way that Dog has built his deck specifically is exactly how you're supposed to build this deck. You have a lot of mid-sized early game, and then you have like incredible scam. Just so much scam. I love it. This perfect deck for me. Just like Amalgams, Vizier, and then Stool Teachers. Just infinite scam. Like whatever your opponent like throws at you, you have a way to be aggressive. You have a way to be the control deck. You have a way to be like the kind of mid-range kind of deck that has super big versatility. So that's definitely what I want to test out next.
Well, I think you all showed off your versatility. Congratulations again on the big win for the Death Knight Showmatch. Congratulations, all 4 of you. Enjoy it. Go grab your own helms of domination and throw them on and celebrate. Thank you for your time.
Love you guys. You guys are the best. I love you.
You too.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, we love you. Thank you so much for a great tournament.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Just incredible performance from everyone, all of our teams, all of our participants. They went for it.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Team Frost. Make sure you check out all of their YouTube channels and Twitch. I know Meati is a great coach, so I'm sure if you really like that Frost deck of his, go check out his YouTube. I'm sure he's going to have a great coaching session on how to play it soon. And I know Regis is already getting those YouTubes out with these decks, so make sure you check those out.
I'm absolutely ecstatic. I'm going to run to my notebook after this and start making notes about what deck lists I'm going to play. Again, this is something I have been waiting for since Hearthstone beta. I am a raging Death Knight fan, and I couldn't be more pleased with what the Hearthstone team has put together for the game's new class. It's everything I've ever wanted.
Yep, it's been an absolutely wonderful tournament. I'm so glad to do it with you, and I'm so glad that we got to watch these participants. They did an excellent job showcasing what Death Knights have to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to our Death Knight Showmatch. Thank you, Celissa, for being such an awesome co-caster. This was an absolute privilege and treat to do. I have a lot of emotions being on stage right now. So thank you again, everybody, to our friends on the Hearthstone team, to the production staff, because they are amazing. Thank you all for watching. GG.
I've never had such a high stakes Hearthstone match in my life.
That was super high stakes, but yeah, it was a ton of fun, and I'm just really proud of everyone.
I think like altogether as a team we did a great job making those decks. I think we all had a bunch to do in the refinement.
I think my teammates are the best, and that's why we won.